What's good, everybody? How you guys doing? Welcome back. That just went. Okay, that scared me a little bit. Actually, scared me a little bit, bro. I actually thought I lost some subs. But we Gucci. Oh. Why is this starting losing me sheeps? Alright, I'll be back in a minute, guys, alright? Sorry, guys. Sorry, that was a long wait. Wait, hold up. Did I miss it? Hold up. Actually, what's that? Actually, what's that? Who got came second place, by the way? Worthy. Alex and Worthy. Do you think? Bro, Peterbot is disgusting, bro. Because Peterbot is being an actual dickhead. I'm joking. He's the best. He's actually the best. Bro, Peterbot is in first place, dude. Can this guy relax? This guy is first place with 400 points. This is the final day. This is the final day. Final day. Fortnite Global Champion. I think this is the final FCS, I believe. I'm not too sure. Kai Pong. Pong. I appreciate you people like the stream. I appreciate you guys just liking. That's 7. I think this is the last game. Or like last FCS. I'm not too sure. I thought he said Adam Sandler. If I was pro, you don't have a name, but thank you for the 10 roses. I appreciate it. Mini Winter? Mini Winter! That thing is bugged, by the way. That thing is bugged. It's gonna come back to 7. Yep, there he is. Gonna go back to 7. I think it's a bug. I'm guessing Peterbot is gonna win because listen, he is an actual savage. Bro, Peterbot can literally destroy the entire lobby by literally solo. Because my god, he is insane. Six more games. Bro, I think Clicks is done for. I think Clicks is done for. Bro, my man can't even win a single FCS because of Peterbot. What up, Connor? How you doing? You don't have to spam hi. You know, you can't just spam hi. You could just say it once. So that's okay. But remember, do not do it again. Uh, I hope we can get to 1,000 likes on TikTok. 1,000 likes on TikTok, please. Can we hit it? I thought it was 2 million. Two million buckaroonies on the line. That's crazy. $2 million and a trophy. Bro, this FCS is crazy. Look at that trophy. Holy. That trophy looks insane. And of course, the FNCS pickaxe. The newest FNCS pickaxe 3.0. Dude, the animation is insane. They did amazing with the animation as well. There's the trophy looking gorgeous. That's the best trophy ever. Way better than the last trophy. Hmm. I'm guessing Peterbot is gonna win because holy. Peterbot and Pollo are going nuts. Like, look at that! 45 elimination! Dude! Peterbot is going nuts! Peterbot is going insane! 442 points, like seriously. Bro, Clicks is not even in a leaderboard, that sucks. Dude, Clicks. You can't even win! Bro, Peterbot and Pollo's main spot is the raft. Bro, he is focusing. He wants that money. And the trophy. Come on, Peterbot, you got this. Come on, Peterbot. You got this. Bro, he is that skinny. No wonder why he's good at the game. He's that skinny like me. I am also skinny. I'm also skinny. Like how? I'm literally the same. I am literally the same body type as him. Skinny. Oh, kind of. Kind of skinny. Mm. Peterbot dealt so much damage. He wants that win. He wants that win. Bro, Peterbot looks like 17 years old. Like, how the fuck is he? I mean, how in the heck is he that good at the game? Like, brother, that's amazing. Honestly, impressive. I think he went famous in chapter 4. Was it either chapter? No, I think it was chapter 5. He went famous. In chapter 5, he went famous, I believe. Or I can't remember, honestly. Like, dude. I think Clicks didn't even call, so that sucks. Bro, Clicks is trying... Bro. Clicks. What have you been doing, huh? You drop out of high school trying so you can win a tournament. You can't even win a single tournament. You're only winning Cash Cup or you're only winning Cash Cup, but not the FSCS. Like, listen, practice more, destroy Peterbot, and get a W. How hard is it? I know you're trying. I know you're trying, bro. Just try harder. Like, I'm not saying you suck at the game. I'm just saying, like, you need. Okay, you know, I should shut up. I should shut up. Oh my lord. I get it. I'm not good. I'm not better than him. Like if I was 1v1 him, he will probably beat my ass. He will beat me up. Monarch pistol is actually broken, bro. What's this dot spot? So their main weapon is Monarch pistol and Gatekeeper. What? I have never seen a loader before. And I think they came first place if I'm correct. Yeah, this is where they destroy Booker and... What was the other guy? I'm actually gonna watch the entire game. I don't care about playing Fortnite, I just want to watch this. This is day 2, by the way, day 2. Thomas and Queasy, they did it. They are doing an amazing job. They're doing amazing. Shout out to them. They're doing amazing. One win. That's good. That's good. They're doing amazing though. Like everybody's doing amazing though. I'm not gonna lie. They are doing amazing. Oh my lord. Ciao. Adam Sandwich is an actual amazing person. Dude, his goddamn subscribers keep bugging. They keep bugging, man. Please. This subscriber count just kept bugging, bro. This subscriber count just kept bugging. Huh. Good luck with that. Like I said, they're doing their best. They're doing their best. if I was serious to stream the event, I would be like seriously, I would be streaming the event like on this area right here with everybody. I don't have. I'm not that rich to go to that place. Oh, it smells something. Please subscribe. Please subscribe. Oh. Must stream the stream on that area. I'm just at home doing nothing. Like I'm just at home doing nothing. Bro, 11-2K looks massive. Oh, he is massive. Bro, who remember when this guy used to be massive when I saw him? And also, the guy who's talking, love that guy. Absolutely love him. Acorn and Cold main spot is Brutal Breachhead. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, nice shot. Bro, they are. Oh, Pollo is down. Dude, this is crazy. These guys are in a practice room, just practicing in creative, of course. A cowboy hat. Cold and Acorn. One time he's been placed 7. Once. There's no way he only placed 7th once. Yes, Adam Savage. Oh boy.
because we were just talking just a second ago.
My order didn't pick up. I am mad.
The big lead that Peterbot
I'm actually mad.
Themselves already. You know, 5th place right now. There's still plenty to play for.
I didn't even notice my order didn't pick up. I am so mad.
We're only going for first. The thing about me is I need that trophy. That's what people have to understand. I'm going for that trophy. That's what I want. I got my eyes on it. If we have to land on Peterbot, we're landing on Peterbot.
I kind of respect the greediness. I love that. You want that
trophy. Acorn, you're not going to win this trophy, my mate.
You guys won Major 1. You've had an incredible time together as well.
Listen, I know you're going to do your best, but just try your best to survive.
How does that change things as well for the lobby in general and for you guys as a team?
I think it's great. 1.5 times multiplier. It makes everyone still try. Even if you're in 50th place, you could still end up top 5. So I think it's great. Also, me and Cold, we're a day 2 team. So we adapt really well. Once we play first day, we learn from it. Day 2, we come back, we come strong, and we make sure to close it out.
And finally, obviously, raising that trophy here in Fort Worth, the Global Championship trophy, to add to your career, the repertoire of stuff you earned thus far.
What's up, YouTube? How you doing? Welcome to the stream,
baby. Internationally, you and Cold lifting it high above your heads.
I mean, that's like one of my biggest goals. Like that, I think that's the only thing that's left in Fortnite for me. Is just a LAN win. So.
Well, there you go. You heard it from Acorn right there. Could Acorn and Cole go all the way? They have everything lined up. They're very close to that top spot. Will it happen? We'll wait and see. Back to Zeke and the gang.
Just in case.
I don't know if they got that on camera, but the moment that Acorn said, hey, we'll land on Peterbot, we'll land on Pollo if it has to go that way, the crowd erupted. They were like, yes, that's what we want to see. You can tell we've got some Acorn and Cold fans in the building.
Clearly they respect the courage, right? I think that's what this game is all about. But it's so interesting how Acorn sort of echoed a very similar sentiment to Thomas HD and Creasy, where it's like, this is that last thing we want to achieve in our careers, and we are willing to do anything to make that happen. There's a lot of legacy riding on today for a lot of our historic players.
I love the acknowledgement there from Acorn, right? Noticing or recognizing that they are a day 2 type of team. So it sounds like to me, they're feeling pretty confident.
And how many other duos are feeling the same thing, right? Day number 2, we've had it, and I kind of, again, I think back to the drop spot leading into this, right? Benno saying, hey, day 1, it's about kind of coming out with these strategies. And then day 2, everyone goes, okay, this is what we're kind of having to deal with. How are we going to respond, right? So some of these teams will definitely look to come out strong to just change. I mean, if we start to see people go, Peterbot, Pollo, we're not going to give you that medallion. We need to take it back. I mean, how will that go more to see in the future?
Pollo is okay, but Peterbot is actually
said,
the
though,
most
we were kind of
amazing.
curious to hear the players' thoughts on how they felt about each other. So take a listen.
It's like the best player in the world.
The biggest tournament of the season.
100 players, 50 teams of 2, players all around the world. They all travel to one place to play on a stage in front of everyone.
One weekend, one map, the last one standing wins the game, 12 games, and they crown the champion. That's how I'd explain it.
No other games doing it like Fortnite. The esports here is crazy.
So the most consistent duo this year.
I mean, it's obvious.
Best duo in the world right now.
I mean, placements speak for themselves.
They got second Major 1, first Major 2, first Major 3.
And they won like a lot of duo cash cups, so.
Well, the first season in general, they were dominating.
Now they're looking really strong.
I don't think anyone put them that crazy.
Like 100% the most dominating team of everyone.
I mean, there's no one else more consistent than us, I would say.
I'm not sure that the
Peterbot's teeth is so yellow. What's your teeth, my guy?
Because they always do on LANs.
They kind of just have everything scripted. They have the entire game scripted and how they're going to play it.
They're always just one step ahead of everybody.
I'll say Epic Whale Muzz impressed me with their performance. We just stopped playing with them last season to play with Benno, and I was really hoping he qualifies for Globalist. So them getting, I think, 7th, it was impressive for me.
And then another team which is like also pretty underrated. So
please do your best.
Rapid.
I think they're also kind of underrated.
I just think they match really well together, and like they know how to play the meta. They're good like fighters and all that.
Rapid's a super smart guy. They've been doing really well these last 2 seasons, and they've kind of proven to everyone they're like as good as the rest of us.
They're on a come up this year. They're doing good. I think they can sneak in a top 3 here if they play their best.
So one person that I've been watching to like that I would really love to incorporate some of their game into my own is Seti and Cammy as a duo. Actually, every single LAN they come to, they come from more prepared than anyone. They have more strats up their sleeve.
They just create new strategy and new metas on their own. Basically, everyone watches their games to see what they're doing, and then they can learn from what they do to implement it into their own game. I say probably Acorn and Cold. I think Acorn, he has a really good understanding of the play style that I try to play as well. I think we both kind of do the same thing.
I want to see how he thinks about some situations.
And then Cold, I mean, he's just a good fighter.
If I want to do good that's not us, probably be Kanata and Cooper. Good friends with them, and I think they have a really big shot.
I think Srizi and Yapko, because Srizi can play with his duo. I was the last year he couldn't play on the land.
Maybe we can merge because it's my friends.
I hope City does good today. Like he deserves it. I think he also deserves to play a good tournament too.
I want Clicks to get a top 3 for the first time in his career.
I would want the Middle East teams to do good.
Yeah, for
First time in his career, get third.
Pixie, like
oh, Peterbot is literally
Honestly,
this.
all the OC boys, I hope they do good.
100%. All my friends, you know, Kanata, Paper. I've been helping them out on the side, just trying to see them do good. You know, when I thrive, I want my boys to thrive too.
I hope everybody's going to be doing good. Like seriously, one of these duos
you know,
are going to pick this trophy and run home with 2 million.
But at the end of the day, you can
for
really
each.
tell.
That's like 4 million for each
like, hey,
people.
what do you think? Like, there is so much respect for each other in the community, and you can just see just so many different testimonies of everyone just thinking the same thing. Like Acorn said, if I thrive, they thrive, right? And that's so awesome.
Yeah, I mean, tons of respect, and it's definitely well-deserved. I mean, we got the best players from all around the world. None of these teams are going to be easy pushovers by any means.
I mean, I agree with you guys, and I think that's...
Oh, God. Here we go.
But I'm also a bit tired of these guys doing this whole humble gimmick. What's all this? Because I know if you ask them in private, they're telling you, I don't care about that. That's what I want, you know what I'm saying? But it's good to see, though, because I think you see a lot of respect. I think, especially within the regions, right? Because when you play against certain people so consistently over the years, you do just build that respect. Interregionally, things can get spicy sometimes.
Sure. Now, speaking of spicy, let's take a look here at mid-match objectives. So we've kind of tossed around a few words, right? Things like forecast. What about Rift Island, right? We wanted to kind of break down how these objectives have really impacted the Global Championship.
Yeah, so for anybody that does not know, Forecast Tower's objectives that spawn around the map, you can instantly tell when you hop on that battle bus or when you're flying over if it has spawned or if it has not. And you're going to see that tower there. And it's a big thing to fight for because basically what allows these teams to see is one zone further than everybody else. So they'll have an indication of where they can actually rotate to, and it leads to a big advantage in terms of position.
Yeah, I think it's very clear from looking at how these games are played out that the mid-game objectives and how people play for them are having a big impact in how well people are doing, right? Of course, the Forecast Tower in particular is just such a crucial one, right? Being able to see into the future where people need to be positioned with zones is crucial. But even the loot that you can get from the bunkers, right? The weapon bunkers, even the islands, right? We talked about it a bit yesterday, the positional advantages you get from playing from the island, being able to pad off of it or maybe use one of the rifts underneath it to get into some of the deeper zones. Like, there's so many advantages to be gained from these mid-game objectives.
And there's just something really small that we kind of always talk about as those weapon benches, the upgrade benches. And I was kind of curious. We kind of talk about, oh, like players can get those benches. What does that mean, though? So we take a gun, we can kind of customize it. In what ways would we really kind of like tamper with that weapon to really fit our playstyle?
I think easily the one that every single competitive player is going to instantly highlight is the ability to add, remove, change the scope to the one that you definitely prefer, right? We've been talking about Storm Surge pretty much exclusively throughout every single competition ever since it was ever implemented, right? It's very, very important. And having a scope that you prefer or one that you think is the best is always a big advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, being able to sort of have that consistently. Again, the team that's in first place have had all of those things consistently, right? When I talked earlier about talking to Queasy about what do you have to do to work on to improve for tomorrow and have a chance of winning, he said, yeah, I can do this, that, or the other. But how am I supposed to beat a guy that gets the Forecast Tower, a bunker, can upgrade his weapons, and he's playing for Island sometimes? What am I supposed to do about that guy, right? Like, it really is such an advantage that Peterbot and Pollo have, and other players around the map are taking advantage of as well.
Yeah, that's right. Really being able to cater those weapons to the player playstyle, and some of that even revealed itself in Storm Surge, right? I was kind of curious to kind of discuss how Storm Surge kind of was impacting these players.
Yeah, exactly. So obviously the top 5 teams throughout the competition, you know, they've been doing very, very well throughout the day. And we were kind of trying to, you know, make some sort of a relation to how much damage they have actually taken from Storm Surge. Are they really getting affected by it, or are they kind of just bypassing it? Are they doing so well? And as you can see, 2 teams in the top 5 right now, Peterbot and Pollo, Vico and Flixie, have not taken any damage from Storm Surge whatsoever. And then the rest of the teams in that top 5, 4
These guys are actually serious.
Definitely not a lot.
Yeah, not much at all. I mean, if you're Coach Raz,
they're not
he's looking
been damaged.
at his 2 teams, Vico, Flixie, Peter, Pollo, going,
Thomas and Breezy has just been taking 6 damage.
I have done my job. That's what he'll be thinking.
Just an
there.
insane stat.
Right.
Crazy.
Yeah. Both of these teams, you know, not like that means like you got your surge locked down, and that's how when we talk about like teams and being able to carry on what they did in day 1 into day 2, you look at a team like that and go, if they're not struggling with surge at all, and they're gonna keep getting their mid-game objectives and whatnot, like they're gonna keep doing well. Absolutely.
Yeah, and we've seen teams all the time struggle with surge, right? Because remember, you're trying to get above a number. The moment you drop below, you're starting to get hit for 25. I mean, how do we are there quick ways to kind of deal with this? Is it a Monarch pistol, right? Is it a shotgun? Is it just, let's find a box, let's go for the fight? What do you think?
I mean, it's going to be preparation. As soon as you kind of fall behind on Storm Surge, the rest of the game is pretty much over. Like, we see teams always try to come back, right? Try to regather their resources and everything after that, but it's just a constant battle because once you're below, you're pretty much below for the rest of the game.
Absolutely. I mean, one thing I really wanted to look at, right, was just where the zones are. I think we always talk about how zones pulled and where the zones are in when it comes to any major Fortnite tournament. And these are the positions of all the 6 zones we saw throughout these games. This is 6 zone in particular as well, which is really interesting because I think when you look at this season and the meta right now, Vivid, a lot of the players, when you talk to them, have been struggling with 6 zone rotations. It's one of the most difficult zones to navigate through. But when you actually look at the zones and you look at where all the top 5 teams have been landing, even though they're all over,
Thomas and Breezy landed near Brawler's Battleground, like the left side.
The zones you get when you can.
That's
all these
crazy.
teams landing in different corners, but yet still consistently doing well in these games.
Yeah, definitely. I wanted to give a big shout out to Clicks and Venom right now. I saw that Venom made a little bit of a social post I was mentioning, like, man, I really wish we could pull some zones, right? So that's kind of affecting him when it comes to that. But the biggest stat that kind of stuck out to me in particular with Clicks and Venom is that they actually led duos in damage dealt in the first 3 zones, right? So that's an amazing stat right there. They're starting the early game very, very cleanly, which is actually impressive because as we know, just 2-3 days ago, they found out they were actually going to be contested.
Oh, the FNC said it's going to leave in September 18th.
Is super impressive, but maybe that's kind of the point where, you know, bunkers start to get claimed, those other positions, you know, right? Rift Island, the weapons of like Peterbot, all of these attachments that get added onto weapons, then they start coming to play, and maybe that's where they're kind of falling behind.
Absolutely. I think from talking to Venno, I think
Peterbot
that
just
comes
took
from
10,000 damage. Golly.
Having a consistent game plan, right? I think they are still trying to figure things out in terms of splitting that POI with Resigns and Demo from OCE. Like, how do we get our loot, get out, and get enough damage and be able to play through these games out? I think they're still figuring that out, but the fact that they're still so high on damage just shows how great they are individually as players.
In that situation, though, do we just say, like, day 2, 1.5, we're just going to fight you? Like, what do we have to lose, right? What do we have to lose?
So do you know what the problem with that is, Zeke, unfortunately? As soon as they start fighting, right, Clicks gets knocked in the feed, or Venno gets knocked in the feed, Peterbot and Pollo
coming
flying over quickly, right? And so you're in a tough spot there where even if it isn't Peterbot and Pollo, right, Giras and Chari, who land nearby, the Polish duo, they see those guys fighting. Again, they're going to be on that hill nearby thinking we can get some free damage here.
Man, crazy stuff, crazy stuff. I want to talk more, but I know what you guys want. It is to meet these players. So Dickie's Arena, give a big warm welcome to the first 10 duos.
First 10 duos.
It's Alex and Worthy.
Alex and Worthy, come on.
These guys are ready to start day 2 with a bang.
This is the final FSCS of the day.
Let's give it up for Andalex and Sato. The first product are going to have to dig in deep today. And let's hope that they find that last-minute strength to succeed, just as they did in Major number 2.
Everybody makes
Eli
some
the
noise
Baka.
for Baka and Pars. One match out
Pars
of 6,
and
we
Baka.
saw their potential. And today's a second chance for Baka and Pars to find success on the global stage.
Nice.
Here's Casper and Prism. They are here, especially after heating up in game number 6. The real question is, can they keep up what they started?
Walking in now, you got Job and Michael. It's been a tough day 1. What have they learned, and how have they evolved?
Hold on, it's CCB and Nathan. We know they're known for their consistency, but who would have called them being just inside the top 10 after day number 1? Now, let's see what they can do.
One more time, it's gonna be the double T's, Trashy and Threats. They knew it wouldn't be easy, but the top 10, it's so within their reach.
Coming in hot is Stroll and Sky, the Danish duo that have had their biggest task in front of them right now after closing day one right inside of the middle of the pack.
They know it's time to pick up the pace. They've got 6 more games to make it happen. Let's get after it, Kadu and Sion.
It's none other than Booga and Aviv.
That's what we want.
Were stellar. And if they can find that groove again, we can definitely see them up at the top.
Guy? Where did he come from? Where did he come from? He just right. What? That's crazy. Alright, let me show Clicks and Peterbot.
I think that's probably my second favorite part of the show is bringing out the players. The first will be when we lift the trophy. But to just hear the crowd,
are these the top 10s?
Kind of the players in that moment really take in, man.
Those are not top 10, are they?
Here at LAN, let's go. A duo that didn't budge an inch. Baka and Bars, so locked in right now. It looks like they've got their eyes on the prize.
Very consistent duo out of NA. I think a lot of people had high hopes for this duo, even including them into the top 10, just because of how consistent they are. Often, it's like, oh, they're the NA Cammy and Seti. They just play so passive, always playing for the placement. But right now, 11, kind of disappointed in the sense that they are in 23rd.
Absolutely. I think part of why maybe things have gone a bit awry for them so far is, as we've seen with a lot of teams, I think a lot of the mid-game strategies people had prepared, the lobby just looks so different, I think, to what people expected, right? We've seen that effect with a couple other teams as well. Queasy talked about it when we interviewed him earlier, right? Like, there was a lot of freestyling that had to be done. Hopefully, these guys have been able to use that experience from day one and cook up something a lot more consistent today.
That's right, and you guys heard them. I mean, the moment we talk about Booga at any capacity, crowd goes absolutely crazy. Shout-outs to him paired up with Aviv. And, of course, shout-outs to JP, very special guest there who got to walk out with them. Currently sitting in 24th place, but if Booga's taught me anything, it's you can't count Booga out. He can make anything happen. And now we just said, Booga, I don't know, what about a 1.5 times multiplier? Can you work with that?
I think Booga and Aviv can work with that for sure, right? I mean, like you mentioned, it's really, really hard to count Booga out. Honestly, he has survived in Fortnite competitive for so long because of how smart he is, because of how much experience he has. Well, now I gotta say, Levin, it's time to put that experience, that knowledge to test. Day 2, can the comeback happen?
And there's so many people here that love him and are rooting for him, and he's got to do it for them.
That's right. Do it for the people. That's what we want to see. But for the people, we will now bring out the next 10 duos.
Let's go. Clicks and Peterbot. Clicks and Peterbot, baby.
Epic Whale and Muzz know what it takes to win, and today it is time for an all-star performance. Show us what you got.
Let's give it up for Chap and Teeny. After winning game 1, they've already proven that they are championship caliber. However, it was just the start of their journey.
Rise and you must start at day 1 off strong, but can they hone in on the consistency? Because this is where it matters most.
The headline.
Ping and Watts, ladies and gentlemen, they began surging up the rankings here in day number 1, and if anything, the rest of the competition has to continue to go that way for them.
It's been a lot of growing pains for Danath and Tinka, but you can't count Oceana out. It's a new day, and it can always be a fresh start.
It's none other than Quatsi and Gone. NA and Brazil are going to have to dig deep today to make the community proud. This duo has shown that they can win fights, but now they need the placements.
Si se puede, Clone.
Let's go, baby.
Their next move is hopefully going way up on
Come on, man.
Board.
It's double trouble. We have Reek and Ritual. Closing the day out in 25th was tough. But now with the 1.5x multiplier, can Reet and Ritual find the strength to pop off?
I'm gonna say this fine.
A massive welcome back
The
to
deal.
Reason and Redeal. Can they crack into the top 10 for day
I think
number 2?
Redeal won in chapter 2, season 3, if I'm correct.
Batman Rabbit in the building. Everyone is wondering, how is this team going to adjust, and can they actually prove that they're one of the best on NA?
Come on, show me the goods. On this head.
Never gets old. Never gets old.
Oh Lord.
Kelly.
Happened so many times.
Sorry about that. Reet and Ritual. Very excited to see this duo. And again, I'm just going to
put this at 7, please. Put this at 7. Thank you. Thank you.
1.5 times multiplier. What can we expect from the duo coming into the competition for day 2?
Something that we touched on a little bit earlier, 11, right? The fight that
this happens so many
up north between Reet and Ritual, Kyoto. And honestly, I think the biggest thing there for me is that fight happening over that bunker. There's been so many teams. Every single time we go up there and take a look at one of those teams, there's like 4 other arrows just surrounding the area. So I think it's honestly just brought way too much attention to that area of the map. Maybe they'll have to switch it up today.
I mean, I think we were seeing that, right? When
going down. Going down. Going down. Bro, what is happening? What is happening? Going down. Bro. Dude. Can I just fucking watch this, please?
Well, you know what time it is. It's time to bring in the next 10 duos.
I have no choice. I have to do it on Twitch.
No matter the odds, Swizzy and Yapko are ready to run it back. But they'll need more victory royales if they want to get the job done.
The pride of the Middle East, Adapter and FKS. Game 1 was the round that determined the pace for this team, but then they lost the steam. Can the Middle Eastern pride make a big comeback today?
Hello again to Trulex and Chicho. The foundation is there, but they've got to build up if they want to reach a global championship.
Fort Worth, give it up for K Shuttle and K-Key. If this team can make it past the mid-game, we expect huge things. However, we all know it won't be easy.
They've had a day to work on their chemistry, but regardless of the outcome, Chiefs and Chris,
going down.
You've got the hearts of champions.
Let's put your hands together for Huddy and Kovacs. This team was contested on day number 1, and after a near-perfect day, they came in sweeping through the competition.
Dukes and Sphinx found their footing in day number 1, and maintaining their consistency will be a big step in the right direction.
All the way from Japan, it's Bobby and Larpax. They have their work cut out for them here today. Will some of Asia's best be able to step up to the challenge?
After taking the night to review, Aspect and Kazi have hopefully developed a strategy to turn the tides back in their favor.
It's your boy,
Acorn and Gold.
Spectacular day 1 performance,
Come on.
placing in the race for a trophy finish. But let's see if they can close
my
out
long
strong
went
now.
on.
Come on, show me Clicks and Peterbot.
Let's go, and fans are still cheering. Fans are still cheering for Acorn and Cold. I wanted to take an opportunity here. Top 5 damage out of yesterday's performance. We got to look at TrueLex and Chicho. Chicho on that top 5 as the most damage done. This is a duo we cannot count out.
I mean, we called it out yesterday, right? Because we were watching them end games and we tuned into them and they had like more than 5 elims, which if you know anything about them as a duo, that's not typically what you expect. These guys were popping off, they're dealing damage, their game plan is, you know, ironclad, right? It cannot be throttled in any way, right? And so I expect to see these guys continue their dominance today.
Kind of known for doing those giant towers that put them above the rest of the lobby. An interesting stat there to kind of point out is that they're actually the only duo in the top 5 with 0 time spent on the higher ground as it pertains to the end game, right? So in that middle game, they're all the way up there. Come down to the end game, they're going for the low ground.
Wow, crazy stuff. And of course, don't worry, crowd. We'll talk about Acorn and Cold, of course. Fan favorites here without a doubt. And again, you can just tell in their face, they are so locked in. They know what needs to be done.
They're locked in, baby. They're locked in.
I need to see more people in the crowd hitting the Cold celebration. I need more of the Cold celebration. I mean, look, we know what these two can do. They've contested us format analytics and Sato. It went pretty well for them. I mean, they've historically done well when contested as well in the past.
Acorn and Cold, baby.
I just expect them to do more of the same. Acorn talked about, again, pushing the bucket a bit, right? Going even harder today and making use of the 1.5x multiplier. I'm super excited to see what they do.
Such a consistent team. Cold is used to putting up big elimination games. Is there anything that I had in terms of requests?
And in 5 hours, I might have to end TikTok. In 5 hours, I'm going to end TikTok.
One of those games, 10+ eliminations. Let me see one of those pop-offs.
That's right. They said they're a day 2 team. So Acorn, I'm going to hold you to that. With that being said, though, let's bring in our next 10 duos.
All right. Clicks and Peterbot. Queasy and Thomas.
Second place, but Queasy and Thomas HD have only one goal in mind, and that is to break the curse.
Yes, so.
Put your hands together for Koyota and Mipoli. This Asian powerhouse has their work cut out for them today, as they have proven to be the best team in Asia for day number 1.
Experience
Shadow and Virgo.
Let's see what Shadow and Virgo have in store and what they've learned since day number 1.
Gears and Shari, everyone, after an 18th place finish. We'll just have to see what this team can do, as they have a bit of a way to go here in day number 2.
We know that they're entering from the final hour, but Visuals and Braids may still have some tricks up their sleeve here in day 2.
Agers and Rise, after being surprise contested, this duo still managed to find their stride and close out with an impressive 11th place finish. What can they do next?
Find out.
We know they've been hitting the VODs and looking to review, but now it's time. Janice and Pixie,
and Peterbot and Pollo.
For the fresh start, but can they break through?
Coming in hot, it's Ed and Persa. The Brazilian fans will need to come together for this duo, because they're going to need your energy if they want to make a top finish.
Come on, show me the goods.
They're taking every opportunity, but Damo and Resigns are here to show that they can hold their own on the global stage.
Peterbot and Pollo!
Make some noise for it. There's nothing much to say for these
Let's
Kings
go,
of NA,
baby!
other than they might just
Come on,
prove to the
Peterbot!
world that they're the strongest team here.
I hope Peterbot wins. I hope Peterbot wins. Or anyone wins, I don't care. Peterbot and Pollo. Peterbot and Pollo.
I feel like the Dickies Arena was not making nearly enough noise there for Peterbot and Pollo. I'm a little bit disappointed by you, crowd. Just like a little bit.
What do you...
What did he mean?
They're still waking up. It's fine. It's fine. You're still with.
They'll get there.
Pollo. They'll get there. They'll get there. Maybe with the last 10. Maybe with the last 10. Man, Thomas, HD, and Queasy, though. We kind of talked about them at the start of the show.
Thomas and Queasy, bro.
More about them with them now being super locked in.
Look how locked in. Look how locked in they look. Look at Queasy. You know, there's a 4-letter word to describe what that is, you know?
Uh-huh.
A-U-R-A. Aura. Straight aura right there. Look, he said all that needs to be said about what they need to do today. I want to see them deliver, man. Queasy's come close in the past. Thomas has come very close many a times. I want to see them get the job done today.
Yeah, Levin, you mentioned it, right? They did mention what they need to do today, and I think the quote went a little something like, what? Get height?
Don't die.
You guys are tripping me out here. All right, crowd, let's hear it for Peterbot and Pollo. There it is. The duo in
That's my boy.
Looking
That's
to
my boy.
hold on to that lead, but
That's my boy.
can they do it? This is a new day. Anything can happen. And again, 1.5 times.
A lot of pressure. I would say a lot of pressure.
Come on,
has to be
Peterbot.
on the
Do it for the
shoulders
crowd.
of both of these players
Do it
right
for
now.
the crowd.
Such a big lead. Game in number 7, I think, is going to be telling. Are they going to use it as kind of like a reset game? Are they actually feeling nervous at all? I've got no idea. I would be nervous.
Go to the gym, Peterbot. Jeez.
Okay.
I'll be honest. I think it's like when you're Peterbot and you talk as much as you do, but you're seeing the results come through. It's like, why be nervous? Like I'm saying I'm the best. I believe I'm the best.
I'm
and the
watching.
results show I'm the best. So why would I be nervous?
Can't argue with that.
Can't argue with that. Well, crowd, we've only got 10 duos left, so you need to make some serious noise
for Clicks and Vino. Clicks and Vino. I love Clicks and Peterbot so much.
Everybody give it up because Vico and Flixie are back again. They had a good
Clicks and Peterbot, I love it. I love them too much.
It's time to be great.
They are the best. These two are the best.
Here's the Asian powerhouse of Zaku and Shalom. The global stage pressure is truly showing that anything can happen. Will they be able to make a comeback today?
Let's find out. Hey, baby, let's go.
Back. Lucky number 7 to close out day number 1, but they're still aiming for the top.
Yeah.
They're back.
Malapuka and KC, baby.
Cut out for them off the drop. They'll just have to see and wait what they can do.
7-man and
opportunity
Cal.
for Cal and Haman. Let's see
Come
how
on.
they adapt and overcome.
7-man. People.
Let's welcome Paper and Victor V.
Victor and
Paper
Paper.
loves them, but they need to step it up if they want to have a trophy finish here today.
And the final one is Clicks and Vino.
Still here, ready to make Brazil proud. King and Mazer.
Can you imagine Clicks and Vino didn't make it?
Back into the
I would be sad.
conversation, but they're ready.
You know who
Kanada.
this is. It's Kanada and Cooper.
I like Kanada too.
Right in the middle of the race. We'll
And
need
Cooper.
the champ to finish
I love
and
Cooper
then
and
find
Kanada.
his second win if he wants to succeed today.
It's been a rocky start here for Cammy and Seti, but the Polish powerhouse are due for a comeback. Can they make it happen?
Let's find out. Clicks and Vino, baby.
Meditation, preparation, resilience is what this team stands for. The fans are rooting for you.
That's
How
cool.
far can you push it now?
Let's go, baby. Clicks and Vino. They're probably not gonna make it, but we'll see.
It's all we need.
That is the kind of audience reaction I want, and that is what I hope we continue to just do that for the rest of the day.
I gotta pee, I'll be
Shout-outs
back.
there to Clicks and Vino at the very end. Hanging out with Max from Make-A-Wish. We got to hang out with JP and Max. Excited and thankful that they could hang out with us. Now, we got to start things off. We saw Sammy. I always
Sammy.
He did it.
I did it to myself.
Oh, man.
Seti, Cammy. I'm sorry, I just mix up letters in my head. Seti and Cammy, very excited. Much kind of like all these other dudes we talk about, day 2 team, right? We can never count these guys out invitational winners. And now, what are they looking to do?
They were the team that I felt probably had the biggest effect of what I talked about yesterday with Chapentini switching over to the Nitrodrome. Oh my goodness, it had such a big ripple effect on Cammy and Seti. When you look at how they were playing before, they were in a surge base, they had another surge base in Canada Cooper near them, they had Ryzen Ages near them, but Chapentini landing at Nitrodrome sort of warded those teams off, so all of a sudden Cammy and Seti, they're going, hello? Like, where is everybody, right? Nobody's here anymore, and had a big effect on how they played in the mid-game, so hopefully they've cooked something up overnight.
Yeah, we had a lot of those zones kind of pulling north as well, right? So a lot of those southern teams actually like to sit in the storm, and with Chapentini there, right? Them being unpredictable in terms of being there kind of messes up that rotations for a lot of the teams that are to the south.
Difficult situation to say the least. Finally, Clix and Veno kind of rounding out our duos here once again. They've been hot and cold, right? And they've kind of been put into these situations where they've been in these shambles situations. However, they've had time to go back to the drawing board. What do we expect in day 2?
The drawing board, I'm happy that you kind of brought that up, Zeke, because if there was anybody that was hitting the VODs, hitting the replays, looking for something to exploit, it's the guy right there on your screen. Veno was looking for something. Levin, did he find it?
I mean, I hope he did. I hope he did. I mean,
there are 70,000 people watching.
These two, it's been a tough sort of tournament for them because coming in, they were the favorites for a lot of people, and understandably, things pick up for them. The switch up and being contested makes things awkward, and so hopefully now they've sort of got more of an idea of how they need to play with the loot they have and the timings that they have coming out of that spot, but I can't imagine it'll be easy even today.
Yeah, no, I mean, crowd, you guys absolutely need to be cheering on Clix and Veno. You can see it on Veno's face. He's locked in. He's here on a mission, and now they just have to execute their plan. We're getting closer and closer to kicking off day number 2. As we kind of prepare ourselves, is there maybe something you guys are hoping to see here in game number 1? Is it some crazy strategy? Is it, let's just all everybody go 5 Peterbot Pollo, try and shut him down. Let's have a normal game for once. What is it?
Man, what do I want to see throughout these 6 games in general? I just want to see some good Fortnite, right? There were moments yesterday. I think one of the biggest ones that everybody's kind of been pointing out is the Swizzy 1v2 Heck It. Let's have 1v2 in every single one of the games today, right? Keep those end games spicy.
I mean, me personally, I ain't praying on their downfall or nothing, right?
Okay.
But it would be nice for Peterbot and Pollo to have a slower start so we could have more of a competition. I'd like to see it be close by game 12.
Okay, all right. I think that's fair. I'll just rewrite the script super quickly before we do that. But Fortnite fam, it is that time. Game number 7 is prepared for us. So let's send it on up to Monster D-Face and the best taco to take us in.
Yeah, listen, I'm with you. The script, we got to go ahead and adjust that bad boy for day 2, of course. There's 6 more games here.
Yeah, and exactly, and I mean, I know it's really easy to get caught up in that point disparity that Peterbot and Pollo have established, but again, the 1.5 times multiplier makes anything possible. And we've already heard a couple of pretty popular duos, some strong teams say that they're ready to challenge here in match 7.
Match number 7 is here. Day 2 of the Global Championship has arrived, and this is what it is all about. Who will have the start of the career, really start of their day, go the way that they expect it to, as Queasy and Thomas are going to be the first to touch down. We already had the chance to interview this team as well, right? Start to get a feel for what's in store for them. And you can tell there's other players kind of in the vicinity. However, they have the drop fully to themselves, but it's not the same for teams like Malibuca here.
Exactly, Restored Reels has definitely been a pretty popular hot contest here between Malibuca, Merstache, and the Power Boys from Oceania, Alex and Worthy. Worthy, though, managing to find a shield potion off rip, could definitely bode fairly well. And surprisingly calm start for both of these teams. They've got enough distance between them that they'll both have an opportunity here to loot things out and see how that next engagement really goes.
Much different than what we saw in days previous.
Meanwhile, Peterbot and Pollo also seems like there's a little bit of a different strategy going down here. Yesterday, Peterbot and Pollo would have already probably had 2 eliminations come the drop here. However, they are still at 0, but jumping on over to that conversation of Malibuca and Mustache, game 1 jitters, more like game 7. However, things are off to
Alex and Worthy.
For Power Alex and Power Worthy. They get the tags and they find more onto Malibuca. Already, it's looking excellent for the Team Power boys.
Alex trying to do what he can, trying to scramble up behind Malibuca. Malibuca managed to throw down a couple of metal walls just in the nick of time.
Yes!
He's only delaying the inevitable. She strikes first here in day 2. Alex and Worthy fully in control now of restored reels.
Australia continuing to step up now. That's exactly what we want to see here. But for Kovacs and Huddy, the most surprising, I think, of all the duels that appeared inside of the top 10, given that they had a perfect day 1 minus a single early game elimination. We'll catch back up with them as K-Shota and Keiki have to make their region proud. All of the Brazilian fans are rooting for any of their teams to step up here. Can they win this first fight?
All Chiefs and Crisp are trying to do is just make sure they have to fight back. K-Shota needs more damage than what he was bargaining for. Crisp now next to Chiefs. They're going to find that first knock. K-Shota is down, and unfortunately for them, Keiki goes with him.
Very, very tough angle to peek there, given he ran out of real estate. But look at this, Swizzy and Yapko try to make a move out of town, and Yuma and Rise, top 10, the best performing team out of Asia from day 1, is here, ready to meet them in here at match number 7.
Something the analyst desk was asking for was a potential Batman Booga and Rapid appearance to maybe try and challenge for this bunker that Swizzy, Yapko already seemingly trying to create space around. They've got plenty of boxes surrounding them.
Yuma and Rise.
Rise and Yuma actually going to opt to disengage for the time being, but curious to see if maybe we get a little bit more action located at that Karen's Crossing bunker.
Yeah, I mean, and we've heard the insight, right? A lot of these teams are putting tons of respect on the Asian
it's between
duels, especially
Pollo and Peterbot and Thomas and Queasy.
And Mapoli. Very, very, very strong duels coming
Because
out of Asia
Pollo,
right now, and they have demanded and earned
Queasy and Thomas
their
on
respect.
close.
Jumping back into things
So
here.
catching up Peterbot.
Cold and Acorn are coming in, right?
Like I said, it doesn't matter who's
their
win.
heads set straight, right? They had a great performance day 1. Finding their stride here is going to be super important, given that, I mean, there are those external pressures, right? Teams playing off the cuff, teams, of course, hitting the reveals.
But today is a real opportunity to see for some of those teams where the off-spawn contest didn't necessarily pan out in their favor, how have they actually chosen to adjust? And will it even work out for them, or will they choose to fall back to that familiarity of once before that took place in day 1? Kovacs, though, Huddy, still trying to ensure that they can try and maintain their position at the top of the leaderboard, and they're gonna have to fight their way through Scroll and Sky, just getting held here on the edge of Rebels Roost.
Yeah, all things considering right now, Scroll and Sky were winning this engagement, given that Kovacs does not have heals to work with, but Vino and Clicks in a very important fight, a quick rotate, a swift one to find Crisp and Cheeks here, and they shut them down, and they're off to a very hot start.
It's almost surprising to see Benno and Clicks look for a new method of approach. The real question that remains now is Chiefs, Crisp, how are they going to manage to actually deal with this sort of early pressure? Because, again, the small surprises, the little bits of bamboozlement, that's all it takes in a split second for everything to go south.
Scroll and Sky moving back to the Rebels Roost after pushing out Huddy and Kovacs there. So it does seem like both teams are going to be content with the exchanges between their sides, but jumping over to Bolts and Bryce, a very clear forecast tower play in motion right now.
Look, I know Vico and Flixie like to think that this is their forecast hour, but these exchanges right now from the peaks of these Surge bases are leading me to believe that Bolts, Bryce, they might just get this one all to themselves. Their drop at Dumpelhazen just gives them so much more of an advantage for tracking quicker towards this forecast tower, getting that setup online. Quick preview, though, of what Chapentini have been dealing with, and it's actually Oshi, but Worthy, unfortunately, not going to be able to stand tall this time.
Very tough team to go against. Chapentini, who won game number 1. Clearly, they have a stride about them that has been shown here this weekend. Match 7 now, starting off in almost similar fashion. It seems like while everyone's trying to get their bearings
They start a bit ahead, but keeping that momentum is going to be one of question here today with this European duo. And, you know, overall still within the top 20 is impressive to say the least. 1.5x multiplier, right? Every elim means a lot more. Placement points are going to weigh even heavier as things start to add up. But let's jump in with Sphinx and Dukes here, who are trading tags, it seems like, trying to farm some kind of damage here in the early game across what might be Acorn and Cold.
Right now, Sphinx and Dukes, they're just taking full advantage of applying a little bit of pressure onto the teams at Redline Rig. Keep in mind, if they do get a successful shield crack, they could always look to just try and turbo aggress. They've got that flaming boost tube right next to them, and Sphinx just seems to be prioritizing exclusively the surge tag damage threshold control.
How impressive of Swizzy and Yapko to survive the drop. Trashy threats, Peterbot, Pollo. A lot of action down at the raft, so it is, of course, in their best interest to get loot and hit the road, quite honestly. You don't want to stick around there, given what can be in store. Kazi and Aspect clearly didn't want any more of that action as well, as they've moved somewhat north here to try to make the best of their strategy. But look at what happened. It's kind of causing this very congested area here. Ultimately, when the Storm Surge turns on, most of these teams that have created these new adjustments will end up clashing in much different circumstances.
And well, that's the thing, because teams can review, teams can try to make those adjustments and implement new strategies, but how much of it is actually going to be structured around what you were engaging with in day one, as opposed to the other adjustments that similar teams, similar mindsets, everybody is looking to try and change things up here, at least if day one wasn't working out in their favor.
Yeah, Baka Paros, we saw finding some knocks there in the feed on teams nearby, but couldn't confirm their elimination, so their damage must be ranking up nicely. Meanwhile, Vico and Flixie have a bit of a position here over the opponents. Talk about fights for the forecast tower. The card is in the hands of Bryce and Bolt, whom are just outside of it, so if they want to activate it, they will have to fight their way through this duo.
At the same time, though, Clone and Kramzu might be enough of a distraction factor. Bolt and Bryce are going to look to retreat just a little bit further east from where the forecast tower is currently at, but Vico and Flixie know that they've got the prime real estate currently. They don't want to allow for Bryce and Bolt to get a complete freebie for this forecast tower, but they might not have a choice. And even further still in the horizon, Thomas HD, Queasy, slight surge base on a hill just outside of Reckless Railways, but more importantly still, Thomas HD, he was on fire all day yesterday, especially with that Monarch pistol.
And we saw moments where he was clutching up, perfectly timed there, back-to-back tags. This is the highlight you were just talking about, Taco. I mean, Thomas HD is a sniper with anything in his hands that does big damage.
If it's got a scope, then Thomas HD is going to be an absolute fiend with that weapon. But Buga, another one of our team's big fan favorites here, of course, but also just knowing that they need to try and develop some form of a new strategy. Even bumped into Aviv in the elevator earlier on today here, MDF, and asked them, hey, we're looking at the comeback, and he's like, well, I hope so. And it could start here. They've already got one elimination onto Danath. It's just Tinka trying to keep his duo's hopes alive, but Buga and Aviv, they struggled a decent bit with their surge damage, so this could be a big opportunity if they're able to pinpoint where Tinka is at. And they don't look like they want to let him go.
I'm looking at the map, though. There's a team moving in very fast here from the south now, so other opinions are going to be thrown into the conversation here. It's Asia's Job and Michael, who have now started sliding their way towards the Doom's Courtyard. So anything really can happen. It'd be wise for Buga and Aviv to possibly make a move now, but of course, it's day 2. Strategies are being put to the test.
But Job and Michael need to be careful with the way that they're crouch walking around that rooftop. Doom's Courtyard sitting at a slightly lower elevation than some of the POIs surrounding it. And there's a high possibility a team in a surge base happens to be looking around, see some freebie opened up shots. Players not protected from behind because they're too fixated on trying to get this surprise opportunity onto Aviv and Buga.
There's Koyota, Mipoli, Kovacs, and Huddy. A lot of teams looking to set up an ambush at the moment. Gotta love this strategy here. We haven't seen too many big plays coming out the bush just yet, but doesn't mean even a top-tier professional won't get caught off guard, given that we've seen anything happen here on the desk. But there's just no foot traffic here, given that the zone is pretty far north, it seems, north-northeast-ish at the moment.
Problem though for Kovacs and Huddy, since they were forced out of Rebels Roost, they didn't actually have that time, that opportunity to properly farm out some of those much needed hard materials. Their mat count looking a little bit grim given the current circumstances. It's gonna be hard to try and control your own mid game. That materials to back it up is Ed, Persa tracking down solo in Nathan, but no backup this time in sight for Nathan.
Persa on the move right now. Ed pressing hot on the walls here. Nathan trying to escape. It's not looking good for Nathan or CCB. Into the box. Persa goes with Ed. Well played for them, and the Brazilian commentators are popping off on the desk right now for the Brazilian region. You love to see that for Ed and Persa here.
A lot of these players also looking for those confidence, the momentum swings that could make all the difference for these next few matches. Clear up day number 2 here. Chicho just strong connections off of that Monarch pistol. Meanwhile, Vico, Flixie find themselves a little bit of an aggressing situation here onto Clone, but with a team that knows Reckless Railways as expertly as Vico and Flixie, this split approach, they've managed to sandwich Clone in between them, and it looks like Kramzu might also be caught in the thick of it, but I like this pincer maneuver technique coming out of Vico and Flixie.
Yeah, it's working very well, but if this duo of Kramzu and Clone decided to collapse on one or the other, it can spell disaster, so we'll have to see what happens here. This is, of course, the Reckless Railways, though. This is their home turf. Armored wall comes down. This is not good for Vico. No. I was going to say, they've cut off his backup. Flixie, look, has to work all the way around, and now he has to actually back off here. So definite mistakes being made right now. Forced to cap off HP here, given that he'll have to play this one out by himself for a couple of moments. Meanwhile, still a lurking duo nearby in CR's Michael and T1 Job there. Anything can happen, but look at how Vico unfortunately gets caught off and out of position.
There's a lot of trust that's implemented into that split technique, but more importantly still, Clone and Kramzu, they're still having to fight their way out of the Reckless Railways. One elimination might not be enough. Our international regions fully understanding they're gonna need more points to make their way up on the leaderboard standings. And Kramzu, Clone, they've still got their eyes on the prize, I believe, but Job and Michael are not making it easy. Instead, they're gonna track down Flixie, hitting him from behind. That's a big pickup for Job there, saving his teammates'
Nice.
CR Job, T1 Michael coming in, finding eliminations here. Clearly a new strategy being deployed for this duo here, given that yesterday was such a struggle for this team to get their feet off the ground. And now we're seeing a much slower approach as opposed to taking full-on head-to-head battles, almost lurking between the major drops, trying to find fights that are in action, working a lot better for them now.
But the bigger picture here at DF is that when you've got our third-place team going out this early on into the match, no placement points secured, and that is a massive deal because it gives so much opportunity. It opens the door for everyone else to try and squeeze their way inside of it. Kramzu back against the wall, trying to see if he can work this way out, but it's not going to be enough. Michael with the collapse, clean elimination, and that's going to be 3 in total for Job and Michael.
We're seeing why this is a team that had their dominating run on the region. Again, an Asian duo coming out, really making adjustments to their strategy. It's one of the best parts about the day 2 format that we don't get to highlight enough, right? The teams that come in and start to adapt is what makes it so crucial to really pay attention to what is changing around you. But for Peterbot and Pollo, not much has changed, given that they have continued to key their way into the Rift Island. This time, they'll met with a lot more resistance. It's about the weakest we've seen them coming into mid-game, and I mean, it makes sense. You have Zaku up top here with Shadome in Vidil and Reason here.
Vidil is over there alone.
Teams very low on the surge here for Pollo and Peterbot. I mean, everyone might just get what they've been looking for, potential early exit here.
Oh, that was a little bit of a whiff there out of Pollo. Was probably hoping to fully connect, but Pollo, he finishes what he started. Gets placed in the process, but finds himself getting immediately fouled up.
Pollo is down!
And now, a serious 1-versus-1 situation, but keep in mind, there's so many other teams surrounding Rift Island. Peterbot, he's just hoping that he can get the revive off.
Talk about an
it's gonna finish him off.
But Bodyou's not gonna make it easy here.
He boxed him up. Thank you.
Desperate and boxed up right now.
Come on, Pollo and Peterbot, let's go.
Also just above, putting in a couple of shots here, but things are gonna slow down. And just when you thought it was over, they get saved here. Peterbot and Pollo are back in.
Yes, sir.
Of so many of their armored walls,
Come on, Pollo and Peterbot. I want you guys to win.
Practically everything he had saved up, and keep in mind, they still need heals. There's no shield, at least as far as Peterbot's loadout is concerned. Possibly Pollo is carrying a couple of small shield potions, but I'd have to guess not, considering that neither of them is bothered to recover. They're just trying to take the with Fadil, but he will not budge.
Doing an excellent job here waiting for them. He knows it's still a 2v1, and Peterbot and Pollo are absolutely deadly here. And let's not forget, they have the medallion, right? So they still have very much full awareness of who's around them, but the tags, they need more damage. They've run out of heals here. This is about the best case scenario for every other duo in the lobby if you want to win the globals, which we know very surely they do. Pollo, though, not giving up just yet.
Pollo.
Still knows that there's a job to be done here.
Do not rush, please. I know you want to.
At this stage, though,
another
issue for Peterbot and Pollo is
I haven't seen Clicks in once.
One of their only options remaining to exit Rift Island might just be take the Ascender down, but again, if they go for that launch pad, they might encounter even more resistance from the other teams that are a little bit more established, a little bit more healthy as well. But Pollo, Peterbot, they try to mark it off in the first place.
Nice.
They will break through the builds and manage to escape.
That was enemy to avoid elimination.
Hopefully they don't get targeted while they're flying by. A lot of teams here in the vicinity now. Peterbot going for the dive down. Pollo trying to scout where's the best spot. They're below the surge. They're gonna have to land and take a fight. It's all or nothing now. Peterbot tries to go for Dukes and Sphinx, and then go for it. Peterbot gets knocked. It's all now. Everything lies on him to keep the train going here. He's gonna find a lot of tags here, just enough to keep his team in the win now. They try to box up Peterbot. They want to finish his duo. He's not trying to give it away for free. He's actually fighting with all of his heart here, and they're running for him, trying to steal his duo away.
No way! No way! Peterbot and Pollo are down.
Dukes as well in an incredible exchange, and
Bino and Clicks are still alive.
The runway is open.
Respect the meat shield performance.
Bino is still alive, but Clicks is not.
He knew that he was already relatively low. He could absorb at least
one shot
and trust that Dukes would get the job done. But a massive upset here in match 7. As 3 out of our top 5 teams.
It's either Thomas and Quizo or Peterbot and Pollo. Either one, I don't care who wins. I don't care who wins.
Now is your chance to surge upwards.
Agers is solo at the moment inside the zone, but we gotta get the update
Queasy
here
and
from
Thomas, come on, baby!
Thomas HD, who have been working their way up slowly, steadily, looking to manifest this global championships victory right before their eyes here.
Nice shot, Thomas!
Things are really starting to ramp up now, and we know what they're playing for, and that's that victory. We saw it in the interviews. They just want to take height.
At this stage, if they've had a chance to witness what's been going down inside of that elimination feed, Thomas HD and Queasy exclusively need to focus on their own game.
They are trying to focus, my guy.
As if it's any other match, pretend like all these other teams in the top 5 are still in the lobby.
Queasy and Thomas are
that's what's going to give them
they are amazing
to stay for their best performance.
There's a lot going on right now, given that the zone's starting to develop here.
Oh, dude,
it's not just high ground being held. There's also big names clashing all around.
Play Salvino still alive. Let's go!
In, takes down Paper in the highlight. Possibly then Victor B back to back.
Come on!
It wasn't.
Vino.
He gets met with a crushing defeat to the hands of Quanti and Gone.
Flex is gone. Flex is gone.
The overhead view.
Flex is
doing an
gone.
excellent job
No.
at highlighting. There's practically nowhere left to hide.
No
Everybody
way,
is
bro.
stuck
No way.
on even ground just about. And what I want to see, MDF, is whether or not Queasy and Thomas are going to be able to
Come on, Queasy and Thomas. I want you guys to win. I want you guys to win.
Trulex and Chicho box on the low ground directly underneath them. And if these Titans clash, one or the other could potentially fold.
Well, here's the thing. Thomas HD and Queasy are two of the, again, only players left in this lobby that will notably challenge height every single time. Most of the competition that would otherwise do that is not in this lobby. I do anticipate a runaway scenario here. However, Brazil, King and Phaser hopping across, not even close enough to challenge up for high ground. So there's very little teams that would actually have the heart to go up unless coming into day 2, they've decided to shift strategy.
And that was a pretty
There's only 12 games.
as well.
Four more games left.
Thomas HD and Queasy
I'm gonna watch the entire thing until someone wins.
the indication that they likely have an assault rifle.
Queasy and Thomas have 300 points. They're second place. They need to beat Peterbot.
Of the next zone, but Sphinx, Dukes, we saw them shut down our first place team on the leaderboard already here today. They're hoping to see if they can transition
Reed is dead, bro. Reed is dead.
Sphinx and Dukes
No,
leave
him alone, please.
Right now as Reese trying to slip his way from the storm line into the safety, but unfortunately he's going to fall there in 19th place now. Very well within the top 20 here as there's a lot of placement points to be earned. This is a 1.5x multiplier for everyone tuning in right now. These games have significantly more weight than yesterday's round.
They're going on high. They're going on high.
It is here.
No, it's on high. Thomas and Queasy on high.
Queasy and Thomas still working their way. Look at this build. They are willing to commit heavy material, heavy resources to hold high ground.
Win the thing for us.
And what's one of the most impressive aspects of Thomas HD and Queasy?
Let's go, does the damage.
They've been doing all of this without a forecast tower. They are just sheer commitment at this stage. Thomas HD continuing to try and prevent players from getting anywhere near that secondary high even,
looking rough.
as Cooper forced to just utilize the med kits
Cooper looking rough.
from the backside.
That's what he might do a heal off. Thomas and Queasy are still on high ground.
Time before he spotted out as a solo.
Just a complete shakeup with the teams we're seeing alive right now as well. Bryce and Bolt keeping up the momentum from where they left off in game number 6, carrying it straight into game number 7 now.
Bolt looks a little bit of ruckus.
To fight someone on the outside of zone. Trulex and Chicho, meanwhile, just running game here on the mid ground. Now looking to jump down to low. They have enough mats to do so.
Come on, Queasy and Thomas. I want you to win.
There's a lot of reaction coming here, though. You have Asia on one side of the wall, OCE on the other, fully boxed in.
Oh no, they're dead. No, they should have boxed in.
Themselves straight back to the lobby.
No way.
Now. Oh no, having a heal here. Chicho gets caught out.
GG's over the mistake. Thomas and Queasy are still in high ground. Oh my goodness, this is the most intense game ever.
Thomas HD, they could tell Phaser for a moment. He got a glimpse.
This is the most intense game ever.
Taste of what the high ground is like. Queasy now going to be the first to drop. He's continuing. He knows he needs a refresh.
Trulex are going for a heal off.
Elimination. If he can play the disturbance factor, he can prevent anyone from having the potential to.
Bro, Thomas and Queasy are so close to catching up to Peterbot.
Alongside Queasy, just going to continue.
They're still on high ground. Come on, they're going for the win. They're going for the win.
Witnessing greatness right now.
Thomas and Queasy are still on high ground.
And Queasy are putting on a masterclass from the high ground here. Doing a
do some damage, yes.
Now, securing elimination, starting to rack up. Queasy will have to get those.
They got on the tree.
Has to jump to the tree. He
Come on,
Thomas HP down. The Soren to start cutting off the teams here. Completely new duo in the conversation as well.
They are doing it.
Saku and King and Phaser now. That's all that's left in a clean 2v2 here.
But
come on, baby.
Zone pool, Thomas HD and Queasy.
Yes. Come on. Come on, one left. Let's go. Let's go, Thomas.
Victory Royale finish.
We expect it, and now they're performing from the interview section all the way.
Let's go, Thomas.
Match here of their day. What a way to keep up the momentum. And of course, you know what we're gonna get next. A word here on the floor.
Let's go, Queasy and Thomas.
Would you please give it up your Game 7 winners, Queasy and Thomas HD?
Always stay in high ground to win. That's the play.
That is the way to do it. Game 7 on day 2 of Global Championships. Queasy.
I think they're about to win. I think they're about to win. It's over.
What a way to
Peterbot is over.
Today.
I mean, take high, don't die.
Take high, don't die. Just that's the new quarter.
But you know what? They mean a lot. They have back a punch. Thomas, today as well, we see the likes of family in the audience. All these fans here as well. Fort Worth, make some noise for these players. I want to talk about how pivotal it was as well. You saw in the elimination feed, I think in the 6th zone, we saw Peterbot and Pollo go down. Did you know
Peterbot and Pollo go down?
On that?
I think they're about to be in second place.
We saw it in the kill feed, so yeah. We just played our game. We didn't think about they were in the game, but it doesn't matter for us.
Now that you've seen the 1.5 multiplier making a massive difference today as well, looking at the points, you've really tightened things up at the top. Do you go out the same way again? I mean, obviously high ground being really important there. How did the mid-game change for you guys that time around?
I mean, we will see. I can't tell if we're going to play high or not, but if the opportunity is there, we're taking it.
And it seems as well, Queasy, that each time you guys get that high ground, you're the one sent down just to wipe the floor, get those eliminations.
I think Queasy and Thomas are going to win 100%.
Really
Listen,
well.
they can take high ground all day.
What is there to say? Like, we just take high and we win. There's nothing else to do. Like, we just need to perfect our mid game. And if we get into end game with good match, that's it.
We're looking forward to seeing what happens next. Would you please, one more time, Fort Worth, give it up for Queasy and Thomas HD! Woo! That is the way to start a day 2 of FNCS Global Championships 2024. Loads more to come. What's going to happen next? We'll find out after this very short break. We'll see you in a few.
Let's go! Let's go, Thomas! Dude, Thomas and Queasy are going insane! We already 100,000 views already. BCFN and Thomas.
Tvær nýjar
That's the real Queasy. Oh shit. Are you guys ready? Game 8 is gonna start. Only 3 are left. Who's excited to see one of these players are going home with $2 million and the trophy of competitors?
Get high, don't die! Get high, don't die! Come on, man. It's too easy. Bro. It's too easy.
Yeah, get high, don't die.
Fortnite fam, we got a tournament in our hands, baby.
Let's go.
Hey, Lev.
Oh.
Take height.
Don't die.
Take height.
Take height. Don't die.
Let's go.
Take height. Don't die, baby.
One on the day, 7 overall. Wheezy, Thomas HD find the victory.
Come on, Queasy and Thomas. I believe in you. I believe in you.
Take height.
Don't die, Levin. Or yeah,
Take
Levin,
height, don't die. That's the new quota for them.
I mean, the high ground, right? It was working yesterday.
I believe in them.
A little bit of
I believe in
pressure,
them.
in my opinion, from the likes of Vico and Flixie primarily. But
they always
Vico
take high ground. That's how they win. Just always take high ground.
Queasy and Thomas maybe noticed that, right? And was like, listen, we're not going to receive any pressure from them because what we noticed, Levin, was that they invested all of their match so much so that when it came down to this 2v2, they almost had nothing left.
I mean,
exactly. They had 6 builds.
Have been the biggest players on height in the first 6 games. Vico Flixie up there, Peterbot Pollo up there.
Dottie and King, hold that down.
So much space for Queasy and Thomas to play with up on those layers. And it's just really great to see this from them, Vivid, man. This is what I've been wanting to see from them all year. Right, we've always known Queasy to be this dominant high ground IGL. This year, he took a step back from that when it matters the most, though, relying on what he knows best, playing the high ground.
By the way, my new video,
I just cannot believe
my new shorts video.
I love the way that Queasy kind of commits to the high ground.
That the Railroad still my first fight. It went from 7 viewers to 1,000 viewers in like 14 hours.
This is mine.
That is absolutely impressive. There's so much.
Anyway, but if you did, and you just saw 300 metal just committed to high ground.
Thomas and Queasy are 20 points away to catching up.
Quick math for me, Vivid. This lead is a lot smaller.
Queasy and Thomas are 20 points away to catching him.
3 points now separate Peterbot and Pollo and Queasy and Thomas. The question was, how is anybody going to catch up to them? That 1.5x coming into full effect. A bad game for Peterbot and Pollo. Shambles up on Rift Island, goes down early after trying to land and fight to get back into the game. Queasy and Thomas, they mentioned it in that little bit of an interview right there. They saw it happen in the feed. They played their game to it, and now we've got a tournament on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Oh, uncharacteristic game from Peterbot and Pollo. They look like they were working with scraps at times. But with Thomas and Queasy, not at all. Still exactly what we saw from them yesterday, where they're looking strong, in good positions to get surge. Thomas in particular, the Monarch pistol again, it is just relentless, the amount of damage this guy is putting in with that.
That's right, and guess what? We actually have a moment from that last game. Let's listen into that game-winning moment.
I'm not gonna be.
We should remember their skins. We should remember their skins. Yeah. They're dashing, dashing.
30 on them.
Okay, we know their skins though.
Yeah, Queasy and Thomas.
I got a kill.
You want to see that face cam is on YouTube?
On the right.
Yeah.
They have dashes still, Catwoman on the right.
Yeah, I see. Here, chop him, chop. I'm going across.
I'm armored wall, I'm armored here.
Yeah, okay.
Armor yourself as well. Armor.
Yeah, I am. I did. We can get.
Spraying them, spraying them.
I don't have fizz, I don't have
60
fizz.
or 100 points, dead.
Nice, nice, nice.
He's coming up, coming up.
Going up, yeah, I see. 100.
30.
Crack.
Dead.
Behind you. 1 HP.
Dead.
Yeah.
Hey, Kai, don't die.
Hey, Kai, don't die. It's just like the quote.
Absolutely amazing stuff there. Just to see them be excited. Levin, I want to double back. You talk about that Monarch pistol in hand. We joked about it at the start of the day. What kind of damage are we actually putting in with this?
Let's take a look at the numbers. Who do you think is going to be leading with the Monarch pistol? Surprise, surprise. No surprise at all. Thomas HD by far and away just crazy with it. Again, if you know anything about Thomas HD and metas of previous years, it would have been the sniper rifle where you would have probably seen him be the leader.
He's
definitely
taking
home for too many. With it, and it's a big part of their success this weekend.
Love that from you, Levin. Honestly, I saw a little bit of a shot right there that we were getting on the stage. It was Thomas and Queasy, right? If they actually turn around in their chairs,
Queasy and Thomas are actually insane.
Peterbot and Pollo, they were actually staring each other down up there, probably sharing some emotions right there. That's awesome.
Hey,
like, hey, listen,
don't die.
It's game on.
That's right. That's right. Let's talk about Peterbot and Pollo here for just a moment. very uncharacteristic out of the duo, right? They obviously had Medallion, they had mythic items in hand, but
they did their best. They
kind of go up to Rift Island and they are just in shambles at one point. No materials,
then
no shield.
Peterbot just wants
the big thing for me was that Peterbot and Pollo, they were kind of used to getting the Rift Island uncontested. Usually there was like one other team that was up there yesterday. Sometimes that was kind of just based on the side of it. We actually saw 2 other teams up there that were interested in even capturing the Rift Island, right? And once we tuned in with them when they were actually up there on the Rift Island, I think they were only like, what, 60 damage above? And usually that's like 400.
That's literally what I was about to say, right? Where it's like, they shouldn't even have to rely on going to Rift Island to be getting the damage.
20 points away for catching up Peterbot. That's actually insane.
We're already seeing some changes in the way people are playing around that area of the map.
This is literally the last.
They're clearly struggling with it. They're going to have to figure things out, and fast.
That's right. 3rd place, Trulex and Chicho just rising up the standings.
Peterbot is going to be placing second, 100%.
And you think here, Trulex had to do this.
I swear, I want
heals, but in those
and
moments
Thomas
with
win,
those
or
points
anyone.
make a difference.
Absolutely, it's exactly what you expect Trulex and Chicho to do. To be honest,
my guess,
a bit unfortunate with how that game sort of panned out towards the end. They were doing a good job on some of those little layers. They get cut off. Right, on low ground, and usually if you get cut off on low ground, it's possible to reclaim it. The problem was, the team that cut them off used armored walls, so they're pickaxing through armored walls to try to get out of the storm, and again, they just lose too much time. It forces Trulex to use those medkits earlier than they probably would have wanted to, and that leads to the end of their game. A top 6 ain't bad, but that could have easily been another top 3 for them.
But it was super good for them, right? Because coming into the day, remember, they were one of those top 5 teams.
I think
we saw actually multiple
staff members
of
are
our top 5
taking
teams go
everyone's
down.
computer in case there's like anti-cheat happened, or
Peterbot and Pollo went down early.
installing
Another one was
cheat.
Acorn and Cold that
Unlike
also went down
Peterbot.
early. And I think me and Levin, we noticed
Peterbot.
something very fast that game. They were
Who actually
uncontested.
hacked?
They were
Like, I
contested
think last
all
season?
6 games yesterday. So that big switch up could be
I think they
affecting
hacked
things
the
largely.
Those
Peterbot
ripples
was
making a difference here.
Peterbot
Every
got
little
1,000
thing
points.
can change
1,000
an outcome,
points
but it
in,
is that time
like, 2
game.
seasons
Number
ago?
8 is being ready for it. So
I
Casters,
think it was like
over to you.
a Greek mythology
Yeah, it
season.
does seem like being uncontested now starting to work
Which
against
is
some of the
absolutely
favorites
insane.
who are
That's
up
why
at the
he
top.
became famous by
And for the
hacking.
teams that are having to essentially switch up their strategies, one thing we were noticing, you pulled up something rather interesting from socials. Swizzy even giving the shout out. I will seriously do my best today. So match number 8, let's see if he's got it.
There we go, boys. Game 8.
Game number 8 is here.
This is it.
And there is a lot that we have brewing now here inside the Storm and on the Battle Bus, of course, given that
Queasy and Thomas' main spot is this place right here. Honestly, that's impressive.
Queasy mentioning that, hey, if there's enough space
Oh,
between
Jesus.
me and 3rd, we're going to do everything it takes to secure number 1.
And that might be one of the worst things ever if
Right.
you're Peterbot and
Think of
Pollo. You almost have to try and block it out, but how
I
much
think the
can
chips
you
are
really
trying to, like,
ignore
cut
when
the
you
hole.
see the gap chopped so viciously after a singular match because of that
Alex and
1.5
Worthy
times
and
one
Malabuka and
multiplier, but
Mustache.
drawing that conversation back to that little
Alex and
note that
Worthy's place
Vivid had touched
is
on.
as
Teams that
Crystal
were
Wheels.
contesting each other, they might have gotten very accustomed to having consistent
Oh.
damage. I think Acorn and Cold specifically, they were so directly in control of Brutal Beachhead and Alex and Sato. They tried
see
their
Alex
best,
and
but
Worthy.
they realized this is not going to work out. We've got to completely
Alex and Worthy has 78 points. I don't think they're gonna catch up.
It's up to Acorn and Cold to figure out a new game plan on the fly.
Talking about that, even Huddy and Kovacs now have seemingly demanded their respect from Stroll and Sky, who have given up the Rebels. Roost already moving out. Likely that they had a bad drop here, and these small micro changes will absolutely create domino effects. So what we're looking at, 7th place now, doesn't have as many teams there. We already know Vino and Clicks had a little bit of a different situation unfolding at their drop. Peterbot and Pollo had a team move out, right? All of these teams now have to make adjustments.
But Venom moving in quickly towards that launch pad. It's evident with the forecast tower in sight. There's going to be
Vino has 182 points.
stemming out.
I don't think they're gonna
Sandy
catch up,
Steps, but
honestly.
also
Let's just be honest.
drawing in the attention of teams surrounding this southern section of the map.
Look at this.
Stored Reels definitely getting active.
Power Alex.
Oh, Alex is cooking.
Continuing to perform very well on the drop.
I think Alex Lynch's skin is Kuno.
They can tighten things up, possibly leave the reels faster. They'll be better off. Angles looking good here. All shield bubbles expended.
Coming in.
Of course, more players coming in.
Love this snap fly adjustment out of Cooper and Kanata, though. They recognize, hey, we had issues with Surge. What better way than to try and third-party teams that won't be expecting it? Alex and Worthy, they're still trying to chase down Merstash. They find the second elimination. Malabuka and Merstash fall yet again to Oshi, but now
Alex versus Kanata.
They're not going to let them relish in the moment for even a second. Kanata immediately breathing down the neck of Alex. He's trying to get a scramble out, but he hasn't had a chance to regenerate.
This is playing Ring Around the Roses.
That is
He's playing Ring Around the Roses.
But Kanata and Cooper
Alex, no!
find Alex, and that's going to be the end of one half of the Oshi Power Boys.
And you can see Alex's only concern there was, let me buy time for my teammates to
Habibi
get
and
out. We can still
Buga
play this game.
So top 10 though.
Looking to secure as much loot as possible and then rotate out. Meanwhile,
where's Queasy and Thomas? I want to see them.
And Teeny here are going against NA Pars and Baka. So far, so good for Pars and Baka, who have a defensive hold inside the factory, but Teeny and Chap likely feeling like it's a little dangerous to step in now. They're going to take what they can and move on out, it seems.
Teeny possibly reverting back to his old ways.
They will run away if they do.
Next to him, seems like they want to look to try and apply some pressure to any teams that might be looking for some easy fishing strats over by the dock next to the ship-it station. Yakko and Swizzy on the other hand, popping off at the raft.
Pollo and Peterbot. Imagine they lose
in the process.
The first game, that was gonna be insane.
This is a very different brutal beachhead vision in comparison to what we've been used to seeing.
Yeah, we got Cow Gamer, Haman here now.
Haman.
Up against Andilex and
Instead of Seneman, it's Haman.
Nicely done for Haman. Finding Sato with a big elimination here. Now Cow Gamer has to win his ones. Going toe-to-toe for the shot there. Andilex extremely weak, but instead causing the backup and beautifully done as Haman finishes the deal here from Middle East. And they're going to find themselves a wonderful set of eliminations. Now the drop is theirs. No Acorn and Cold. So clearly a rotate must have happened a lot sooner.
Ambi and Luga.
They're not the only ones countering some slight adjustments to the loop path and rotation strategies early on.
To win. They only have like what, 4 games?
And a V, but
dude,
at the same time,
they still have 20 points away.
Whether that came from Booga and a V, didn't necessarily get the chance to see, but Vico and Flixie are now inside of the cemetery, and there's a very high likelihood that they're just looking and waiting for the opportunity to make a play for the weapons bunker nearby.
Take a little quick highlight here as we walk away. Unfortunately, King and Phaser gonna be some of the duos caught out. Old Trisk, risky play walking into a building and a team sitting in the
really want to see Peterbot and Pollo versus Queasy and Thomas. I really want to see them 1v1.
Like how we saw Huddy and Kovacs sitting inside of a bush in match 7. Like a lot of these players, again, you don't really want to get messy. You don't want to cut any corners. You've got to make sure that you are checking every angle, proceeding with caution every step of the way. Otherwise, you might just find yourself off guard. Braids really exposed. Huddy had the overhead view, but didn't manage to connect the shots.
Still like this angle here. Plenty of gas in the tank here for Huddy. He slides out. Visual and Braids put up a great fight so far. Huddy opening the distance here, still keeping tabs on the opponent, making sure the teammate doesn't find too much of an angle on him. And then you have in the bush, in the distance, in the base, Buzz and Epic Whale just
Peterbot and Clicks!
So closely. Meanwhile,
nah, Clicks and Peterbot are next to each other. That's nuts.
For match number 7 here in match 8. Trying to farm and fish for tags, right? This is their biggest problem in match number 7. Now that they're uncontested, basically didn't get to get those early fights, right? Things have gone a little bit differently for them. It's becoming a lot more difficult.
It's the same for Clix and Vena, though. They've seemingly been surrounded. We knew that there was going to be a lot of foot traffic coming through
Clix is on 15.
Forecast tower spawn, but with Peterbot and Pollo
Clix is trying his best, dude. Just kept losing. Just come on, man. Be best.
Choose a new method to try and establish
they got eliminated now.
some surge tag damage, and again, with Storm closing in on their backs, they could take their time. They could still potentially loop back around, hit the vending machine that they're familiar with, if that's still standing.
Chico and Rolex.
Vino looking to see if he can find any tags anywhere. Meanwhile, Chicho and
Chito.
Truex, they've been putting on a performance worth studying. You have to start to wonder now, what is it about their drop spot, their mid game, their early game that they've been able to do so well that they've continued to make end games and then perform at the highest caliber. Now being one of the few teams in the race here for the first place. They still have to keep it up. They've still been contested, although the team that's there has given them a little bit of room to work with. Meanwhile, a team that has a lot less room, Swizzy and Yapko, right? We all know the Raft has been highly fought after. They had 3 Elans, so they're not making any
Clix is cooked.
Hold on, Clix in a battle.
Oh no, Clix is cooked. I think Clix is cooked. Oh, nice.
Their counterpart, and sure enough, Benno's going to close this one out. That's another elimination. 12 points already. Keep in mind, that point multiplier doesn't just come into effect for the placement, but eliminations also being worth 6 apiece. It's a great way to climb. But Benno, Clix, they've got to be careful sneaking up.
Oh, look at them sneaking up.
Sides, Aspect, Kazi, Damo, Resigns. This could go from bad to worse in a moment.
We'll see.
Yeah, Clix already hears the shots coming out here, so they're not slick by any means. He does have a couple of splashes here, so being able to get their HP up, it's not going to be too much of a problem. Meanwhile, Vino looking to alpha up some positioning.
Do not rush.
Aspects here. Trying to see what this team wants to do. Vino clearly doesn't want to stick around for too much longer. It's a lot of risk involved here. He does have a couple of med kits. I like what he's doing, though. He's inching his way across here. Saying, if you really want to do this, we're going to do it box to box, mano. And there's the loot that he was trying to secure. Now he's got max mats. And there is a much more to worry about here. However, if they stick around too much longer, I mean,
The storm sickness is gonna come.
At the same time,
Bro, they better run. They better run to go to the zone.
Rotate out of here because there's so many eyes on. There is a high likelihood they could get tagged out in the process. And it's very nice that Benno was able to secure those max mats because it's Clix having to build the entire way as they maneuver out of that location extended.
Take a look at the highlight here for Chap and Tini. Strong EU duo, very consistent and for good reason. They take down FKS and Adapter there in a head-to-head engagement. Adapter still standing, actually, as we jump in live here, even after the save, but unfortunate now.
Oh, mommy,
as
bad.
they get fully finished, Trap goes down, the save's gonna come in. More shots from the distance here. It's Vico and Flixie hearing what's happening. Bobby and Larpex inside the base nearby as well. In come Muzz and Epic Whale. They hear the action. They're gonna need some surge. So it's a melting pot of regions and competition coming together now.
It's just the way that we're seeing all of these teams essentially conglomerate on top of each other. We didn't get a whole lot of this in day one, but the adjustments that everyone is trying to adapt to last second year
Pollo and Peterbot. Here we go.
causing so many hiccups for everyone else that teams are encountering across the way.
How's Christian Thomas not getting any kills?
Working their way through the storm. Got
That's in the
eyes on
dinosaur.
Yapko and Swizzy. They clearly want the fight, but way off in the distance, teams a little bit closer.
Oh, Peterbot is going. Peterbot looking
more
off.
pressure still onto Peterbot and Pollo. They are not getting the same clean rotations that they had all day yesterday.
Now keep in mind, this is a team that has landed on each other, right, coming into the season. So Peterbot and Pollo now forcing a back out because tags are coming in from the distance is definitely not ideal by any means. However, if they found the tags that they need, they won't have the problem they had in match number 7, right? They were so far below the surge. This lobby's starting to cut down pretty quick, so We are just going to have to see what happens when the zone closes here.
Problem though, Peterbot, he's the only one with the medkit.
Cactus is on here.
He's got a hope that he
he
can
might
find
be
some
gone.
bandages, a medkit, any form of white heals along the way. But that moment doesn't seem like it's going to come. A lone couple of bananas, and Peterbot knows he's just gonna have to let his duo fall. He'll make the play for the revive after he expends this medkit, but they've still got so much ground to cover, and a team already choosing to close in. Sky,
oh no! Peterbot is cooked! Peterbot is cooked!
Peterbot, can he get pointed?
No, Peterbot is cooked! Peterbot is
They
cooked!
saw what happened, and then they saw the name that went down. Peterbot fully armors himself up.
No, he should have done that!
They will have to literally break him out and then fight, and he is ready. Rifle
No, this could be it. This could be it for Peterbot. This could be it for Peterbot.
He tries to go for the wall replace first. Very
no way!
However, starting to run out of material. Peterbot is one of the best in the world, and for
no
good
way! He
reason.
rushed
You
it
cannot
out!
stop him if he does
He
not want it to be
survived!
done. Look at how well he's putting up a
No.
fight in a 2v1 situation right now.
There's no way. There's no way Peterbot is gonna be alive.
As phenomenal as is, Peterbot continuing.
If he lives, I'm gonna be so impressed.
Not let them challenge him 1 versus 1. Anything
Look how
else
stressed he is.
their way, but Peterbot, he's still managing to scramble.
Lord, how is he alive?
Reveal marks as well. He knows exactly how
He's dead,
he needs to
100%.
move. But again, Sky Scroll, they realize
No, he's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
He's on his last little ticks of HP.
There's a bandage.
I don't think he's gonna make it out.
The bandage has to hit it, but unfortunately will fall now.
Good job for them.
And that is back-to-back games
Now,
of trouble.
Queasy might get some points.
And it is just starting to slip away now. If there was ever a moment for the competition to really find their confidence here in day
it
number
is
2,
over,
it is now.
Peterbot. It is
What a critical
over, my guy.
that just unfolded in match number 8.
But again, we heard it even
Where's
in
Queasy
that
and Thomas?
last interview that Adam just had with Queasy
He
and
stole
Thomas
the
HD. They choose to still play the game as if nothing's gone wrong. There's been no spoiler in effect for
Bro,
the
I haven't
first
seen the
place
Queasy
team
and Thomas
because
in
they
so
know
long.
Their best performance is going to come from 0 distractions.
Crazy to think that if the
That's
OCE
actually
team
impressive,
didn't
though, not gonna
rotate
lie.
in at that time, he would have gotten the bandage off, and we would have still seen
Bro,
something
Peterbot and Pollo
potentially unfold,
down.
but the reality is now
that sucks, bro. That
top 5
sucks.
is going to shake up.
Here's Queasy and Thomas. They're just over there.
Peterbot and Pollo, they might just
If
have
they
to hit
survive
the
on
drawing board
top 5,
themselves
they won.
because that's
They
2
won.
for 2 on the start of today.
Come on,
That
Queasy.
is just
Thomas, come
not
on.
gone anywhere near the direction that they would have hoped.
Come on, Queasy and Thomas. Come on.
Here in day 2,
I want to
but
see you clutch up.
on a separate
high ground,
note,
don't
Thomas
die.
HD, Queasy got a nice overview of the rest of the map from their current position, just trying to use some of the natural elevation to base up on. And here at Mount Olympus, a couple of teams nearby, but
Bro, I can't believe Peterbot and
they've just
Pollo
got
got
so
downed in
much
7.
space boxed out
In the
and
7.
claimed.
Top 7, bro. That actually sucks.
With the Rift Island,
There's no
Chicho and
way.
Trulix down low.
Peterbot and Pollo
Still
used to
sitting
survive until
pretty
top
in
30,
third
bro.
place right now, based up under the Rift Island.
And now they died in
An
top
ideal
70.
situation to be in
Unlucky.
here, given that teams won't rotate because they see the island, let alone get a better angle for Chicho and Trulix. Very unlikely, but they have a duo in sight. It'll be important for them to find a couple tags here. 340 above, they should be okay for the time being. However, that's the damage that we're looking for.
Going up.
Another little bit of a shock though,
Going
as far as
up.
our top 5 is concerned. Spinks
Going
and
up.
Dukes have also been eliminated.
Going
they jumped
up.
up a few placements.
Thank you.
After their match 7 performance, they were sitting inside of top 10, 9th, I believe, to start day 2. So the fact that they've fallen here already just means, again, ample opportunity for some of these other teams to try and leapfrog their way up and over inside of that top threshold of the leaderboard. But
Oh, that
Nico
might be
Flixie,
cooked.
first off,
They might be
they've got to
cooked.
deal with a little bit of pressure.
They might be cooked, chat. They might
on
be
the north
cooked.
side of where they're based. And again, Nico and Flixie, they had some success whenever they were able to find those forecast towers in yesterday's matches.
40
but
damage.
it's not going to be as easy this time around, and Bryson
Storm
Bolts are a
Surge.
big part of the reason why.
Bryson Bolts Slow and steady wins the race, and they have been working their way on up. Just look at those standings right there.
Yes, sir.
Currently in 6th right now. Most of the immediate competition sitting on ice for a second. Another unfortunate run for Cold and Acorn here. And they're a day 2 type of team, so really have to scratch your head and wonder what's happening over there.
Vino and Clicks.
Clicks and Vino have a lot more to worry about here.
Oh,
Resides in
Lord.
Demo.
Oh, it might be bad for them. It might be bad for them.
Here, trying to look for the fight. Vino with a monstrous tag. And they
Nice.
just shut down Resides and Demo. Really showing them who's the kings of this one right now.
Who's the king?
But Chicho and Trulex have also
God,
met their
these are
match. What is happening over here?
Rift Island just continues to get even more traction surrounding the baseline of it. Teams that are potentially hoping to try and utilize some of the mobility aspects surrounding it, such as the rifts, and in fact, Chicho, Trulex, they're on the go. But remember, Queasy, Thomas HD, they were sitting on a peak near Mount Olympus.
Yeah, they can peek
Very
that and
high
just
likelihood
shoot
that they're
them.
going to be looking to take some shots at some of these teams rolling in from the Rift Island.
Aviva and Booga are definitely one of those
And-
teams as well. They have a lot of high ground. Back on over to Bolts and Bryce, though. Finding Agers
Oh,
out
nice
here
shot.
on the rotate there. Very, very important tags, given that they are just 40 above.
Oh
the
no,
damage
that might be dead.
threshold.
That might be
So,
dead, GG.
just a couple moments before that starts to affect everyone here.
I think it's a
Big
2-tick.
moves coming in, though. Once the zone closed, the damage
I think-
will start to escalate.
Yeah, it's 2-tick, it's
very,
2-tick, it's
very
2-tick.
quickly. The later the game goes, the more storm damage it will do per tick of you sitting inside of it. Bolts and Bryce cannot afford to mess around here.
Oh,
They will
Lord.
luckily pull
Oh,
zone to their
Lord.
side,
Oh,
however.
Lord.
They are
Oh,
under
Lord.
the
Oh, Lord.
focus
Oh,
of the
Lord.
rest
Oh,
of the
Lord.
lobby.
Oh,
It's
he
not
just got
looking
stone
good here.
surge. He's done.
Not only that, but they're also getting
Kanata and
battered
Cooper.
by these storm surge
Oh,
takes.
Cooper is gone.
They
I
need
think
to connect
Kanata
at least one
is
more
still
shot,
alive.
but they're losing the time to do so
Oh,
because
no,
they're having
there's
to
storm
heal
surge.
instead. Valuable seconds. They could maybe catch some of these other teams that are also late on the rotate, but instead they're forced to deplete all of their shields, hoping that they don't get cracked because that audio cue might just be enough for somebody nearby to try and key them as well.
Yeah, having to force heal all of their resources at this point. Beautiful tags there is going to give them a little moment of relief. And that's exactly what has to be done here. So makes you appreciate having someone like Bolts on your team who can actually hit the shots that matter most. That means someone else in the lobby right now is taking that damage. If they're above, someone is definitely below. So these trades are happening in real time right now. Looking at the map, teams are starting to rotate in, now starting to get comfortable below them.
26.
If Bolts and Bryce can solidify their foundation, they have one of the stronger
Let's squeeze
positions to
Thomas.
actually close this game out now.
Almost makes me believe that they could have potentially gotten their hands onto that
Looks
forecast
still
tower
alive.
as well, given
It's Queasy Thomas.
that they were willing to
Stay in
commit
high
to
ground.
a rather central position inside of this last zone. But
Yes,
Queasy Thomas off the launch pad, they're going to be some of the first touchdown front side of this next zone.
Yes!
And instantly, Queasy trying to see if he can
Stay in high ground, don't die.
establish the height control, same level of success that they had in that last lobby. We know that's their game plan, and so does everybody else in this lobby.
I like that though too. He's got a lot of distance to work with, that natural elevation as well. Not looking to overcommit given that the zone's gonna pull here. And it was the right call. It's going far south. You know, these are the things you can't really account for. When the zone starts to bounce like this, it makes a big difference. And Vico and Flixie with an excellent early rotate right now, taking advantage of everyone's
Queasy Thomas are on the other side.
decision to kind of wait this one out and come up and formulate
The
a
goal is to get
strategy.
zone. And he got stone
below
shots.
the surge for
GG.
the
Cool.
first time.
He got 2 AR in his shotgun. What a
Again,
crazy
keep in
person.
mind, this is a duo that hasn't necessarily been struggling with surge, but they've
Oh,
also
nice shot!
thankfully managed to find an elimination in the nick of time here. Kovacs gonna put his duo just above 127 now on that damage threshold, but they still got to make this rotate happen.
They still
They're trying to
have the
build up.
dash
They just
ability
expended
after
their
so
last
long.
underworld dashes, and now the focus
Oh, no.
coming back their way as they try to scale this hill face. An armored wall is going to come
There's
out.
Christian
and
Thomas.
Kovac just seeing if he can
There's Christian
remain
Thomas.
undetected.
This is so impressive by Chicho and Trulix. Chicho's gonna fall here
No,
into the storm
Chicho's
with the
down.
refresh, which is so unfortunate, but They've managed to really
Trulex is the only one
through this end game now. Can Trulex get to safety? They're still a long way in front of them. And it's almost bait that there's a zip line there. Don't take that, Trulex. He knows it.
Queasy Thomas in high ground. I saw them.
Here, going around the sides now.
Queasy is 2 more points away for catching on Peterbot. 2 points away for catching on Peterbot. Come on, Queasy Thomas. Queasy Thomas in first. Take that, Peterbot.
You are set up, and Cammy and
let's go, Queasy.
Teams looking to be the day 2 comeback.
But they might not even recognize the fact that
oh my lord, they know the high ground strikes. Come on.
Less congested side of the zone, but still, Seti, Cammy, they are
look how Queasy and Thomas are cooking.
Go massive here if they want to try.
If they win the game, they get high enough.
Those shortcomings that happen in day 1.
Oh way.
Kovacs now getting held at the base of this mountain base. The zone pulls through Mount Olympus just so brutal with all these.
Queasy and Thomas getting more points.
Vico Flixie's still alive as well right now.
Zip line clicks.
Actually utilizing the zip line for a moment there. A little bit cautious though as he want to get to his teammate here. Who's on this ramp? There he is. Here comes the heals. They see a player below them, but they can't even afford to stick around. Unfortunately, Flixie misses the jump there.
Queasy and Thomas
have to be caught up. Vico takes the build, breaks the ball through the zip line there, and now he is crushing his way through. Meanwhile, Bryce coming up behind them. Kovacs lands a shot on him. It's not safe at all. Here inside the top 15.
The zipline trick is not going to work out.
Queasy and Thomas are cooking.
Hoping that he can have an opportunity to utilize some of the last bits of that flow barrier.
I said Queasy and Thomas, no.
Cammy, Seti, full control of the
Queasy and Thomas might be good. Queasy and Thomas might be good.
They might actually be close enough to get within striking range. And Thomas HD Queasy,
Thomas and Queasy are cooking. Nearly 500 points.
Queasy knows it. Beautiful tap.
That's a good hit.
Stay alive.
Come on, Thomas.
HD will make it into the top 10, top 7 now.
Let's go, Thomas.
Well. This is probably the most difficult
10 more points.
zone we have
10 more
ever
points.
had.
20 more points.
These invitationals.
20 more points to get 500. Need to survive until 500 points. If he gets 500 points, he's good. Oh, he's down. But listen, that was a good clutch. Good clutch, man. That's good.
Potential win for Cammy and Seti now.
But the fact is,
they stole the idea of getting high ground.
As far as overcoming the top
no way, bro. They shouldn't just got high ground, bro. But listen, they got high ground. They got first place, so I'm happy.
He has in store. If he can find another elimination or two,
oh no.
that could be the difference.
Clex is in. Clex is alive. No way, Clex is. Clex came in top 5. Good job, Clex.
Still alive alongside Giannis. It's a 2v2. They have enough health and just enough material to make this one very interesting.
One of them is going to be late.
Now starting to come out. Cammy doing the same here to try to conserve some material. Seti's got a lot to work with.
That's crazy.
So
no
many
way.
Armored walls are going to buy them time, buy them room. Right.
Peterbot is in second place now.
Nice counterfire now coming up to the high ground.
Oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord, oh Lord.
These situations, but it's not looking good. Cammy and Seti are just chopping away now.
Seti even opting for the drop down, but it might not even be necessary. The Polish Pantheon looking to try and take over here. Pixie Giannis.
No way!
Around the low ground, but Pixie falls. Only one remains. Seti's gonna look to find it.
Nice. Not bad. GG to them.
7 eliminations for Cammy and Seti.
Cammy and Seti won the game 8.
There is a long tournament in front of them. Match number 8 is going to close
Let's go, Seti.
And it's incredible to think that this is a team that is always so prepared.
Queasy and Thomas are cooking, bro. Hold
it's
up.
a new day.
Would you please give it up? Your game 8 winners is Cammy and Seti!
Cammy and Seti, congratulations for winning game 8.
I'll come down. What a day. What a start to the day. Second game, a victory royale. You guys have been in this position before. Walk us through the end game there. It seemed that the high ground once again reigned supreme.
Yeah, I mean, we were at that side, so we just took the high ground because it was very free. And I think this is the first game that we really had Surge. And yeah, we're just gonna try to do our best to have Surge in other games. And
high ground is always the win, bro.
Well, you guys as well, you've been in this position before, our 2022 Invitational winners. What kind of experience does that, guys, give you in moments like this, having been through the likes of that?
I don't even know. We just played high and we won. Like, I don't know. We just need to focus on the next games. Maybe we win some more, and yeah. We'll see.
You seem very locked in as well here. As we can see, the 1.5 multiplier really changing things up on the leaderboard. A few more games like that, and who knows, you could be lifting the trophy again, Seti. Who knows? For you guys, how do you push through now? What do you do next?
I think we just have to stay calm, get Surge, and try to win more games. That's it.
And lastly, I want to say, it's a big day as well for Seti here, folks. It's someone's birthday today, okay? On a count of 3, can we all say happy birthday? 1, 2, 3! There you go, whatever happens,
It's his birthday, what a lucky day.
For Cammy and Seti!
Nice, man.
Happy birthday, buddy. And on that note, game 8, as you can see, things are really
And
changing
then
on
after
the
that, it's
leaderboard
game
now.
9.
What will happen next?
There's only 3 games left.
A short break from us. Do not go anywhere. Don't be silly. There's loads more global championships coming your way right after this.
Bro. They are cooking, bro. Oh, it's Seti's birthday. That's crazy. Second place in day 1 with Queasy. Look at that, Peter. Bro, look at that. Peterbot went from 442 points to, I think, 448 points. They only getting a couple of points. And then Thomas and Queasy is now in first place. And that's why if you haven't already, please subscribe. Hardcore. Dude, I can't believe they were cooking, bro. This is crazy. Game 9. There are 3 games left. After this, they have 3 games left, so they have 4 games left. Here we go. Game 9, baby.
Hello and welcome back to the FNCS game number 2 on the day. 8 overall. Seti, Cammy find themselves the victory royale as well. Fortnite fan, please give a big welcome Kelly Link and Mini Miner as they join us here to break down this game. I cannot believe how insane this game went for the duo.
I mean, when we saw kind of the new season, we thought, wow, low mobility. This really seems like this could be Cammy and Seti's season, especially when we had the lackluster performance from Major 3. And then day 1, it was a bit of a disappointment, but they are here to show up now from the high ground, taking absolutely crazy shots onto some of the biggest names on the low.
Yeah, and it's something that we spoke about on the desk yesterday. This team have the
potential to take high. I think if you're a traditional Fortnite viewer, maybe you haven't watched for the last few years, you might think, oh, this is a sort of low ground consistent duo, right? That never play high. No, that's not the case. These guys have learned how to play high these last few years, and of course they can pull it out when they need it. The zone really worked in their favor for them this game. We saw them setting up. Of course, it went all the way back over the Mount Olympus mountain. We saw Queasy and Thomas as well on the front side trying to set up for height, but with the way that zone pulled back, there was only one team that could take height.
I love there after that when they just sat back down, just leaned back in the chair. That's right, everybody. We're going to take that in. You watched it right. We got ourselves a Victor Royale. I would love as well him just calling out, you know, hey, we got dead side. We had our surge in check. A lot of these duos are still having those issues, right? Trying to manage Storm Surge.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, taking advantage of kind of that early high ground where they were able to kind of get those tags that they need from around the lobby, and then using it, seeing where the zone is pulling on that Mount Olympus south side mountain, where obviously if you get the high ground, you pretty much control the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, 100%. And what's most surprising to me about this is actually their first win of the entire chapter. So it's like, how have Cammy and Seti not managed to get wins? It hasn't been their most amazing chapter overall, but this is going to give them that huge boost of confidence, because I was looking on the leaderboards going into this game. They were quite low down there. I think it was like sort of top 40 area. So this is going to boost them up in the standings. It's going to boost their confidence as well. And I hope to see more from this duo like that.
Also, what better birthday gift than to get a Victory Royale?
Not bad.
On the global stage. Why not? Happy birthday to you, Seti. We got to talk about a couple things here, like Peterbot and Pollo. Now 2 games that they've had a really difficult start, which is, again, it just feels so uncharacteristic, especially after yesterday.
You know, many at the top of the show asked me, Kelly, what do you want to see today? And I said, you know, I want it to be a close game when we get to game 12. But I don't know if I necessarily meant this. I don't know if I meant our top team to go down twice without any points except for a few elimination points. And honestly, I'm wondering if it's just due to these rotations that they were dealing with, the over-aggression that we see from Peterbot and Pollo a lot. Also, getting kind of third-party time and time again has just been such a struggle for them.
Yeah, they're struggling with their heals, I think. They're getting into a lot of these fights, not necessarily finishing them off, getting to use their own heals or having to use their own heals. And we saw it right there. Pollo went down first, and it was actually Sky that got the knock credit for that. So he was actually dipping off. Sky and Score was saying, right, let's go into the storm. But then they saw that little knocked Pollo on their screen. They thought, right, you know what? This is going to be a 2v1 against Peterbot. We then get the best medallion in the game. We get the best weapon in the game. It's worth a fight there. But of course, they didn't quite close out the fight in the end.
Speaking of uncharacteristic, using the armored walls to box up, probably potentially to revive Pollo, but unfortunately knocking Pollo out of the box instead. And I mean,
if he was in the box, he would have survived in the storm, but no.
Was a bit of an upset for them, and maybe those nerves they need to shake off for game 3.
That's right. That's right. I actually want to take it back to this boxing up of a moment, right? We actually have a listen in from that exchange. Let's see how this went.
Oh,
I'm just getting the most unlucky loot of all time. We might need the bunker, bro. 79 alive.
We could actually. Everyone's died. Do you have whites to go back? I have one.
If we don't get whites, we're dead, by the way. No heals. No whites.
Yeah,
get any? You get any?
No. We could go campfire.
No, we need to go now.
Yeah.
We still need more whites.
We're gonna go northeast and like to the pad that you hit.
I need to pop my own med kit.
Yeah, pop your med kit and rest.
Wait, he just killed you.
There's bandages under me that I can use. 6 armor to be active without it.
Okay.
Get the armor, guys. Yo, I'm on the other wall.
No, man.
Get it out.
I'm dead, bro.
Definitely a difficult situation for the duo. I mean, did you see how many different opportunities there was for any heal available at all and did not receive a single one? Sometimes it just goes that way, you know. That is a little bit of that RNG factor we're kind of used to seeing.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Unfortunately, there is just an element of RNG when it comes to Fortnite, and that does mean what you're going to get out of those chests, what you're going to find as floor loot, and unfortunately finding barely any white heals going as far as into the storm to get that bunker. But now seeing where they are
place, Queasy and Thomas.
Peterbot and Pollo dropping down to second place, meaning that Thomas, HD, and Queasy are in first place.
Let's go!
They are I mean, what a turn of events right here. That's the first time this entire chapter that Peterbot and Pollo have placed outside of the top 25 in back-to-back games. And who's taking advantage of that? It's Thomas, HD, and Queasy. They would have seen Peterbot and Pollo going down in the feed. And you can see the way that they play this endgame. They weren't necessarily taking too many risks. You saw Thomas, HD playing out those medkits towards the end. We saw them sort of poised for height as well just before that sort of 9 stone started to pull. And unfortunately, it didn't quite work out for them. They were in the prime position for it, and of course, as we know, Cammy and Seti ended up coming out on top there, but it was this moment right here, Thomas just squeezing out as many placements as possible, 6th place in the end. It's not an amazing game, it's not a first place like we saw in the game number 1, but it's a very, very good game to overtake that first place spot.
And honestly, with the lack of materials that they had at the end game there, they played it perfectly. They stayed to the low, they stayed back so that everyone that was staying in the front of zone where all that chaos is in the low and middle ground would not be affecting them. But of course, when you get down to just 6 teams, eyes are everywhere and you will eventually be caught out. But still, with what they were given in that game, Queasy and Thomas played that so well.
That's right, and for them, you know, it was looking good for Queasy and Thomas, right? There was just one problem. You look up and you're like, we got high right. You look up, oh, steady Cammy. Nice. Wow, with that being said, though, we are prepared for more action here from the FNCS Global Championship. Game 9 is here and ready, so casters, take it away.
Yeah, you know, this is the dream for us as talent, watching this all play out and things starting to get close as we get to the final moments.
Look, everybody from a spectator point of view wants to see some close finishes, but Peterbot and Pollo, I kind of want to see them bounce back because we heard it from Peterbot on the call, just the most unlucky loot of his life. But let's see what match 9 might have in store.
Match 9, baby. Here we go.
And just like that, we are back. Technically, MDF approaching the halfway point on today. And with that in mind, this is where the pressure is really going to start to surmount onto so many of these players. Queasy and Thomas, they have made it to the top of the leaderboard, but now it's all about maintaining that position.
Yeah, the truth is that it's only going to get more and more difficult from here on out. You start to see the reality of the situation, and that's you actually have a chance now to take it all away. Every moment is going to come with that little bit of hesitation, right? That second opinion inside the back of your mind of whether or not it is the right move. But you have to continue to follow your instincts, follow your gut here. Worthy and Alex right now doing what they've done since yesterday, carrying in the momentum here. They've continued to win the drop. They're on 4 wins of the drop consecutively. And it seems like things changed after they started getting loot first.
And what's also really turned things around for them is, like you just said, they kind of led off day 1 with a couple of wins here at Restored Reels. Granted, one of those maybe a little bit more in favor for them to start with. Mustache Malabuka encountering some difficulties of their own along the way. But that being said, Malabuka, Mustache, the ball's in their court to try and bring this one back to life for them, because the reality of the situation is they have not been able to build any points for 2 matches already today.
Yeah, Malabuka, Mustache, clearly amazing players, right? And from the European region that we know and love. But let's jump in with Huddy and Kovacs, talking about EU juggernauts right now on the move up against Atlantic, Scroll, and Sky. Scroll and Sky rotated very early in match 8. Come match 9, though, they're looking to stick around and see this fight all the way through to the end, most likely. Kovacs and Huddy have a lot to lose here. They are in 5th place. Sky and Scroll have a lot to gain as they can fight their way up to the top 5 potentially with one good game, given the multiplier.
Sky and Scroll, they're definitely familiar with these early contest fights off spawn, but couldn't help but notice what looked to be either King or Phaser kind of lurking just a ways further north from Rebel's Roost in the distance. So some possibilities of a third party to take place. It all depends on just how noisy this exchange actually manages to get. And in fact, it is King lurking nearby, potentially hoping for a moment to just stroll through, clean up some easy eliminations, get those points online, because we've already seen King and Phaser make a deep run into the end game in match 7, and they're definitely hoping to try and replicate some of that.
Also looking to just scrap this building out for what they can here in case the fight does come down to the basement. Sky and Skrull doing the same as well. Luckily enough, they're on the back side of the building, so Phaser and King don't quite have lights and eyes on them just yet. But I'm assuming the attention's gonna come in shortly. Give it a moment. Kovacs and Huddy catch a foot there. They know where one player is.
Oh yeah,
and look, we're familiar with these battles, these early exchanges, but everything that I've noticed so far here today, MDF, is that it's very evident so many of our competitors are just freestyling every single part of their strategy here today. No one is on the same loop paths, the same rotations that they were making all throughout the course of yesterday, and that has made it incredibly difficult for some of these teams that I think just got a little comfortable with what to expect, now having to completely switch things up on the fly.
Yeah, even this battle is gonna hit the brakes for a moment, but here we get a little update with Clix and Vino in the early game. What's happening here is that they're just trying to get situated for the first time in what feels like the entire tournament. Sandy Steps is in the zone. That's gonna change the dynamic quite a bit, actually, given that they won't be sitting in the storm potentially fighting other players, and other teams won't be just rotating in expecting them to be there.
And again, Clix and Benno definitely like to play for the vending machine that's nearby so they can expend that little bit of extra time inside of the storm, tanking those early storm ticks without having to necessarily worry about it because they'll have that ample amount of white cubes. But Skrull, Sky, currently recognizing the fact that there's more than just one other team nearby. And Phaser and King, they've actually got the cutoff route. The moment that any of these other two duos, whether it's Kovacs and Huddy or Sky and Skrull, chooses to try and depart from Rebel's Roost, they're gonna get held on the edge of zone depending on where Phaser and King box up. But not only that, Phaser King, they have to close out on that exchange because they spent so much time not getting early search tags.
Take a look at what's happened here. Aviv already has an elimination, and Booga is right behind him right now. Remember, they land just a little further north, so sliding in.
Clix and Vino came
Seems like
is on 6th
Michael
place.
Also here, part of this fight. Chicho and Trulex on the move right now, trying to get into the zone here. Being held out now by Booga and Aviv. They're gonna Flowberry Fizz and get a move here shortly. Take a look at the highlight. Aviv comes in, finds Shadow, cleaning up what's left of Virgo. And then T1 Michael takes the punishing shot there before pumping the brakes.
Yes, Peterbot alone.
Peterbot and Pollo definitely looking a little bit more set up this time around, but Peterbot gonna find himself momentarily chopped, and Pollo, the only intention from this duo currently is to secure this forecast tower, and with nobody else in sight, Pollo and Peterbot have just unlocked knowledge for every future zone this game, but now they have to make sure that they can actually transition this into a solid late game
Come on, Queasing Thomas, I want to win.
Short 2 times here today already, and again, no one looking to make it easy for this team.
Talk about Michael and Job. We're making that rotate out. Seems like an equally as dangerous duo's got sights on him. Vico and Flixie now making a move here, pushing into the wall, grabs the first one, takes the second. He's fast, he's quick.
Nice!
The reaction is so good for Flixie. And now up from top, coming in to see if he can end this. Vico grabs that wall, cuts him off, the double edit, the triple, doesn't find it. Backs off now. Great defense from Michael here as he finds 2 tags, so he is effectively putting up a very good defense, but I just have to, I was gonna say, give all respects here, of course, to the EU duo and back up.
That just seemed like such a stubborn battle there for Job, though. I mean, he could have looked to try and throw up another wall, maybe try and buy himself a little bit more time. Potentially may have just run out of materials, I'd have to assume. Michael down to wood build, so this duo definitely looking to be a little bit of shambles here. And Flixie, Vico know that they've got an extra 6 points waiting for them the moment that they secure this elimination onto Michael. And finally, Another 12 points will be secured, and not only that, but opening up the opportunity to continue trying to control other teams that are stuck just on the outside, the edge of zone, closer to where some of the new POIs are located.
That was 3rd place. This is 4th. Trulex and Chicho. As we're bending into the late half of the tournament now.
What's that?
Much more of a difficult game for Chicho and Trulex here.
Come on, maybe.
Again, clearly have a bit of a problem at the drop being held out. What a shot. It's almost as if every time we tune in that Monarch pistol.
Bro, Monarch pistol is actually the most broken weapon in the game.
Is finding its mark. So
people are not using it.
what's happening on the other side of the sandy steps, though? The zone landed here. We talked about that changing the dynamic of the game. And surely we're seeing it start to come into play now.
Peterbot is way on the other side. Oh, baby.
So is Shari and Giras, the same
team. If Peterbot dies, I mean, they cannot get to 1st place.
Peterbot with the eyes on the prize here.
Not only that, but Benno as well, keeping himself concealed just enough.
Oh.
Resigns floor.
Yeah, just do some damage and back up.
But still not enough for Benno to want to key him just yet. Instead, he's going to regroup with clicks and continue to hold down the station. But
dude, this is stressful for them.
Very difficult time
in the train
to try
catch.
And break away when you know that there's 2 other teams duking it out just above you on the hill.
Kovacs almost missed the train there, but he gets it just in time to join Huddy. They're pretty desperate if they're trying to secure loot from here. And that's the results, again, of sitting in the storm, being contested, being held a little too long for a moment there.
Huddy not even going to choose to stick around. They wanted the train. They nearly had it. But the fact is, MDF, they're going to have to leave this one empty-handed. And now, with only a handful of bandages in tow, Huddy and Kovacs could potentially be staring down the barrel of their own downfall. It was a risky play to try and make it for the train. I respect the call, though.
Oh, it's a long one. He's about to die.
Just impossible to find with so many eyes on.
Bunker play right now for Ping. No teammate, unfortunately, lost here just outside the underworld. So even for Huddy and Kovacs, there's still danger nearby. You never know who's sitting in the storm. Just really shows you that anything can happen. Meanwhile, Bryce and Bolts, this is one of the few times we've actually caught up with them kind of in the early / mid game here as things are starting to develop. This time it's up against Body Out and Reason. The floor tick here for Bolts. Bryce playing the other angles.
Lord.
Bad damage though, coming in first.
Padilla has just been on fire today. He is not willing to budge. The moment that he sees an opening, he is immediately shooting back and typically winning out on some of those exchanges. And now he's able to overtake the high ground because of the damage that he applied onto Bolts just now. But Reason, the moment he starts to crank up, another team in the distance, a solo even, potentially threatening his position. Got a few shots in, but Bryce, Bolts, potentially not fully aware of the damage that Reason just absorbed. And they're gonna choose to actually sit into the low ground and wait for a new opportunity to see if they can engage yet again with the Germans.
Reason and Video playing a dangerous game here, though. A lot of these walls are not
This is
there.
in sixth place.
All this Bolts and Bryce territory. Now they have successfully infiltrated, if you will, this base here and taken over a good portion of it. Bryce is looking like he might be going for the edit out. If I've ever seen one, it's definitely getting set up. They recognize what's happening. And for that reason, jump back down.
Again, though, this is a lot of time being spent from both sides. And we've already seen a lot of teams here today struggling with some of these surge thresholds and maintaining damage that puts them in a position where they can just be comfortable on their rotates. And the longer these fights draw out, the easier it is for other duos to get ahead of you, to look back, take shots.
Yeah, look at that. That's crazy.
From entering a solid position inside of the zone. And Baka and Pars, a little bit more so in control. Surge base
this place haunts me, bro. This place just always gives me copyrighted.
A couple of white heals collected at the top of their base. Meanwhile,
I hate Nitrodome so much. Whenever I stream, I always go to that place and they get copyrighted. Every single time. I hate that so much.
Day 2 team still yet to show us it today. Couple of points slipping down here from Acorn and Cold. You know, these things do happen. The adjustments being made by the other opponents have surely affected their strategy. But they will have to continue to adjust there, continue to make up for it. Boogan and B seem to be on a faster track here today as well. Let's see what's going on here. So from one fight to a potential other, they're just getting situated. Seems like they found their home for now.
Slight gift as well. An extra bottle of Flowberry Fizz now to work with. Beeve and Booga just want to make sure that they establish as much of a foundation as possible. Got a decent position inside of the zone, so don't need to make any risky plays.
Seriously, I remember there was a solo World Cup. If they added a solo World Cup, I would have won that.
But it's actually going to be Damo on the other side of the walls. Lot of
Probably
traction
not.
picking up here. Just outside of Sandy Steps and Acorn Cold. They're looking to collect. Cold still barreling down onto Cal Gamer, but just above, the backup has arrived, and Cold, he's gonna have to disengage.
Yeah, Taman out of nowhere here, diving across, trying to get into this fight. Acorn and Cold almost had a set of eliminations waiting for them, but due to Clicks and Vino shooting in at the box when they initiated, everything went downhill for a moment there. And now they're just trying to find a tag as they're below the surge, so they're in honestly desperate situation here.
At the same time, Acorn tries to take the walls there,
Acorn is down.
Instead, it's gonna be Cal and Amon doing what they can, but again, Cold getting a little bit too much foot traffic here. Cal still holding his position firm. He doesn't have his duo any longer, but Clicks, Veno, they got the shots that they needed to. They know that they can third party this, no problem. Cold, he's so weakened as is. Cal just below. Two separate solos that Veno and Clicks could look to collect on.
Yeah, they've definitely started to change their focus in purely onto Cold now as they send him running. Now looking to see if they can pick up the spoils of the loot from Acorn, but nothing just yet, as they're kind of lost in this mix, and little do they know there is an Antilex and Sato here, right? So that team hasn't made any noise now, but look at that. They do secure the gear here. Very nice pickup for them. If nothing else, it was damage and new loot.
They basically just got to reap all the benefits of these exchanges that Acorn and Cold had initially established. And Cold, yet again, caught off guard, was trying to keep himself tucked away, but Cal gets the job done. At the very least, he'll have those two solid eliminations onto Acorn and Cold to work with, but he knows he's likely not safe for a whole lot longer here. Because Veno and Clicks, they've got an idea. They heard those shots go off. They're waiting for Cal to surface from these builds. But at the same time, they also kind of want to get a move on because they don't want to get stuck in the storm for too much longer here.
Yeah, it seems like Vino's going to give the call out here. Let's just get out, play smart. Clicks is going to have to stop and heal for a second. They're going to huddle up together. Cal Gamer will live to see another day. Very, very close engagement there.
We seen Thomas! We seen Thomas, baby. We seen Thomas.
I always think it's so impressive.
Thomas.
Every single time we check in with Queasy and Thomas HD today, it just seems like they have so
yes, do some damage.
For good reason, but somebody who wishes they had a little bit of backup at this point. Kovacs just lost his duo to King, and this exchange has been trailing them ever since the Rebels roost. King and Phaser have refused to leave Kovacs and Huddy alone, but now Kovacs as a solo, he's got to deal with the likes of Reet and Ritual to his east, and not only that, but a collection of duos slightly west of his current position. A late rotate is going to be a necessity if he wants to power his way through here, but some of the shots that he's applying, he knows he needs to get that damage just above threshold, and still exposing
So Peterbot is still alive.
It's a risky engage.
Oh, Booga.
Booga and Beeve on the other side. Find their way to the new zone. The half in, half out already revealed. They're below the surge, though. They will have to find a duo or land on someone shortly. And from their sights, There isn't anyone nearby. There it is. Finally, they see a fresh build. It's going to be teeny, and it's a single box. So the confidence is surging here, but Bugha damage first. No extra heals. This is all around disastrous, right, for Bugha and Aviv right now. And it's only a matter of moments. They will have to do something shortly. Meanwhile, Huddy already out. Kovacs below the surge as well. Will fall here shortly if he can't find a tag now. But Reek finds it instead, and that's your 5th place team now. Consistency tossed down for once. And it's looking like a repeat
Peterbot and Pollo is still here.
For Huddy and Kovacs.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to really be able to bulldoze your way as a solo through Reek and Ritual of all duos. Peterbot and Pollo, though, this is the furthest we've seen them make it all day today, so
all day.
Clearly trying to ramp up.
Look at that, Quasi and Thomas are going in. If they get high ground and win the game, that's going to be good.
On the other hand, they've got Gears and Sherry in their sights. Got a very efficient cutoff, but more importantly still, they need more damage.
Nice, buddy.
But finally, clicks will connect. 77 above, though. Damage threshold just continuing to threaten so many of our teams here today.
Yeah, if you were hoping to get lucky with Peterbot and Pollo, that already happened, right? Like 2 games, unprecedented. Doesn't happen often for them not to be in the end game. So this is everyone's chance now.
Oh no, Bugha lost.
Playing field has been even. Nicely done by Aviv here. Not only did he actually pick up and save Bugha, but he manages to find damage to keep them in the game and enough damage on the duo to have them to stop peeking so they can rotate, but it is not looking good for Aviva and Bugha. I don't know what more we can expect of them, but there are a lot of duos there. Toyota and Mapoli, the strongest Asian duo from day number 1. They finished in 10th, so they came in today with a lot to live up to, but have fallen a bit short now up against the likes of Aviv and Bugha here. What can Ping and Walks do?
There's ever a time to prove himself, it's now for Aviv, but he has so little HP to work with. But he has plenty of targets surrounding him.
Bugha's down.
Too low for the count. Sato's gonna find him. Aviv trying to go massive now to Reap.
GG to them.
Spoiler, getting some tags and cracking those
Here he
shields.
is.
But the fact of the matter is, Aviv and Bugha, they squeeze their way into the top 10, but they still go down for it.
and Thomas.
Yeah, meanwhile, Thomas HD, you see there.
I hope they win. I hope they win.
Eliminations, damage,
I have doubt them.
Everything that you could be hoping for.
Oh, he got someone.
Another one onto K Shoto outside of the zone here, trying to make their late rotates.
Oh, Clicks is done for. Clicks is done for. Clicks is done for. No, Clicks.
Vino is down.
Clicks.
This is just
no, Clicks is no. Clicks is dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
If anything, was just hoping to play for maybe another elimination at the end of the day.
Oh,
he's only
way, Clicks.
A little bit, a sliver of HP to work with. But it's
oh
just
no, Clicks is done. Clicks is gone. Clicks is cooked.
At least 1 or 2 more placements.
Ah, Clicks is cooked. He is cooked.
Concealed from the rest of the lobby. Only 3 builds though, MDF. I fear we're looking at the beginning of the end.
He is cooked.
Yeah, it's definitely looking really close here. 8 HP for Clicks. 3 mats to work with. Late on the rotate here. Barely above the surge. It's just so tough. But he's staying alive here. Earning little bits of placement, right? All this does start to add up here.
Oh my god, some damage. Let's go.
Weak. Almost gets an elimination there. Someone else ends up stealing it, but still, he's in the game right now.
If he manages to get a mech hit, that's gonna be crazy.
Damage above the threshold. But again,
this is nearly 5th place.
It's just the odds so
just need 10 more points
stacked against him. Any of these next builds that he crosses over could be his last.
There is no way Clicks was alive.
For a perfect opportunity to scoop up a free 6 points.
Beautiful is next to him.
On the backside of the zone, though, Clicks continue to try and charge through.
No way!
Catch on the player off guard.
No, he's good. He's good.
He knows that there's a knocked body.
Oh, he's good!
Power through and push into these boxes with the armored walls going up instead of trying to remain concealed.
Clicks.
Peterbot, they're gonna find
Peterbot kill Clicks.
Of course. Of course, it's Pollo and Peterbot waiting to catch
bro,
them.
Chris and Thomas on 9 high ground.
Look at
Tommy
this,
and Serio taking the high ground.
They talked about what they need to do in order to win this tournament here, and that is win more games. They got the last round, and then they didn't even sit down and celebrate. They know that they have to stay absolutely locked in here. But Queasy and Thomas HD are doing the same right now. Below the surge, though, things can continue to develop here. Vico and Flixie now on the move. 3 elims. Peterbot and Pollo very, very situated right now, but low on material.
Low on material, not only that, but Vico and Flixie hot on the heels as well. You have to consider they're making up a lot of lost ground just off the eliminations alone. And Peterbot and Pollo know it. They're just gonna try to play it out and control the low ground for the time being. But with that reveal medallion scanner having just gone out, it's a fresh opportunity for them to see if they can close in on somebody else. Chicho, though, with a big tag onto CZB. That's going to be the knock. And Peterbot, instead, finding Badil in the bottom layers. That's going to be a beautiful
Bro, Peterbot and Thomas, bro, they're nearly tied. They're nearly tied. Ah, this is crazy. Peterbot cannot win this. Peterbot cannot win this. Even though I love him, but he's still not going to win.
One to take
he dies.
On the other side, Thomas HD and Queasy are also playing the low ground here, but not so hot looking for them at the moment as they are running out of material. So very different start situations happening here.
They're at least healthy though, and with that Gatekeeper shotgun primed, it only takes one good shot for Thomas HD to find the refresh necessary. They're going to continue to sink in from behind the rest of the foot traffic. They're playing from the backside of zone. Peterbot,
they need 50 more points to fall.
Thomas
has lost Thomas. He's going to
Thomas got knocked.
Opportunity instead, and with 0 builds remaining, it's
it's up to Queasy. It's up to Queasy.
He can even make it into the zone.
It's up to Queasy.
And stay concealed enough for nobody else to pick him off.
There it is. He's going to break through the sidewall. This is all been edited. Baka's very weak. White HP. The armor wall comes through. Not worth, of course, pursuing at this moment. He has to focus in on staying in the front side here. No build to work with. Enemy around the backside. Can he get
Queasy!
For him.
Queasy!
Huge for Queasy now.
Queasy is cooked!
Eliminations. He has to stay ahead of Peterbot, who is on the low ground with a down teammate.
No way.
Peterbot, so much more to work with, however. It's still so close for everyone else. Another med kit is going to start coming out for Queasy.
Peterbot, no way!
Peterbot, though, going to pick up Teeny in the process.
Queasy, let's go!
Finds another into Rapid. Not going to get a chance though to
collect. Oh, Queasy!
Instead, he's scrambling, trying to remain out of sight here. Two and Chicho behind him, but Peterbot grabs him in the end.
That's exactly what he did as well.
Peterbot is
trying to take back these points here. Finishing off Trulex now. Inside of a top 5 situation, up on height. It's Dukes though with Peterbot.
Do you see the tide?
Do not count him out. It is all solos remaining here. Tito goes down.
Peterbot!
The next one is down too. Batman Booga sent back to the lobby. 3 players now here. Peterbot
no way.
1v1v1. Down goes Bars.
Peterbot, no way.
Final fight here.
No way. Peterbot is cooking.
Scenarios of Peterbot is just a little better.
Peterbot.
High ground hit is good, and he needs
no way. No way. What a fucking Christ, dude.
Everyone is regarding him as the best in the world.
Dude, Peterbot is. Whoa, Peterbot went from second to the first place.
Put him in the box, wrap him up,
no
and send them back to the lobby as the
clutch.
here. Well played.
He got 4 kills.
Forward, put your hands together for Peterbot and Pollo!
No way, bro.
Oh my, Peterbot.
You know what?
That is how you
actually, no.
That is how you do
it's
it.
It's either Queasy and Thomas or Pollo and Peter. Either one of these two, they need to win.
Yeah, I don't know. I just eliminated everyone. I mean, everyone was a solo. Pollo told me. Gold Gatekeeper with Drum Mag. I was just eliminating everyone. It was pretty easy.
I mean, you're right there with the guy. The crowd behind you too. Unbelievable work from your duo partner here. When you see that in the end game, how are you reacting? How are you feeling in that moment?
I saw there was 5 solos, and I just had a feeling he was going to win the game, too. I just had a feeling.
You just had the instinct. You just knew it was going to happen. Peterbot as well, obviously, the first 2 games, they didn't go according to plan, but that is the way to go into the break on this final Sunday. How do you guys feel like the first 2 games? Things are really looking good now going into this break. What do you do to regroup during this this halftime break?
Yeah, we're going to talk to our coach and go over the first 2 games and see what went wrong, and yeah, we'll go from there.
And anything you want to say to Queasy and Thomas HD for the first couple of matches as well? I mean, obviously the crowd here are very excited too. He's checking his stats on screen. He's looking at the leaderboard, and we have ourselves a, hey, this is flip-flopping all the way here, but there's a difference in points now. You guys are back on top.
Thank God.
Look at that. They're on second place.
Last part now. You two,
second place.
Are you confident that that is definitely within your grasp? 3 games left to go.
Yeah, I think we can win. Just replicate what we did last game and the other games we won yesterday as well.
Okay, well, let's see exactly how it's going to unfold. One more time, Fort Worth. Give it up for Peterbot and Pollo!
Let's go, Peter and Pollo.
This is one serious Global Championships final. 3 games left to play today. We can't wait to see what happens next. Zeke, what do you guys think? This is blowing my mind.
Team!
My hands are up! My hands are up! I don't know what's happening anymore. I cannot even believe this. First off, how did this game end as a solo? This is a duos competition. Solos running around,
good.
and just the fact that Peterbot pulls off one of the most insane solo
Peterbot is him, bro.
Right?
He's him.
Pollo goes down in 11.
Look at that.
Yeah, and then Peterbot, 1 by 1, systematically takes out the rest of the lobby, and you can see it in his load up right there. And
Look
he
at
pulled
this.
it out. The gatekeeper.
Look at this solo action.
So no longer does he just have 3 shots. Oh, is there 5 solos? Oh, perfect. That's exactly what I have in my gatekeeper. I am going to take down everyone.
Look at that.
And it was such a good run from them on the low ground. Even though they did have a little bit of a rough start with these first 2 games of the day, they did not let that knock them down. And now they're knocking everyone else out.
And then Pollo's down.
I mean,
all that's left is Peter.
What you need to do
Look at his
win
POV.
Global Championships. You need massive solo clutches like this. I mean, these final moments right here.
2.
Every single elimination, every single refresh he was able to get, which is compounded.
3.
Look at all these
3.
kills that he was able to
4.
get. Double elimination right there is absolutely crazy. And I noticed when I looked at the Duke's POV, Duke's had no materials, so Peterbot had the advantage. This elimination on low ground was crazy as well. Peterbot had
This guy got 6 kills solo.
So he took height perfectly. And I
6 kills solo.
Where Dukes had an insane
That's honestly impressive.
And I thought, are we going to see a similar sort of thing again? But then, of course, it's Peterbot. He was only going to win that.
You know,
this guy is cooking, bro.
Sometimes people like to put people into a false sense of security. Oh,
there's no way, bro. That's absolutely amazing,
bro. They put them into that sense of maybe we have a chance. Oh no, Peterbot and Pollo, they're still there to fight. They're still there to show that they are the best in the world and at the top of the leaderboard.
Peterbot has 600 points. Dude, look at Queasy and Thomas and Peterbot and Pollo, bro.
And for a moment, it was like, okay, the reign's over. Could this be the moment? And then Peterbot and Pollo answered that question. No. Nice try,
10, baby.
I cannot believe what we just witnessed. And 10 eliminations. Remember, the victory is worth 100 points by itself.
Yes.
You slap 60 points on top of that. Here we are. Here we are.
Peterbot and Pollo has 3 wins. I think Peterbot and Pollo has to win the FCS. They're gonna win.
Even close to that. The second
They're gonna win.
Thomas and Queasy, 29 eliminations.
That's bad.
I mean, we saw them do it
this guy
online.
got 6 kills solo at the end. That's absolutely impressive.
I think a lot of people, myself included, were like, are they really going to be able to do that on this global stage in front of the best teams in the world, in front of this amazing audience in person? That yes is the answer. They can do it. They can still do it. And I mean, that's a great response after the first 2 games. Wasn't the best for them, but that's a response of winners right there.
However, there are still 3 more games to go. We have already seen the leaderboard in first place change between 2 teams, and we do see that there are other duos on that leaderboard that are within reach. And we now know that Peterbot and Pollo are not invulnerable. We did see them go down in games 7 and 8. There was a possibility that that happens again. However, I love what they're saying. They're going to go back to their coach. They're going to go review specifically what went wrong in those games, and hopefully they never replicate it again.
That's right, and you saw them there on screen. They're right at it, right? They are really quickly trying to identify those issues. on the flip side, Thomas HD and Queasy, right? How they must be feeling. For a moment, it was ours, and now the rug pulled out from underneath them. We have a listen-in from this last game. Take a look.
All right, let's see it.
Stay down there. On me, I'm probably dead. On me.
I can't believe this guy got 6 kills solo, bro.
I'm dying right here. And this
That's one.
Nice. It's hella
That's
solo,
2.
bro. Nice, bro. You have 5 metal walls. Body.
At the finish.
Also, bro, all solos. 5 solos. Nice.
1, 2.
Nice. Get 2 bodies there.
That's 4. And the other guy is 5.
You need to reload. One's on height. I think you go up. Nice, bro. Except 20 goals, but you can fizz. Nice.
I'm the best player in the world, baby!
Oh my god.
Come on! Let's go!
You're actually crazy.
Holy, bro, let's go!
The reaction of Peterbot is insane.
Yeah, so remember for like a moment,
Come on, Peterbot, you're cooking.
Super cocky Peterbot, and then like
He's actually the best player in the world, no lies.
Again, he was just like, it was like the dangling the carrot, like, yeah, everything's cool, everything's fine. These guys are beatable. Just kidding.
And Pollo are
not the case.
Going in.
I do want to mention though, yes, Peterbot and Pollo did absolutely well there, but Queasy, a solo on the low ground with no mats, able to get back-to-back eliminations as well. Just making sure that they are still collecting those points because they don't want to see the 150-point deficit that they saw from yesterday.
Yeah, they really don't. Really well played game from these guys. I mean, it's unfortunate that Peterbot and Pollo had such a good game from their perspective because this was another solid performance from them. You saw how Thomas HD went down right there. Really unfortunate situation. Queasy was actually able to pick up Thomas HD's materials once he was finally eliminated in the storm. So that just kept him going and allowed him to make this solo clutch. Some really, really nice eliminations. This one in particular, unfortunate that he couldn't get those builds because I think if he could have got those builds, he would have had a little bit of a better placement in the end. But solo clutching 6 is so good, and particularly for Queasy, who I feel like people don't often give him the credit as a really great mechanical player. It's all about Thomas HD. He's the fragger, he's the best player in this duo, but no, Queasy has what it takes as well. He's proved it previously, he's proved it today. He is one that can perform as a solo.
And think just off that performance, right? That was enough to kind of, because Peterbot and Pollo could have run off, right? Yeah. And that was enough to just hold them on and just say, look, you're going to pull ahead, but I'm going to make sure that lead is not as big as it could have been. Props to Queasy after that, my goodness. Also as well, just a couple highlights from the last game, Dukes and Sphinx. Dukes making into that second place. They burned so much for that high ground, though. Still, second place, placement and eliminations, that's huge.
Yeah, and Dukes and Sphinx had a pretty good day 1 as well. So to keep that rolling into day number 2, to control high ground there as well was very smart. Cammy and Seti for a moment there had high ground, but then they saw that they had low mats. That's when Dukes and Sphinx went up. And Cammy and Seti very smartly dropping down, not even trying to fight for it, because when you have no mats, what's the point there? Dukes and Sphinx capitalizing on that awareness, did a great job in that game.
Yeah, they did. And as you mentioned, Zeke, it's always tough to sort of keep those materials going when you're a high ground team like that. We saw at the end, Dukes didn't quite have the materials to try and win that final 1v1. I expect to see this team making more end games, though. It's nice to see them getting that second place, as you mentioned, a really solid day for them yesterday. So building on that, not crumbling under the pressure of having that good performance in day 1. I'm excited to see what they can do.
That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, Fortnite fam, we are now at the halfway point of the competition. Only 3 games left to go. Our players have left the stage. Now they'll have a moment here of respite. They'll be able to eat, talk to their coaches. So when we return from this next break, we'll have more for you here on the FNCS.
Game 10! Game 10! Only 2 more games left!
Can these subscribers stop bugging? Like, please!
They're annoying. Peterbot. This is actually amazing.
23 seconds. This is it. There's only 2 more matches left. And they have finished. 2 more matches.
Fortnite's fun. We all know that. But how do we make it even funner? How about by playing it on one of the biggest screens in the world? Today we're going big. Big shout out to NASCAR for bringing us out here to the Texas Motor Speedway, just outside of Fort Worth, where we've invited some Fortnite players to play on the NASCAR Daytona Rocket Racing map. It's going to be a great time.
Kanata, Cooper, and Click,
and is like 30 inches maybe, so it's a huge upgrade for sure. Just to show y'all how big that monitor actually is, here, zoom in, see if you can see Veno. I think you need probably 1 million Venos to make that one-time monitor. Yeah, he's waving right there. It would be sick to do a tournament here. 100%.
Yeah, that would be amazing if there's a tournament here.
I'd love to do that.
Come on in.
Big lev on.
Have you ever played on a screen this big?
No, not this big.
Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Damn.
Hey, okay.
He's confident. Take away.
I don't think you're gonna win though.
We're gonna jump in. We're gonna see who can get the fastest times today. We're gonna do some time trials, right? And it's live. Let's go.
You already dude. You're 6 laps?
He's played this before. I feel like he's played.
Where's the timer?
Maybe he's not played it before. The middle mouse button to activate your boost. Go on it.
Oh my God. So you sit in this green minutes 20 seconds. Get a go. That's a route. Are you next? 11? Isn't it 11? Evan's gonna get the worst score, bro.
Really?
Don't get nervous, Clicks.
And it's live. Let's go. 320 to beat. No pressure at all. But if you don't beat the score, it will be pretty embarrassing for you.
Can you see where the kilometers is, like with the numbers? Yeah, I see.
Oh my God.
We bugged them now. What I say? You're gonna be 2 seconds. You're gonna be 2 seconds.
You've lost a lot of seconds there, bro.
Let's see.
Flicks is rocking in with a
3:11.
Nice.
No, you were me.
That's not great.
By 9 seconds.
So Cooper's stepping up next. Oh, bit of a slow start there, lad.
Yeah. Wait, how am I slow though? I think you'll hit sub 3 minutes at the moment, yeah.
This is cool though.
You got Loki a good. You got like
strong finish.
250.
252. That's crazy.
That's a good time. Canada, start your engine, lads. Let's go. Strong start.
Better than Cooper.
Hey, Canada.
Yeah, wrap this up. No,
holy smoke.
No, I'm getting green. It's on me, bro. No, this bug's on me. I'm getting green, bro.
Oh, what's it gonna be?
Damn, no.
What's it gonna be? Ooh, 3 minutes on
7
the clock.
seconds. 8 seconds out.
So Canada, no, so Cooper won.
I beat these two. Who the worst is?
Who's the worst?
Oh yeah, your turn, Levis.
Your turn, 11, come on.
It's time for the tutorial.
No, it's an overcut. Oh, no. Tutorial? Oh, no, man. He's drifting. He's techie with it. This is a guaranteed.
I hit it.
Oh, no.
Come on, give me a good time, please. Under 250. Under 250.
Oh, not bad, not bad.
Commiserations. 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 Nice try.
Nice try.
Next.
Monitors on the floor.
Let's go.
To the
winners.
To the winners.
Place.
Well done. Second place.
Yes, sir.
First place. Third place right here as well. And that was some rocket racing on the big horse. 218 feet wide, 97 feet tall. The biggest screen you guys will probably ever play on. What'd you make of that?
That was crazy.
Some fun?
It was fun. It was fun. It was a lot of fun. Actually playing the racing game.
Yeah. It was good. Hey, shout out to Rocket Racing. We're gonna see you guys on the next one. Peace out.
Nice.
Up here at the Creator Lounge, the influencers are plentiful, and let me tell you something, so were the vibes after that game. I mean, Peterbot and Pollo putting themselves back into the conversation, but now we're at the halfway point, and I just had to revisit a conversation from yesterday with two of our good friends, Blake and Somerset. Hey guys,
Blake and Somerset.
The 3 games from today.
I'm feeling good, man. Like, we got a tournament on our hands.
Peterbot had a bad first 2 games. Thomas HT, Queasy popped off. We thought like maybe Peterbot was gonna choke a little bit, but then he comes out with a crazy solo clutch.
Yes.
It was all solos at the end. A crazy game.
Peterbot is cooking, bro. He might win. He might win FNCS for the first time in history, bro. He might win FNCS for the first time.
Because they have been going absolutely crazy the last 2 days.
Awesome stuff. There's been a lot of surprises in the competition so far today. And Blake Hackett, why don't we throw a surprise your way as well? Why don't you go ahead and turn your head that way real quick? Everybody, it is Blake's birthday!
Blake's birthday, Cyberbeak is here!
On 3, I need one giant happy birthday for Blake himself. 1, 2, 3, happy birthday!
Blake,
go ahead and make a wish right there. There it is. How you feeling?
I just wish to qualify for global championship next year.
That's how you
not
know
gonna happen.
So I'm gonna say you're always by Blake's side. Any words of affirmation for us?
Stop me in the background, bro.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
You're getting old. Everyone's making these accusations that you're
A Cypher Peak in the background.
Next year for globals, you gotta prove them wrong. Let's go.
I didn't realize he's there.
There we go. Listen, we have some cake to celebrate with up here. There's going to be a celebration at the end of the day, and Queasy and Thomas are hoping to be a part of that.
Yeah, they really are. Can you make sure that you save us all 3 here some birthday cake? I'd be devastated if you didn't, all right? I'm joined by Queasy and Thomas HD here. We have got ourselves a serious championship Sunday. Queasy, the first 3 games, I mean, we had ourselves a lot of points scored early on, and Peterbot Pollo going down gave you guys a real advantage to get up that leaderboard, and you were the top spot for a while. Walk us through this first kind of couple of games and how that went really well for you guys, ensuring that you are definitely in contention for that trophy.
I mean, we're just trying to be consistent, but it's hard to compete with Thanos himself, you know? So we'll see.
Thanos himself. I mean, Thomas as well. I mean, you obviously in that 3rd game watching Queasy there, who managed to clutch up and just carry on going. You need those kind of plays in finals like this, don't you?
Yeah, I was really hyped that he clutched up a few elims and he clutched from top 12 till top 6, I think, or something. Yeah.
That was actually stout.
I'm proud of him.
Well, I mean, there's only like, what, 40 or 50 points between you guys and top spot right now, which is absolutely doable with the 1.5 multiplier. The last 3 games, does anything change for you guys? Is there any kind of strat coming into this you think this is how we go for it? Or is the consistency and the complacency of where you are right now going to get you through and up to that main stage to lift that trophy?
I mean, I don't think we can change much. Don't really have time to make adjustments, but we just keep doing what we're doing, and we hope it's enough.
I want to hear about one for a second here. You guys as a partnership. What is it like playing alongside Thomas HD? I guess a lot of people at home right now wishing they could be next to you guys competing with you. What's this guy like playing next to?
It's amazing and it's pretty easy to play, you know? That's about it.
Same question for you. I mean, this guy, he's done it all as well. Queasy is the man. Same thing. What is it like this season playing next to Queasy?
I mean, it's great playing with Queasy. Like, I don't think there's anyone else that I want to play like a LAN like this with than Queasy. I think he's like the best ideal by far.
Okay, we're going to see exactly what happens. Will they manage to go all the way and lift that trophy on behalf of the EU? I hope so. Let's head our way back over to the rest of the gang and see what they have to say.
On behalf of NA, I also hope so. That's just my opinion. Welcome back here from the FNCS. We just are sitting here at the halfway point. Man, that last game was so crazy once again. Obviously, we would love to see Thomas HG and Queasy win, but also that story, Peterbot and Pollo, the back and forth. It's a really great
story. They went from 2nd place
really
to 1st place away.
Storyline, and
that's actually
I
amazing.
hope that we get to see both of these players make it to the end game for the next 3 games as well. However, like I said before, there is still an opportunity for other teams below them to climb up the leaderboard, and to not forget that this isn't just a fight for 1st place. Everyone is still trying to climb up this leaderboard, make sure that they get into those placements where the 6-digit figures are.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it there from them directly in the interview. We don't really have time to change things right now. They've had a very, very good day overall. Of course, they came out on top in game number 1. 2 very solid games here as well, going into the halfway point. It's just the fact that Peterbot and Pollo had such an incredible game number 3 that they really are just taking everyone by storm right now. Still within reach, though, as you mentioned earlier, Ronzi.
Yeah, and just look at this leaderboard here, right? Like, 1st place, right, 608, 569. So we got 1st and 2nd kind of fighting it out. third and fourth, right in that 400, almost 500 range. They're fighting out. Fifth, all the way down to ninth. And you could even argue Bolt and Bryce are even trying to fight up into that competition. Guys, this is still anyone's game. We only have 3 games left to go. During this halftime, what do you guys think is kind of going through the players' minds? What are the things they're looking to change? Because the moment you fall, if you start this game and you fall outside of placements or eliminations, now you're only going to have 2 games left, and then vice versa, 1 game left. There's only so many opportunities left, Kelly.
You know, it's interesting because we've now had 2 interviews of Peterbot and Pollo and now Queasy and Thomas HD, and there's a bit of a juxtaposition for what they're doing during this halftime show. Where Peterbot and Pollo, they're going back to the review, they're talking to their coaches. Whereas Queasy and Thomas HD, it seems more that they are kind of calming themselves. They don't want to look too into it. They don't want to kind of freak themselves out because maybe if they doubt themselves now, it's only going to get worse from them. So I think it really depends on the player, on the duo, how they're going to be able to kind of handle this situation going into the final 3 games.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that is their situation of spawn as well. Of course, Peterbot and Pollo, they have the best medallion in the game. They have the best assault rifle in the game as well. Their plan right now, their main concern is getting landed on. What could happen in these final 3 games? Could there be a team in maybe 50th place, down there, 40th place, that could think, you know what, we've got 3 games to make something happen, 1.5x points, why don't we just go for the best loot, see what we can make of it? If Peterbot and Pollo can do it, why can't we? I don't think Queasy and Thomas have that same concern. Yes, they're not in first place, but their drop spot isn't necessarily the most overpowered drop spot. It hasn't got those medallions, it hasn't got those mythics. So I think that's where the difference in their strategy and their approach to this halftime break has been, because I think Peterbot and Pollo are in that danger zone right now. Anything can happen.
I mean, we heard at the start of the day, I believe it was Acorn and Cole, that they said, listen, if we're up there in 2nd place and it's Peterbot and Pollo, we're going to be landing on them. I don't know if they're going to be doing that now, but still that does showcase that that mentality is in the mind of all these competitors, that they are willing to do something crazy to change things up. And of course, that brings us back to the reminiscing days of Invitational 2022, where it was Queasy and Veno dropping onto Cammy and Seti and making one of the best plays that we have ever seen in the FNCS ever.
Just imagine for a moment. Let me just paint you a mental picture. And I'm not saying this is going to be true, but I did write it in the script. Peterbot Pollo, suddenly, Thomas HG, Queasy, they're both contesting each other. They decided we're going to fight it out right here. And then all the rest of the lobby is just like, we're also going to be part of this. We're just going to eliminate both of you.
Hi guys.
Just kidding. I hope that doesn't happen. But that's a
very like 10 minutes and I'll be back, okay?
Invitational,
10 minutes.
Never. And I don't think anyone would have ever imagined that was what the play that would have been made. And so here with 3 games left, you got to start thinking as a duo, like, bro, we could make one of those plays. It's high risk, high reward. But at the end of the day, like, it could win us a championship. It could send that in the top 10 and receive life-changing amount of money. I mean, there's so much on the line here.
I think that was a very, very specific situation. Though in the invitational, we're looking at Eddie's, we're so far ahead of the competition that even if Queasy and Veno did go down inside the place, they would have been there regardless because they knew that Cammy and Eddie were so much stronger on the end game there. So I think that as far as the other players landing on the raft, because there's already the 114 teams, why not 40 teams? I think that is a very, very specific situation. A lot of these teams are still trying to find a leaderboard and not sacrifice place points.
I think it is a specific situation. I don't think it's a specific situation, but could actually happen right with how those 2 teams are playing.
That's right. Our players are taking the stage once again. They are preparing themselves mentally. But this is not the only competition that has been going on this weekend. There's another one happening on the Fortnite Battle Stage!
So we're here, Fortnite Festival Battle Stage Dallas. So here's how it's gonna work. We're gonna have each individual on a band. They're all gonna compete amongst themselves. The top player at the end of a battle stage competition will advance to the next round. And the next round is gonna be the finals for Battle Stage Dallas. At the end of Battle Stage Dallas, we will crown the best Fortnite Festival Battle Stage champion.
So this is arguably like the largest prize pool in like guitar game history, and the fact that Fortnite Festival Battle Stage Champions is happening at all is like it's incredible.
This is the most calm, the most zen I've ever felt going into a tournament. Won 3 national championships in the old days. Looking forward to maybe adding another.
All right, guys, welcome to round 1. of Fortnite Battle Stage Dallas. May the best rocker win.
Tell you right now, I'm gonna win the whole thing. Somehow I pulled it out at the end by just a couple thousand points. I'm barely shaking now still. I'm still shaking. I'm sweaty. That was very nerve-wracking, but I'm glad that we were able to get it done.
All right, guys, welcome to round 3 of Fortnite Festival Battle Stage Dallas.
Nerves being up here is just insane. Like, you are not prepared until you get up here. Battle stage is completely different from main stage. Like, it's truly competition at its finest.
Hey, this is my first time playing at an official tournament in over a decade. It feels pretty good. Let's be honest here. So let's go!
Welcome to the finals of Fortnite Festival Battle Stage Dallas. And for the winner, we've got a little something special.
Where's my D-pad? I dropped activating!
Congratulations, Moose, for winning, and congratulations to the Rift Raiders.
I did it for him. He couldn't be here with us today, but I was here. He was here with us in spirit, and I did it for him. My best friend, I don't know how to feel yet. I don't know. It doesn't even feel real at this point. But it is real because I'm holding the golden guitar. So that's very cool. I could be more happy with how I played. I hope we see more competitive events like this in the future. Because, man, so many people getting into great music. So many people getting into competition. That's what it's about. Love it.
Well, next time, I'm definitely bringing it home. Moose better watch over his back.
Shout-outs there. Fortnite Festival Battle Stage Champion. That's what I'm going to be doing after this. I know this has been super fun. I'm just going to go. I'm terrified at that. let's just, anyway. Here we are, though, back once again. We are almost ready to jump back into the action. As we kind of talked about, only 3 games left to go. And then we are looking to crown global champions, Kelly.
It's finally happening. I mean, since 2023, where we saw Cooper and Miro raise their trophy, I've been waiting for this moment, and to see these two teams so close in reach of that title of the FNCS Global Champion, I cannot wait to get into this next game.
I'm so happy it's close. I'm so happy it's so close. As a neutral, if you're watching and you don't have a team that you're following, I think it's so good that things are so neck and neck going into these last 3 games. And of course, with that 1.5x points multiplier, anything can change so quickly. So even the likes of Vico and Flixie, if Peterbot and Pollo, Thomas and Queasy don't have a very good end to the day, Vico and Flixie could be your FNCS Global Champions for this year. So it's still all to play for, and it's going to be electric, Zeke. This is really where, this is the business end of the competition, we call it.
I know, we just cannot discredit this Victory Royale. 100 points. Yeah. I mean, right? A single duo could find themselves a Victory Royale, and then everything changes. This leaderboard shakes up. We could see Peterbot and Pollo have a slip-up like they've had, right? The same thing for Thomas HG. Any of these teams could. Now, we don't want that, but it could happen with 3 games remaining.
Yeah, and I love the way that these end games have been going. We've had wins from the high ground. We've had wins from the low ground. We've had solo competitions. We've had 2v2v2s. It has just been an all-encompassing experience of what Fortnite has to offer.
Yeah, we've had a little bit of everything, haven't we? Solo clutches went crazy. Of course, there's that one game today where we had like 5 or 6 solos just in the game alone. So yeah, we've kind of had a little taste of everything. Now this is where things things get really, really serious. I expect to see a little bit of change of strategy from some of our teams that maybe aren't doing so great. Some of the teams at the top, I think I'm expecting more nerves from, because this is really where it's make or break.
I think this is also where we're going to see a lot of issues with Storm Surge. A lot of players playing as safe as they can possibly be because they don't want to get eliminated. Regardless of going for those eliminations, they want those placement points. So I think that it's going to be a bit of a struggle for a lot of the teams that don't have kind of those off-spawn fights or other duos near them. They're going to have to make some big rotations to get those tags, or at least have some strategy in their back pocket.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just curious to start diving into what has changed, right? These players have had this time to kind of just wash away. Those first 9 games don't matter. We just have to show up for the next 3. These next 3 games will define our legacy, the legacy we leave here at the FNCS Global Championship. It is time. This is game number 10. Let's load right back on that battle bus with MDF and the best taco.
Thank you guys so much. And yes, MDF, we have officially crossed the halfway point. Match number 10 is in sight. And what's even more crazy to even consider currently was that performance out of Peterbot to close things off, because so many of these teams, they just had to sit and ice out for 20 minutes watching that. But we're ready to see what match 10 has in store for us. And like I'd already mentioned, MDF, everyone witnessing Peterbot's pop-off to conclude match number 9, then you go with your duo, you sit and you wait, think, talk, but what do you do realistically when you are dealing with the Thanos of the lobby?
Yeah, I mean, hey, they said it, we didn't, right? This is the truth of the matter, is that everyone looks up to this team as clearly the most powerful in the lobby, but now that we are in the back half, I mean, that short break does allow for other teams to try to sit down and formulate a strategy. 30 minutes between a game where you get to look into the VOD, look into the replay client, right? Feel out what exactly is going on around you is a huge, huge opportunity. I mean, even now, we're seeing people like Acorn potentially find fights there in the feed, but Huddy and Kovacs need to just escape this duo, quite honestly.
Seems like Sky beat Huddy and Kovacs to the punch. He's actually got a Gatekeeper shotgun, which is going to fare significantly better, you would think at least, but Huddy actually going to find the first assault. Sky has been knocked. It's exclusively down to Scroll now to try and stay alive, but he's not going to be able to make it work. Huddy and Kovacs, once again, fully in control and commanding Rebels Roost.
Very nicely done for them now, as we are just jumping into things here. Peterbot, Pollo looking pretty good now. What's happening though? There's action happening here at the raft. They don't want nothing to do with it as they're shying away. Swizzy and Japko get a little bit of loot and just back off as fast as possible. You know, it is pretty interesting to think about a 40-point gap that was once at the start of the event, closed, and then all of a sudden sprung right back into the action come the back half. So really showing you that when Peterbot and Pollo win a game, it's usually explosive.
And the other thing that's important to note, though, is over at the raft, sure, we're seeing quick departures from Swizzy and Yapko, but their intent for 2 days in a row now has been exclusively get what they can and then immediately start to head towards the weapons bunker. That's been their big play, is trying to establish their surge damage around the Underworld, around Grim Gate, but for Clix and Veno, it's another beast entirely. They're dealing with Damo and Resigns. Resigns, though, not going to be able to work his way out of this one, but Clix could pay the price instead. Cuts off into the corner. Damo left to fend for himself here, but Clix is incredibly low. Veno has been knocked, and it's going to be Oshi coming out on top. A massive upset for Clix and Veno. They were inside of our top 10, but with that confidence secure by Damo, this is a real opportunity because this is the fastest conclusion we've seen yet.
Yeah, and you know, you saw what happened there. They didn't have material to work with. Things ended so fast, and not being able to secure the elimination itself is also just small points lost here. Jumping in with Chicho and Trulix. finding body tags. The Monarch pistol obviously hitting in the range of that 60 plus, but Kanata and Cooper, this is the earliest we've seen them go head to head up against Alex and Worthy, forcing them out of the drop. That was just one of the two though. Malabuka and Mustache not happy with Kanata and Cooper taking their pickings here. This is almost a throwback to the Invitational when Kanata had beef at the racetrack up against Malabuka and Mustache.
Malabuka, Thomas HD at the time, but things have shifted because Kanata and Cooper finding that singular elimination now puts them in a power position here at Restored Reels. They have a very real opportunity as well to try and see if they can look for not just the solo, but also taking advantage of the other half section, because keep in mind, Restored Reels usually getting split between only 2 duos, but since Alex and Worthy got cut off so soon, that's going to be even better opportunity still, because Kanata and Cooper know that that POI has not been fully looted.
Well, matches 9 and 10 have been very interesting since we can see that the zone is going to remain down south once again, and Peterbot and Pollo saw Clix and Vino get eliminated, and they wasted no time to rush in and secure these eliminations up against Resigns and Damo. Damo seems to have escaped outside of the Sandy Steps, but it makes sense, right? They would come in and just finish the job.
But Peterbot and Pollo also knew that if Clix and Veno aren't there, they have zero fear of Oshi, and they've been very open about that. Japantini, on the other hand, they've also joined the fray here at Restored Reels. Malabuka, Mustache, they've got one elimination as well. Teeny and Jap find themselves boxed in the center. They're trying to see if they can escape, but they're both gonna pressure onto Malabuka's walls. Malabuka hasn't had his shield fully cracked just yet, but he's definitely low enough. Same could be said though for Japantini. Armored wall gonna cut off that aggressive path from Mustache, and they'll have a moment to regenerate their shields.
Japantini have fallen down to 12th here, but still are very much in the running here. Let's not forget 1.5x
Alex and Worthy can now win a single entity.
Every game having that much more significance on the standing. Look at Teeny slide up behind Malabuka and find an elimination right there. Very nicely done. And in quick fashion there, picks up the loot. He desperately needed that. He's only got 200 material even now. Tap on the other side though, getting tagged off in the distance. Teeny looking to finish off Giras and Shari, who seems to have rotated north from the south after seeing Clix and Vino go down. They're like, oh, okay, there's no one a third party. Let's go the opposite way. Everyone's adjusting.
And I think that adjustment was so unexpected for Malabuka and Mustache. Malabuka was trying to stay hidden because he recognized the fact that there was Giras and Shari on the other side, but again, Teeny, Chap, wasting absolutely no time, just caught in the center of the action.
I just want to say how interesting that Peterbot and Pollo see Clix and Vino fall and they push in. Giras and Shari see it and like, let's get out. Very different philosophy, very different strategies at play there, but nonetheless, we progress here onto Bryson Bolts now, who have a little bit of this high ground spot here. Bryson Bolts continues to kind of remain inside this top 10 conversation. However, still shy of a victory royale to really propel them up towards the top.
For sure, but for Baka and Pars, this is a site that they haven't had a chance to really take too much advantage of in a while. Their drop by the ship it station usually leaves them in contention to be able to look at a forecast tower or two, but because of the action that's been taking place between Vico, Flixie, Peterbot, Pollo, all these other duos trying to establish their dominance over these forecast towers, it's been difficult for Pars and Baka to work their way into that conversation. But again, this is also partially Domino's effect because Peterbot and Pollo rotated so early on to push Damo and Resigns off of the Clix Veno eliminations that now it's left an opening for Baka and Pars to set up home base around the forecast tower that would typically be contested by Peterbot and Pollo.
Ryzen Agers looking to see it. They can get a couple tags on a team rotating nearby. Well inside the top 10 here. We can start shifting our conversations a bit towards the pricing as well. Let's not forget how significant it will be as you start breaking into top 10. The difference is in what you earn up towards top 5. That's what players are gonna start having to worry about as well, given the performances. Even if first place is not in the question, You want to be up as high
Where's
as
Peterbot,
possible.
by the way?
And that's also an interesting dynamic to consider because some of these teams that are outside of that top 25 in the leaderboard, this might just be a prime opportunity for them to be as reckless as they want because realistically, 6 points per elimination, if they're able to stack 3, 4, possibly even 5, it's never going to be easy, especially not at the caliber of a global stage lobby. But when you know that everybody gets money and when you see such distinct gaps between the prize pooling just for 1 or 2 point placements higher, it's definitely worth trying to key after.
Yeah, Vico and Flixie thinking about keying Shadow and Virgo. On that note, Shadow and Virgo very much aware that this bunker's gonna open here. Now looking to back off, seems like they've sort of met their match. We had time to catch up with Vico's parent, and they said they expect Vico to get much more eliminations today. That is what is the hopes. And look, he has done just that. He is in 3rd place right now. Vico and Flixie absolutely have proven to the world that they are a scary team and someone to be respected.
Just seeing the way that Vico's mom is so invested, though. I mean, granted, I would imagine that any parent would be, but it's just the emotional display. I can only imagine what it's like because even for us watching, the anxiety is bound to hit. Nerves definitely starting to build here, but the shots have to stay clean as ever for all of these players involved because you might not have as many opportunities as you would hope for, and Sphinx managing to connect some very optimal shots with that striker burst assault rifle. He's definitely under a little bit of duress himself on the top of his surge base.
Haven't seen much of the early game from Dukes or Sphinx, but they are creeping their way up the standings. Just a silent team at the moment. On the other side, Bugha and Aviv looking to make some noise here at the Reckless Railways. I was just gonna say, but you gotta be careful because here comes Flixie and Vico coming back to home territory. First tag's gonna come out onto Aviv by Flixie from the low ground. A great peek, and Aviv's gonna respect the damage coming in from Vico now and back off.
But both of these teams need to be wary of the fact that they don't want to get caught outside of the zone for a little bit too long. Teams inside of the zone already managing to build up more primary positioning, and when you're trying to break through some of these surge bases that are in more of that central map position, it can be very difficult to work around and still retain as many resources. All of these splashes, a little bit of Flowberry Fizz that Vico has left over. It seems right now he can definitely buy himself more time than what Bugha and Aviv had to offer, but because of that factor, Bugha, Aviv, they're not really interested in the fight.
One thing to note too, the bunker, not really talked about how much ammunition it serves out to the players that secure it. You saw there, Vico and Flix had 300 ammunition
dead, bro.
Where you start jumping
Clicks is Clicks is terrible, bro. He can't even catch up.
They'll start to run out.
Bro, Clicks, why is Clicks even trying to play FCS? He can't even win.
Seemingly wants to see if he can find another refresh if possible, but again, teams next to the Nitrodrome fully aware of the fact that these last little bits of metal are probably gonna have to be the hard mats that carry them through the rest of this mid game. Some nice connections though. Rapid, that is a big knock.
A huge knock there. And look at this, we jump back in and Flixie's actually down. What went wrong? And now it's up to Vico to try to play this one out. We saw Flixie lurking, trying to get a weird angle onto Aviv and Bugha, and they might have actually caught him off guard.
Aviv and Bugha may have even falsely alluded to Vico and Flixie as if they were, trying to just escape, but in actuality, they were really just setting the trap all along. Flixie was playing rather separate in the first place, and yeah, here, you can already tell, shields cracked, low and exposed, and too easy for the big cheese to take care of.
Aviv and Bugha on the move now. No one in sight here as they get a nice clean rotate down the river's edge here. This is match number 10. The back half of the tournament is very much underway here. Aviv and Bugha have a long way to go if they want to break into that top 10, but they are knocking on the door now, as several eliminations in a good placed game here will put them inside the conversation. And this is after having such a struggle day one, right? Completely almost unheard of for Bugha and Aviv, but this day two performance is one to be impressed with. Meanwhile, Huddy and Kovacs, from one bad game the previous round, seems like they're carrying that bad vibe into this one here as well. It's not looking good.
From the frying pan straight into the fire is what it feels like currently for Huddy, but he's hoping he can continue to try and make his escape. Chap, though, intent on looking for the confirmation of this next elimination.
Got 7
he wants
builds.
the points, but more importantly still,
7
he
builds,
wants the
though,
sight of
7
those
builds.
materials. Well, all the little goodies that Huddy might still have
Oh,
to
he has
offer
7 builds,
with his
though.
loadout as well. Keep in mind the splashes and the ammunition can go a long way
Where's
for some
Pollo
of
and
these teams
Peterbot?
that don't have those weapon bunkers like you already called.
Vico has now brought back Flixie with the reboot van. The most important part about losing your teammate, I think, is the time lost, right? And the resources handed over to the opponents to, of course, secure it. Sure, you'll have time to kind of get back into the swing of things, but you are very behind on time now, which obviously is so valuable, and you do not get back.
Well, I think what's even crazier still is the fact that they were still a couple hundred damage above the threshold. Despite this setback, they are still in an okay position to try and crawl their way out of the hole that Aviv and Bugha essentially placed them into. But top of Rift Island definitely starting to heat up here. Muzz, Epic Whale, after some very essential material. They have 0 metal though, and that could be a massive detriment as the mid to late game transition begins to unfold, because they're gonna have to play exclusively off of brick walls if they enter any engagements at the top of Rift Island here.
Still very, very difficult spot to be in for Huddy here. They have the damage, not much more than that. That's really the truth of it. Look at how many teams have also began to kind of house up here on the Rift Island. You have the likes of Muzz and Epic Whale, amongst others. Huddy here just trying to figure out what he can scrap together. Material is extremely low here. Even now, he's playing with fire here as he's trying to inch his way into the structure above, getting ever so closer to visuals and company. But on the other side, Peterbot and Pollo making a move here from the outside of the zone now, and they are not looking too hot down at the red line rig.
This could actually be a big spot of trouble here if Peterbot and Pollo aren't careful. They had teams on both sides of them as they continue to try and work their way into Brawler's Battleground. Just look at the amount of materials they've had to expend already, and they're still sitting just outside the edge of zone. All the while, Vico, Flixie, they have cracked into the edge, but now they got to try and break past Reason and the deal.
This is a fight they've seen before. No strangers to one another on the European region. However, there's still Michael and Job also firing in on this fight, so it's not just a clean 2v2. Vico and Flixie, though, have a lot to worry about. They need damage, but more importantly, they need this refresh. Job steps in and just gets crushed for a moment there, but Flixie damaged as well. Vico doubles down on the armored walls and actually finds the elimination. Meanwhile, Pollo and Peterbot are fighting their way in as well. And this time it's up against Cold and Acorn.
Cold and Acorn have been struggling today as far as their surge has been concerned, and big part of the reason why they don't have that direct contest that they were able to depend on in day number 1 up against the likes of Andalex and Sato. So taking this exchange with Peterbot and Pollo, it's only going to hinder both teams at this stage, because Baka and Pars, they're starting to put their heads into the mix, and Resigns, a lone soldier, he's not going to be able to make it out.
Huge pickup for Epic Whale, though. He's actually going to be the one to get the last tag from the Rift Island down onto Resigns there. Meanwhile, you would have thought it was Damo who was close nearby, but no, it's Agers in the storm, looking like a solo as well. What is happening here? This is going to give a sense of security to Pollo and Peterbot when the skin comes out and they see Agers potentially there in the distance.
Yeah, they're also going to recognize the fact that he's a...
They're going to think he's a solo, but he's not.
Agers is just far enough away from Rise, though, that Pollo and Peterbot, you saw the confidence in that movement. They were full sprinting. They're not trying to hide anything about their intention. And Agers instantly recognizing the danger in sight. He's gonna fall back immediately. And now Pollo, Peterbot, they see his duo in the distance, and they're gonna opt to fall back. Agers and Rise will live to see another day.
Definitely a close one. Pollo and Peterbot were moving so fast as well, and you know, for good measure, they need more damage. They are not quite there just yet. Giras and Shari gonna be the next ones up for Pickens here, but nothing is gonna connect. Getting close now to the top 25. Take a look at the highlights. You blinked, you missed it. Baka and Pars get deleted by the young Cold. Very nicely done. He's starting to heat up, it seems now. In the back half, that short break probably much needed.
Clex is dead,
last
bro.
elimination there that
Whoa,
Flixie and
Clex
Vigo
can't
picked
even
up off
survive.
screen is carrying their surge damage threshold currently, sitting just barely above at 113 over, but Vico, Flixie, more importantly still,
Gotta restart TikTok in like 1 hour, so yeah.
loot refresh if possible. They're gonna have to create the situation themselves. Meanwhile, Peterbot, Pollo, this could be exactly everything they were looking for. And
Nice, buddy.
fallen, and a big refresh of materials is
Bro,
finally headed their way.
Peterbot is going crazy,
so
dude. I think he's gonna
too,
win.
Right? One of the fastest eliminations they picked up, but look, no heals were given out. You would think you catch two teams or a set of duos here on the outside, catch the quick elimination, and you'd be fully refreshed, but they are still in a very bad
Thomas and
situation
Queasy.
as far as heals are concerned.
Yeah, but it's all from rags to riches when you're looking at Thomas HD and Queasy's loadouts in comparison to Pollo and Peterbot. They are in tatters at this phase. And now, taking the flaming boost tube, they're gonna try to catapult themselves. It's helping them cover some distance, but at the same time, they're just still so far behind everyone else, very likely to get held the moment that they surface.
They go sneaking their way out.
As long as Queasy and Queasy and Thomas are high ground, it should be good.
Again, one of those very dangerous situations they found themselves in where Pollo doesn't have much HP. Peterbot holding on with just a single strong foot. Let's see it though. They find a little weak ramp here, try to double out onto Jonathan Pixis. But nothing comes out.
Oh, Queasy and Thomas are down, bro.
Just a little bit more there.
I think it's over for Queasy and Thomas.
Peterbot and Pollo, though, they're going to send out their next scan off that reveal medallion. It's Siyun and Kadu. But Siyun and Kadu, they might even be caught in a different exchange of their own. Believe that they're applying some pressure onto Epicwell and Muzz, who are sitting on the low ground just underneath them. Chiefs as well, so incredibly hurt, but Peterbot, Pollo, they are just praying for any sort of refresh, but nobody is coming near them. Keep in mind that reveal medallion also marking their position on the map. People know Peterbot and Pollo are on the approach.
Yeah, Kato is trying his best to see if he can
Vision
swing
Thomas
around this
moving.
dead side for the rotate, but Peterbot and Pollo not having anything to do with it. In fact, finding more tags now into Kadu. They're gonna recognize we just shield cracked here, push in, take the wall. They didn't have heavy material before, so what did they have to work with? Armored wall comes out, give them a little bit of room, but different duos now looking to collapse in. Luckily, the tag was
Peterbot is my
not his
good.
teammate. Otherwise, it will be Rats here. Great Monarch tags, but they are literally operating on fumes right now.
Peterbot is down to his final 4 builds.
Wow.
Make that 3. He's still got 6 armored walls though, but he'll have to be so meticulous with how he actually places them. But
Needed
just
that.
in time, Chris has been found.
It's not much.
Oh, Peterbot is cooked.
It's not much, but it's something, and down they go.
Peterbot is cooked.
17th place. They just
Bro,
couldn't
Peterbot
get
looks
a
mad, bro.
Look at who it is. Vico on the other side here. Falls and takes the damage too. Out goes some of the immediate threat.
Queasy and Thomas on baby
Begin
here
to
front.
open up for Cammy and Seti. Once
Thomas.
again on the high ground.
Cut.
Queasy and Thomas also who are just on a day 2 performance of their careers right now.
The opportunity has arisen though. Thomas HD and Queasy know if they can just close this one out.
They need
in
50
any
points
sort
to
of fashion, like some
fall.
of the successful matches they've had earlier here today, that could be all the difference necessary. Only 54 points currently separates first and second place. Sphinx from the low ground, trying to take some chops up onto height. Success as well. Seti and Cammy will be forced to try and pave their way forward. Still looking to maintain a front side position of this next zone, but Duke, Sphinx right behind him, threatening. They're gonna have to push forward as well, though. It's only a matter of time before the two have to clash.
Sphinx and Dukes have turned their focus to high ground here. They want to be up on that podium before the weekend's over, and there's just 3 games to do it. Here we are in the final moments, top 15 now. Things are starting to heat up here for Thomas HD and Queasy. Material running low. They have to find the refresh here. Desperation will start to kick in. They saw the shield crack. Sidewall goes in. They're fully committed. Armored walls. It's
no way!
Thomas HD.
Thomas, what are you doing?
Back to the lobby.
Queasy! I mean, Thomas!
Be here before. He will have to figure out how to clutch up for the team
Thomas,
now.
what were you doing?
At least for a moment, he's going to opt to play his
There's
final
no
med
way.
kit. It'll buy him a little bit of time. He's hoping that it'll buy him even a placement or two. But now,
oh no, they could.
pushing in late,
GG.
backside of zone, hoping that he can drop in overhead, sees bodies, here's the shots connecting. Prism is going to get knocked. That's the refresh he needed, but the splash is Queasy can't
That's fine, GG.
He gets the elimination.
He got 620 points. Oh, they were 40 away, bro.
Overthrow the gap between him and Peterbot and Pollo. The small chance that he had.
Dude, look at the placement, man.
That was open. He could not fit through, and it remains as close as ever as we are bending into game 11 and 12 of the tournament. This is Bryce's and Bolt's chance to secure a victory. This is Sphinx and Duke's chance to secure a victory. Or can Cammy and Seti pull a trick out of the hat at this point and come back with another win today?
Seti is already out. Cammy may have been right next to him. Swizzy and Yapko, on the other hand, they're looking to be the ones to try and overtake the low ground. They've created so much space, but working through these pre-existing builds and even the buildings themselves here at Brawler's Battleground is posing so much of an issue because Bryce Bolt's in the mid-ground. Pixie as a solo. He's going to opt for the medkit play as well. Teams falling left and right, and the solos left behind, just hoping that the duos clash into each other.
Japko and Swizzy, very solid team, doing what they need to. Beautiful tag out to Gyros, puts them down quickly. Teammate behind it, and then Japko delivered Pixie right afterwards, and they jumped their way up to 8 eliminations in the top 3 now. Bolts is weak, but Bryce is healthy. Sphinx and Dukes waiting their timeout from the high ground, listening to what's happening down low. The medallions in full effect, so they have all the information needed, and they're cutting them off.
No way!
From Bryce here to find one, now 2 on the low ground. Down comes Sphinx and Dukes. The call has been made. They're looking to close this game out, and they're a very weakened duo down here.
Duke's feeling good about this one, though. He knows that these players have got to be low. Final 3 builds remain. Sphinx right up above.
No way, go on.
It's only going to take one last shot. Dukes waiting to see which hole Bolts tries to scramble out from under.
Dude.
Armored walls to surround himself for the time being.
That's so smart. He's got something to heal with. He actually is trying to survive.
Oh, he got to heal off. He's dead. GG.
On the high ground, and he has an extra med kit. It's going to be so close here as Sphinx has run out of heals, and Bolts has one.
No, he won.
3, 2, 1, it is over, and Bolts wins the game via armored walls and med kits. I knew they would
Let's go, GG.
They were hunting for it for so long. It was only a matter of time before they were finally able to seek this one out. A big victory royale to surge their way up the leaderboards. Heartbreaking moment for Sphinx and Dukes, but they did their best.
Would you please put your hands together for Bryce and Mars? It is good to talk to you guys.
Baby.
Walk us through the end game there. We saw the heals came into play, but what a way. The crowd absolutely loving that too.
We finally got a south pole for the first time. It went to the sand. We also got surge guns this game, so we decided to just stay our spot, get surge. After that, we made it to end game pretty easily. Once we were there, it was just refreshes, you know, it was just clockwork. I don't know, Bryce is one of the best IGLs in the game. I'm one of the best fraggers, and put that together, we're one of the best players ever.
I mean, Bryce, you know, we hear it from their bolts. It was an incredible way to round things up here. Obviously, you guys want to get as far up the leaderboard as possible now. Walk us through this competition thus far. How has it been for you both as a duo?
It's been pretty challenging, but like we're the best duo, so it's nothing like different than NA East, pretty much, or NA Central.
And I got to ask as well, we heard it from these guys, Fort Worth. I mean, Fort Worth, let them hear you one more time. You've got the crowd on your side too here. That must give you a lot of wind in your wings as well.
Yeah, a lot of adrenaline running. I'm really nervous, but I'm also excited.
All right, you heard it there. Bryce and Bolts, one more time, give it up for your winners! Whew. Lots more coming our way here. Bryce and Bolts, they're securing the victory, but we've got 2 more games left to play here. What's going to happen next? You have a front row seat. Do not go anywhere. This crowd already, we know you guys are too. We'll see for plenty more right after this break.
Alright, I'm gonna restart TikTok and I'll be back. Alright, just restarted TikTok. How long have they been gone? 4 hours. 3 hours. Dude, honestly, W for them. W. It is Blake's birthday as well, I didn't even know that. It didn't last long. It's now 22, W. Now I know. I don't play with anyone to you. I'm just watching this FNCS Grand Final. I'm not even playing Fortnite anymore.
Hello and welcome
I know it's
back
sad.
to the FNCS Global Championship.
2 more games.
Up game number
Peterbot
10.
is in the lead, by the way.
Global champions are
I'm
crowned.
famous than you.
To say this last game was chaotic, I feel is almost like an understatement.
Yeah, that was chaos in its finest form right there. Our 2 biggest teams going down relatively early, although still getting those placement points, probably still holding themselves up in the top of the leaderboard. But big shout outs to Dukes and Sphinx. We've seen some great performances from them, but Bryce and Bolt with the win there. I mean, we saw it from Global Championships 2023. Bryce getting that 6th place with Chubb. Now bringing it back again to show how well he can perform on the big stage.
Yeah, I mean, they said it right there. They have the perfect partnership. They have the best IGL, the best fragger in their
Because
opinion.
if you say you're
they are the best
then...
duo, which is of course what we got to see in this game right here. They're a little bit lower down on the leaderboards too, so this is what the second day can do. That 1.5x points.
Look how many you
can
had,
really
and look at
boost up in
mine.
the standings,
Look how
which I'm
many
sure
I
we'll
had.
take a look at very soon. But it's this moment right here where Bryce goes down. Bolts, of course, had to pop that med kit, and Dukes just couldn't get inside of that box because he placed all of those armored walls. What a great strategy, and ultimately, it was because he had more med kits at his disposal.
Such a smart play, and it's also a bit of a risky play, right? Because you don't know what is in Dukes' loadout there. You don't know if he has the med kits. You just have to make that call. And a lot of the times we see these low ground teams, when it does come down to a heal off, kind of scour the low ground there, trying to find the med kits. But he says, no, I have to believe this is my chance. I'm not giving the high ground team a chance to drop down and eliminate me. I'm going for the heal off.
Yeah, you just have to commit, right? That's a great point, because like obviously we as viewers, we have all of the information, right? We can kind of see everyone's healths and everything, but the players can't, right? They're just going, they're down below me, commit health, the med kit. We don't have another choice. This is the only health I have, right? So very interesting to see. Let's take a look at our leaderboard with only 2 games left. How are things going? Peterbot, Pollo, still holding on, especially after that last game. What I found very interesting about Peterbot and Pollo in that game, they started the game with bunker, right? But yet, most of the game,
look at them on the leaderboard. They were this close
we
to
saw how deep into the storm that they had to
go.
go for that bunker. And when that happens and you have to do a big rotate, they're landing over in the raft, and it was a southeastern zone. And then by staying in the storm to get that bunker, you just have so much potential to sacrifice, especially when people are paying attention to all those outside teams going for those tags. You just have to use mats, and you're going to have to use your heals a little early in that situation.
Yeah, the casters mentioned it as well. They made a more quick south rotation, of course, within that very first zone to take out the OCE team down there that took out Veno and Clicks, and I think they didn't get the forecast tower there either, so they were always back in the storm. They didn't know where that next zone was going to be, so they couldn't plan ahead. And we've kind of seen that a lot throughout the day and the whole weekend, I guess, with Peterbot and Pollo. They haven't necessarily looked like the most healthy team, the most stacked team at all circumstances and all situations, but they have the fragging power, they have the ability to pull themselves out of that situation, and that's what makes this team so great.
Absolutely. We saw there in a moment, Thomas HD jumps into a box, making the maddest play I think I've ever seen. What's interesting about this duo, right? Earlier on in the game, around 4th zone, they're sitting 700 above.
Yeah.
And then we go into like 7th zone, they're 400 above. And then kind of running out of steam as far as like maps are concerned.
Yeah, I mean, look at this, just 3 builds available to them, unfortunately jumping into that box. It was possible that Thomas HD thought that it could have been a solo, but Queasy, once again, just with that solo clutch, even though he wasn't able to get too much besides the elimination and an 11th place finish, that still adds up, Mini.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it was a similar situation to earlier on where he actually left the body in the storm. He couldn't get the heals and the materials and stuff that was on that body earlier. He went for it this game. He tried it. He saw those chug smashes, which of course can heal your whites, and he tried to go for it. Wasn't quite enough there at the end, but again, a nice game. Of course, Peterbot and Pollo there got 17th place. I think it was an 11th place for these guys right here, so they're getting the upper hand on them. They're getting the edge on them. It's just not quite enough to take over that first place spot at the moment.
This is going to be a fight until the very end. 2 games left to go, and then a champion will be crowned. Fortnite fam, let's get ready to jump into game 11 on the day.
Game 11, baby!
There it is. There's only 2 more chances now. Match 11 being one of them coming right up.
It almost feels so surreal at this point, MDF, that we are right on the cusp of crowning our next global champions.
Yeah, and it is really close at the top. I can't believe Queasy and Thomas couldn't take the small opportunity available, but let's see it.
Here we go, game 2. No, game 11. Here we go.
How many more chances will everyone get here in match number 11 to take their shot at the throne? Because at this point, Peterbot and Pollo have served up too many opportunities. They can't surely.
Pollo and Peterbot are cooking, bro.
You would think so, but at the same time, NDF, with a 1.5 times point multiplier, anything is possible. And speaking of crazy possibilities here, Brutal Beachhead, Gal Gamer, Haman, they're actually gonna fly right overhead. They've recognized they have been completely outdropped. Their intentions are elsewhere. Sato and Andalex, though, on the north side.
I think Clicks is not gonna win this match.
Could be a moment for Acorn and Cole to potentially manifest their own destiny here on the day, because they have certainly encountered a fair share of struggles. And the contest also continues at the Rebels Roost for Kovacs, Putty, Sky, and Scroll.
Looking for an opportunity, looking for an angle right now. Putty's gonna get a huge pickup from the drop right there. So that's the round out the loadout here. Shotgun, AR ready to go. Burst being a great option so early right now. Monarch pistol for Kovacs, so not exactly the best. However, this is a hot drop, so you can see there are plenty of drones flying around that'll drop good loot as well. But Scroll and Sky this time not content with what they've received. Back off. We've seen them do this before.
On
the other side, a power-worthy and Alex kicking things off, continuing their domination.
Alabogans, get down! Let's go!
Reels. They really have impressed us, I would say, with what they're capable of in the early game. If they can just patch up that mid-game, I mean, they would make OCE very proud.
Well, they've managed to smooth out the difficulties that they had in day one as far as that 50-50 drop is concerned and restored reels. The problem now today has just been Kanata and Cooper, amongst other teams, just closing in on that location after they see the exchange take place. But Acorn is currently situated here at Brutal Beachhead without Cold, and considering the Andalex as an elimination of his own, you have to expect that that was the one he found on the Cold.
Yeah, it's sad to see, but it's about the worst we've seen Acorn and Cold do in person right now, and there's a lot of factors starting to add up. Normally, they play very, very well, you know, being contested. However, there were some rumors Cold wasn't feeling 100%
Cold.
today, so
Cold
it could be taking its effect here now,
done.
especially as we drag on later into the evening, as they've kind of slipped
Peterbot
down.
and Pollo. Come on, Peterbot, you got this.
The stars.
You got this, Peterbot. You can do this.
Pollo and Peterbot right now.
These guys are sweating for the win. They want that 2 million, bro. Come on, Peterbot. You got this. You got this, Peterbot.
Went wrong in the mid game, given that they were just in shambles somehow. No extra material. And then on the other side, Queasy and Thomas had a opposite situation, but this time it's an elimination.
They pushed in rather quick to capitalize on Kramsu and Clone, who do land a little bit north of where Research Rock is at. And
hey, Yoma!
Queasy just beating Kramsu.
Oh, that is what I call a headshot.
Could have potentially just been
Holy
a
moly.
circumstance where Kramsu didn't even have time to react.
Where's Clicks?
He just
Clicks'
got
main spot is slappy shorts.
2 shots pretty much, so well played to Queasy. Thomas HD for that one. Something we were just talking about in between these matches is the fact that Queasy and Thomas have been able to find the placement points, but what they need to add to it at this stage are the eliminations.
Definitely being elimination light
Jesus.
is what's holding them back on the standings right now, but consistency is surely there.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Trump everything. Talk about consistent teams. Vico and Flixie have been online, but this time they have to be careful, have to be wary of Bryson Bolts, who are coming off a Victory Royale, given that they are another top 10 team. So that's not going to be easy by any means, but a battle for the forecast tower is, of course, worth fighting for. And we've seen Bryson Bolts escape already with the cards, so.
Not only that, I mean, even factor in what happened yesterday. Bryson Bolts taking out Flixie when he did secure that forecast key card, so anything goes just about, just because you get the key card until you actually
after this will be game 12, which is the final game.
Consider it in your control. Teeny and Chaptho across the map.
It's between Queasy and Thomas versus Pollo and Peterbot.
No real opportunity for them to bounce
it's
back
between
here.
them.
Garrus and Shari mixing up the strategies doesn't seem to be working.
Alex and
Chicho right
Chicho.
now. They were better off sitting in the storm trying to catch tags on the Clicks and Vino. Jumping in with Chicho now in Trulex. Just outside the Doomstat. Big base here. Ramped out almost to see what they can find. Things are going to slow down here for a moment, but on the other side, things starting to heat up now for Chap and Teeny. Another elimination to finish the duo off.
They knew that Shari was a solo, though, after collecting Gira, so it makes sense that they would take the time to pinpoint his location. The surge damage, just such a massive necessity to collect early on, so that way they can have better control over their rotations as the match progresses. Because we are down to our final 2 lobbies here today, MDF. Wox, Ping, getting active now because the likes of Rise and Yuma, and they're gonna win out. 2 big eliminations to add to the tab as Pollo and Peterbot yet again also finding themselves fully in control of the forecast tower.
They've doubled back, they've secured it again, and this means that they will have all the information for all of the zones coming up. It's such an advantage. And it's not just them, right? There are other teams, of course, securing other forecast towers. However, they have just been the team that be able to do the most with that information.
But now you've got a team with the best medallion, the best striker burst assault rifle, the best kind of opportunities to set themselves into optimal positioning thanks to the forecast. Shutting that down might not even be the focus. More so, it's just got to be other teams emphasizing even more still into their own gameplay to ensure that they can keep up at this point.
Nico and Flixie trying to keep up. I love that they go around, tag other teams, and then double back to the railways, always looking for someone who makes the mistake of getting to their drop spot, looking for scraps. Seems to be what works. On the other side, though, CZB, Nathan, EU team going up against Bryce and Bolts right now. Bryce and Bolts are actually just waiting right now, probably not too sure about what they want to do. I'm sure they want to get back to farming as they don't have much to work with here, and CZB and Nathan seem to catch a read here. They don't want to take this fight.
Yeah, CZB and Nathan, they're in a far better position as well, just having that little bit of elevation to work with. So Bryce, Bolts, they're likely going to head the opposite direction, but something I couldn't help but notice, last time we checked in with Trulex and Chicho, that surge base that they had established, the way that they were taking shots into Doomstad, wondering how much interference they've been playing today against the likes of Muzz and Epic Whale, Reet and Ritual. Keep in mind, those 2 teams are trying to head. They're already softly contesting each other. They've been splitting Doomstad between the north and south sides, but when you've got Trulex and Chicho, such strong mechanical players, you know they have such crazy pinpoint accuracy, and they're holding you with the surge base so far. It can be very difficult.
Bro, Peterbot is nearly 700 points, bro. This guy is actually crazy.
Another team that you're not expecting.
Dude, Bama, Booga, and Rapid.
Be disastrous. Chicho and Trulex doing just that as well, talking about manipulating these rotates. They're trying to do that here. No tags right now into Rapid and Batman Booga. However, Trulex is at a completely different angle here on the outskirts. But the call's being made. Time to get a move on it here. They'll be one of the first to rotate now.
Plenty of rocks, though, to easily refarm some of the brick that they had invested for that first surge base. And just behind them, you can see Muzz, Epic Whale. They've had to maintain a low profile to prevent themselves from being victims of Trulex and Chicho's Eagle Eyes inside of that surge base. But the surge bases continue to pose issues for plenty of other teams around the lobby. Here we've got Pollo and Peterbot actually looking to see if they can capitalize onto Sky and Scroll.
Come on, Peterbot. Come on, Peterbot. Come on.
Caught in the center. But they're going to try to just finagle their way out of this one. Sure enough, Pollo, though,
Come on, Peter. Come on, Peter.
To the chase.
Haven't quite got the tags, though, right? So something isn't going right for this battle here. Clearly, the goal is damage and or eliminations, but none being earned. Meanwhile, Ping and Wox right here are in a completely different fight. Deep into the storm, just outside the underworld. Wox, who's at 3 eliminations here, clearly fired up for match 11 right now. Chasing down visuals and Braids. Finds the wall. Ping on the other side, gets the edit. However, Braid slips out.
This is looking rather dire, though, for Braids. For Wox and Ping, they've
the poor guy,
so
the poor guy.
Damage at this point, which is why Wox, he's so intent so determined
He is soloing
to make
now.
sure that he cleans up the other half of this duo. Not to mention the 3 eliminations as well. Wox and Ping playing super aggressive. Some of these final lobbies.
There he is.
A knock though. It's going to
He
be
got
a
an
big
elimination.
setback
That's
here
great.
for Wox and Ping. They have some white heals to work with, but keep in mind, we just saw Trulix and Chicho's positioning. All the other teams as well that are based a little bit more towards that northeast side of the map are going to have ample opportunity to just gatekeep these teams that are still inside the storm, rotating so late.
Think about what they're fighting for. These are all of our top 10 teams we're jumping in and giving you guys updates with. You are seeing just why they are sitting well within the top 10, taking fights, dropping teams, making big moments every single chance that they get, and now Dukes and Sphinx are looking to do just that as well here, as they're sitting heavily in 5th here. But Kramsu, Clone looking for the double pincer here. Both sides are cut off, but Dukes and Sphinx double back one another. Good defensive wall thrown down there. The tags are even better, but Dukes, as mechanical as he is, can't take too many of those tags there. Will he be set back? Kramsu really pushing the agenda here, as is Clone.
Keep in mind, Clone and Kramsu, they're trying to make up for lost time. Queasy getting that initial elimination posed such a big setback because they had to make a play for the reboot ban. So now you know that they need some surge damage to efficiently move throughout the rest of this mid game. And Dukes and Sphinx, they wouldn't mind the refresh materials at this point. They're using up a lot of their splashes just to try and get the job done. Not sure which duo actually decided to start the engagement, but at this point, somebody needs to find closure before the third party trickles in.
Yeah, Dukes and Sphinx gonna get another tag here onto Kramsu, but not much. Clone is also hurt, but so is Sphinx. Sphinx seems to be the one taking the most damage in this battle. All of these chug splashes coming out to make sure they keep him up. Given the circumstances, the Flowberry Fizz to reset the full HP now. They're gonna commit back into it. They're too deep into the water now to give this one up. They're gonna have to swim their way out. They need the mats, they need the material, they need everything that they can pick up off of Dukes and Sphinx here. And Sphinx and Dukes need to stay alive because they're inside the top 5, so much more riding on the line for them right now.
But again, the fact that they've even been held up for this long with Kramsu and Clone is such a huge detriment. There are multiple teams now beginning to filter in around them, and with the way that the zone has started to pull over the likes of Reckless Railways, keep in mind that's also Vico and Flixie's backyard, and they've got that forecast knowledge from this match.
Dukes is trapped though, 2 tags come in, and he is forced back to the low ground. This is not going the way they expected at all here. Sphinx also punished now. The Hispanic duo sees blood in the water here as they've caught the white tags. They are hunting as aggressive as ever. Down goes Sphinx first. Dukes falls as well, and 5th place is out now. And this is gonna give everyone else the chance now to secure that 5th plus. Brazanti Demo, they'll move in here. It's not over for Clone and Kramsu. In fact, it's done for them now as Resigns is gonna find the first elim, and Demo gets the 2nd. And just like that, they timed their entry perfectly for OCE.
And at this stage, again, Clone and Kramsu, sure, they got the points from the set of eliminations onto Dukes and Sphinx, but fact of the matter is, they weren't in a position to be able to deal with the third party after the fact that Kramsu left as a solo. And this time, he might not have the opportunity to actually make a reboot ban play like his partner just did for him earlier on. All the while, Chicho and Trulix, they have found their new height of surge-based territory. And they've got a massive overview of where the entirety of the lobby is. This brick box on top of the mountain face as well. Very easy to spot for other teams, which means the flow of traffic for players moving into this next zone likely going to be restricted by Chicho and Trulix.
Yeah, this is as big as bases get here, especially given that it's off the mountain, so they just have so much visibility on the edge of the map. Rift Island, once again, housed by Peterbot and Pollo. Probably the 8th time out of these 11 matches they will show up consistently here. playing into the storm right now. I wonder what's the game plan here. They continue to rack up tags. Does seem like they will need a fight here soon.
Oh no.
Peterbot's got all the chug splashes.
Oh, he got one splashes, thank God.
Go ahead and make sure to expend a handful of them, but Pollo, Peterbot, no.
Oh, they gave him multiple splashes. Let's go.
And go, but they can see all the teams that are rifting around them, teams that might even be able to take that launch pad later on, but most importantly of all, they're heading straight for surge base territory.
Look at who they're going to land on. They're following Huddy and Kovacs right now. They find a fresh wall from Scrubble and Sky. That would even be a better option given that this is a weakened team. Little do they know, but Pollo gets the first tag onto him, and unfortunately that sets him back. Goes for a trade attack with Swizzy, and Peterbot showing us exactly what he is known for, and that is that deadly aim right there to keep them in the game. But just on the line of surge right now,
Lord, Peterbot is cooked.
Floating above it. They're not completely safe just yet.
Can't lose focus though. Swizzy and Yapko are not going to go out without a fight.
Oh, Peterbot is cooked.
Sure, Peterbot might have that mythic striker burst, but Yapko returning fire, letting them know it's not going to be easy. 58 below the damage threshold though for Kovacs and Huddy.
Oh, Lord.
They're just getting so held by everyone surrounding them, barely managing to find a shot in the nick of time. More importantly still, it seems other players falling in the lobby instead will be their bailout moment. They are fortunately going to be able to take a quick moment to pause, heal up, and then determine where they head next. Harping out not necessarily an option. They're going to have to fight because they need more material.
Nice little pickup here for Peterbot. Still has 2 splashes to work with right now. These eliminations being a massive, massive recovery opportunity for them. Let's take a look at it. It was Worthy who was flying in here.
No, Worthy, no!
Unfortunately, fell short of the storm line there.
Dude, that sucks.
Queasy, Thomas HD. Hot on the heels of Flixie and Biko now. That would be an incredible team to drop, given that they are in 3rd
Queasy
place.
And Thomas is so close to catching up Peterbot and Pollo.
They have so much damage.
So close to catching up. Oh, that's a good head.
But Thomas HD, do you ever miss with the Monarch pistol, man?
We have seen him do so
That is
much
crazy
damage
pistol.
with that weapon. It wouldn't doubt me if the stats say that he is far and above the rest with a Monarch here on the weekend. Take a look at that in just a moment, but Kovacs, Huddy now, very much below the surge here, forced into a box-to-box engagement here. This is as scrappy as it's gonna get, and they need an elimination here now.
Oh no, they got the stone surge. They cooked.
Run short on time. It's going to be a matter of moments before this storm really starts to ramp up onto them. Let's see it.
The damage threshold is only going to continue to climb even higher. Huddy, Kovacs forced to jump into Sky and Scroll's box, but it's not going to do them any good. They find the knock onto Scroll.
Let's go!
But that's just going to be the setup for Wox and Ping. They take Scroll's body, instantly throw it back into their turf. Sky now left to fend for himself as a solo. Plenty of damage above the threshold, but in a sea of duos, what options does he really have?
And they're just sitting on that refresh right there. Now they're all the way back to the thing. This is kind of crazy for Wox and Ping. They've come out like reasonably out of nowhere, literally now in 4 eliminations. And they're just in this conversation for a top 5 run this game. Just 20 points behind now, Bryce and Bolts, given how many eliminations they're starting to pick up here. For Bolts and Bryce though, they're finally finding theirs too, so that's a set. Starting to add up here.
Look at how isolated Queasy and Thomas HD were, though, on that far west side of the zone. A little bit of a dead side position, but they are going to have to deal with Paper and Victor B, I believe, who seem to be joined up with them. Not going to be an easy path to trek by any means, but right there with you, Bryce and Bolts have really started to heat up here. And this is where it matters most because you only have this lobby and the next to work with, and then that's it. And there is a lot of prize money on the line when you look at these positions in the top 5.
Is that Clex?
Oh, the gap is...
Clex is still alive.
Big jump. The first Bolts and Bryce have to make it there, if you will. They're in the top 5, but
no way.
Pushing through is going to be difficult now, given that they're running low on HP.
As soon as I talk, they leave. If I stay quiet, they join. Why?
The fact that Bulls has to rely on bandages here, but a great shot there. Not enough to find the elimination, unfortunately.
Yep.
Loses
as soon as I
his
thought they
teammate in the
left.
process, however, he is above the threshold 4 now. It'll buy him a little bit of time. Glowberry Fizz to give him that extra mobility here, so he moves fast.
Wow, that's so
also to get
weird.
an inch further. It's Reason who's down at the bottom layer. What can Boats do now? Can he maintain his position here?
Come on, baby, let's go.
Reason it also
desperate
Bolts. For some elimination damage, but Bolts will
good.
get the last lap. Granted, I don't know how long it'll last, considering the fact that his current
still alive,
position is as grim as ever, especially seeing all these teams in front of him. Chiefs just skirting by. Benno and clicks his box. Bolts hoping to keep ramping up overhead, just trying to
he's dead, he's dead.
position, but 25 above the damage threshold, and he
died.
will finally be taken out.
While all that
Peterbot is still here.
There is more action unfolding here.
Oh,
for the likes of
did you see the scores?
To set themselves up with some high ground positioning.
Queasy and Thomas. Queasy and Thomas at a high ground. This might be it. This might be when they got kills.
Not looking good for Clicks and Vino, who are also going to fall inside the top 20. Peterbot and Pollo continuing to rack up the eliminations here.
Look at the score point.
They couldn't have found those elims out of
they were close.
Granted, it would be difficult for them to actually make their way towards the body loot, but Peterbot, Pollo, they might just choose to take
Thomas
what's right
on a high ground.
Immediately falls to Peterbot's accuracy.
Come on, Peterbot. We want to see some action.
The lobby has closed in. Peterbot from
Peterbot!
forced to throw out the armored wall, but
come on, Peterbot, you got this. You got this.
It seems as though
come on, Peterbot, you got this.
The fact that this is a solo operation.
Come on, Peterbot.
And look, he's still trying to possibly save his teammate. Remember, Pollo has a lot of heals as well in the extra material, but no, he has to give it up. He has to leave him behind. And we have seen Peterbot be here before. I mean, he just won a game where he clutched it up. So top 14 now. It's not over just yet.
Oh, Christian Thomas on high ground. That's
on the front side of zone.
Peterbot, let's go.
It's just cooking though. Taking down Teeny now.
Let's go, Thomas. I mean, Queasy. Fuck.
He drops a team and finds more eliminations. He is gapping himself away from second and third place.
He wins, the game is over. He wins, the game is over.
They're watching this elimination feed light up.
Come on, Peterbot, you got this.
He's willing to make some
miracles
happen. Low ground control though belongs to Thomas HD and Queasy. They're trying to make some eliminations happen. They need those points. They've got 5 already, but Peterbot just continues.
Peterbot is cooking!
At this stage.
Keep your attention down to the bottom right now. Thomas HD just found elimination in low ground.
Peterbot is cooking. Peterbot is cooking.
Peterbot's trying to rotate.
He is cooking.
Another one down low, and he is still cooking here.
Yes, he is. He's still cooking.
Backs him up and takes down Reet on the low ground there, and they are just turning up. This is one of the first and second place given into this.
There's no way he's alive.
Right here, they are decimating the lobby.
Dude, Peterbot is going crazy.
But Peterbot is just making
Peterbot is going crazy.
Thomas HD and Queasy sitting at 8 eliminations already.
He's going crazy.
Isolated, no Reet in sight because
Peterbot is going nuts. He's going crazy.
To tarp his way through the low ground.
It's over. Peterbot won. Peterbot won. He is cooking.
We have a 2v2 and then all solos in between. One of those solos is
go away. Go away. Go away. Go away.
As well, and he just does not.
Dude, Peterbot is cooking. Peterbot.
At this point,
there is no way Peterbot is so good at the game.
It's not going to go well if you step into Peter's domain. Meanwhile, Thomas HD, Queasy, setting up the victory royale.
There's no way. It's just Peterbot.
Queasy, they know. It's Peterbot.
Queasy and Thomas versus Peterbot.
Peterbot gets a huge chunk out of it. One more shot could do it.
Come on, Peterbot.
One more guy.
Breakthrough on the low ground. He's making the impossible happen.
Queasy versus
What is happening?
Takes him down. Queasy versus
Peterbot is alive. Queasy versus Peterbot.
Queasy is looking for the tag. Both shots can easily go.
What is happening? What is happening?
Can he get the
Peterbot is cooking.
You just cannot make this up.
Peterbot is so insane.
Wow, wow, wow. Give it up for Peterbot and Pollo.
Bro, Peterbot is crazy.
You know, is that a taste of what's to come? The 1v1 versus Queasy, the last play of the game. Peterbot, you were out of your mind.
How is this guy so good?
So I eliminated Thomas, and then I know Queasy killed one, right? And then I just knew it was a free win because it was Queasy, not Thomas, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay. All right. Pollo, this is... I'm enjoying this. Are you enjoying this too?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I mean, these solo clutch, both our wins today, so, I mean.
We started the day with you guys, a good 60 points in the lead. You guys have been toe-to-toe with Thomas and Queasy all day long. It goes down to the last game now. That has got to be the greatest way to kickstart the last game of this competition.
The last game!
What are you guys going to... I mean, how do you kind of take in this moment? Everyone watching around the world, everyone competing together. This is your time. Do you feel this is your time as a duo as well?
Yeah, I think they're gonna land on. Yeah, I think they're gonna land on us this last game, and then we're just gonna kill them, and that'll be it.
Okay, you expected that as well. Do you think there's a chance that Thomas and Queasy may make the play and go for you guys and land where you're landing and challenge you?
I think so. Okay. Maybe.
I was going to say, I've asked you guys so many questions over the course of the last 2 days. I'm going to ask you what your favorite color is, Peterbot, and is it gold?
No, it's not, but that'll be nice to win, you know what I'm
Would
saying?
be nice. One more time, would you give it up for Peterbot and Pollo?
W Peterbot. He's going to win the tournament.
To go into our final game.
I think these two are
it
good.
is so close now. FNCS Global Championships 2024 could not have asked for a better way to close things out. Do not go anywhere. Stay exactly where you are, because after this, we'll be crowning our champions.
Final game. Dude, Peterbot is nuts. He just destroyed the entire lobby solo. He is that cook. Dude, Peterbot is actually cooking, bro. Bro, how is Peterbot that good at the game? There is no way he's that good. That's actually wild. Dude, that is wild. Peterbot is going to win the tournament. I think Peterbot won. I think Peterbot won, bro. He is cooked. I think Peterbot won. There's no lies. I think Peterbot won. I think Peterbot won. Honestly. Because there is no way. There is no way he is that good to destroy the entire lobby as solo. That's actually crazy. That's actually mad, bro. I want Peterbot to win. I don't care if he's crazy at the game. I want him to win. I don't care. I want him to win. I want him to win. How is he that crazy in the game? I think he's better than Mr. Lost. No lies. He's better than Mr. Lost. Three, 2, 1. The final game is here, baby!
Fortnite fam.
This is it!
Fortnite fam. We are seeing history being made before our
The final game
eyes.
in history.
Vivid 11-2K. Is that possibly the craziest clutch we have ever seen in FNCS history?
Stakes on the line, right? Like, it may not be like one of the, I don't know, like the craziest.
That's way better than Mongols clutch.
Take everything into account.
Peterbot literally destroyed the lobby.
Fans are cheering.
I think it was
first and second place.
It was 20 versus 1,
and he
destroyed the entire lobby. Like, how you see that crazy, bro?
Count him out. How?
It doesn't get much better than this. I mean, this is everything you asked for. When Pollo goes down, you're looking at Peterbot going, surely he doesn't clutch again. We just saw one of the best clutches we've seen from him all year. And then with Queasy and Thomas in the lobby, they are just bossing it. It looks like
look at him.
Everybody else is in the lobby other than
he is cooking.
It's a clear win for them. But for them to come blow to blow at the end there, Vivid, oh my goodness. This script is
And he destroyed
nuts.
2 people. He destroyed 2 teams.
No way. How would we have ever known? How would we know? And it's like in the
like, look at him.
You always kind of wish
that
like
crazy.
The first and second team kind of go head to head. In a manner like this, though, where really
and
Peterbot
Queasy
should not have been able to pull this off. Back against the wall. Look at the materials. Look at all. And yet he takes down
Peterbot versus Queasy.
And then it's just a 1v1, and it comes down to angles. What are these angles, Vivid?
I don't know. Like, Peterbot's tracking
like,
is incredible. He just seems to always find the shot first. Immediately.
He's not hacking. He is actually that good at the game.
Right there.
He's not hacking. He's good at the game.
At all. It is just insane.
I mean, thank you to those guys for making this the competition.
5 minutes until final game.
Ages, really. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people came into today thinking
this is
it wasn't
crazy, bro. This is actually wild.
Myself included. Yeah. But these guys have put up a championship winning performance, and you look at individuals, of course, Peter talking a bit of smack there, right, when he's saying he wishes he was happy it was Queasy instead of Thomas. But when you look at how Thomas has been playing, understandably so, Thomas has been absolutely on it all throughout the day. The shots he's been hitting has been so clutch. Oh man, I wonder how they're feeling after that, right? They would have expected to win that.
Do they even like? They probably don't even know what's going on. Like, they're gonna watch this back and be like, he did what from where as a who? I mean, Queasy and Thomas are just going up against. I mean, you chatted with him, Levin, right? The words that were coming out of Queasy's mouth yesterday, he was like, "How do we beat that?"
I mean, he's making it look possible, at least, right? And
yeah,
and that was one of the things even he emphasized yesterday. He felt like it
he's aimbotting.
Clearly is this here. When they start going up and you're like, oh my god, they're just gonna wipe everyone out of the lobby at this point. Thomas drops down to try to take Booger out, and it's so unfortunate there that Peterbot is just lurking.
Booger came in 3rd place.
I mean, in so many other situations,
Booger came in 3rd place.
You rewind that end game, they win it more often than not, you'd reckon.
Yeah.
But fine margins. It comes down to the angles.
Hey, just listen to the crowd roar. Literally in that moment,
Peterbot has 4 wins. How?
Minds. This
guy can literally do this solo.
Okay, because I do want to call out here, Queasy and Thomas.
He doesn't need a teammate. He can literally destroy the entire lobby as solo. Like, brother.
And Pollo go down early, Queasy Thomas could still win.
No.
I have a question though. At the beginning of the show, Adam was talking with Queasy and Thomas HD, and he said, listen, if it comes to that, going into game 12, could we see and relive that invitational moment? What did Queasy say?
Queasy basically mentioned that if the gap between 2nd and 3rd place was enough, right? Enough to go ahead and justify like, oh, listen, if we have a bad game 12, we get 0 points, we're still going to get second, then we're going for it. We're running it back from Invitational. We're landing on Peterbot and Pollo 11. What does that kind of make you feel? You think they're going to do it?
There's no way.
I mean, the gap is there.
Queasy and Thomas are going to land at their POI. There's no way.
You can't count on them going down early.
That's a bad. This is a big mistake. Because if you die, that's your fault.
Want to take on that championship like we know Queasy and Thomas do. There is one play that can guarantee you that championship. And that is landing on them, taking the raft away.
There's no way they're gonna land each other and just
Are we really
eliminate
saying
them.
we think they're going to commit to a raft? There's already duos there, and you know for those other duos are thinking we've got to slow them down. This could be an all-out fight at the raft.
I wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to make the call. Like, could you imagine being Queasy or Thomas? Who's making that call? How do you make that call?
I mean, it's so tough. I mean, Queasy, I would assume, would be the one to make that call, but it's so much more complicated than that, right? Because even if you do land there and you take them down at the raft, there's other teams there, like you guys have mentioned.
Yeah.
What happens if one of these other teams... Imagine a world where they take them down, right? Queasy and Thomas manage to land on them, take them down, and then Fretz or someone else in the POI goes, hold on a minute.
Yeah,
and starts running out.
Pop over.
You know what I mean? Like, it's risky business. It's different from Invitational. Cami and Seti when Queasy and
I think Clicks is not going to win the FSCSSEs, you know, I mean, let's be honest, he can't even win.
Boy, fam, this is...
Everybody who believes Clicks is going to win, he hasn't won a single FSCS in 6 years.
Number 12.
He hasn't won a single FSCS in so many years.
One game left to go.
Only one emotion rushing through my body right
That's
now.
it.
That is excitement. 25 minutes away from watching that trophy up there, boys.
Let's go!
Championship, one more game separates us. And that. Levin, how are you feeling, man?
Feel it, brother.
You want to know how I'm feeling?
Yeah.
Say it.
I'm feeling like it all comes down to this. One more game remaining and this is on the line.
Yes!
The moment, it's all about moments. I think back to the World Cup, the young Argentinian.
Final game.
Yesterday,
yes!
Swizzy, all the adversity he's faced, fighting up against the best duo in the world, Peter and Pollo in a 1v2. He did it. I think back to the Invitational 2022.
I remember that.
Queasy, Venno against Seti and Cami to win it all. This game is about moments. Fort Worth, are you ready for a moment?
Yes!
No. Fort Worth, I said, are you ready?
Yes, I am! I'm ready!
It's that moment! This is their moment!
Game 12! Let's go, 11! Let's go, 11! Dude, 11 is good!
And
This is
couldn't
it.
be said any better. Match 12
Last
is here,
game.
and the competition has never been closer.
This is it!
Absolute chills listening to Levin, but he
Bro,
has a point here,
Levin is
MDF.
actually amazing person to alone. Here we go, Pollo and Peter landing our raft to get the best medallion.
Flying in to the raft.
This is it.
Company beside them, but no Queasy and Thomas in sight.
Oh, I actually thought they were gonna land it. That would be funny.
Still here. Peterbot and Pollo
Here we go. This is the last game in history.
They will have to make
You almost got a kill.
to end game here to meet Thomas HD.
Oh my god, this guy's 1 HP.
One more time. Eliminations are going to be
Oh,
huge
no.
here for Pollo and Peterbot as they get to have a chance to open up the point discrepancy.
This is anything but a detriment, though, as far as Pollo and Peterbot are concerned. Danath and
Oh.
Tinka nearly
I'm
helping
not.
them tally up an additional 6 points if they're not careful. All the
Dude.
while, Thomas, Queasy, they've
Tell
just
that to
landed
somebody else,
touchdown
not me.
Home base here at Research Rock.
I'm not.
Brawlers Battleground, and a whole game ahead of them to try and stamp their mark.
And I know everyone at home watching right
Stop-
now,
stop
sitting on the
telling
end of
me
their
I need to
seats.
shave my ass.
What
Just
is gonna
stop.
happen?
Well, you're gonna
Who
get
is gonna
banned.
take it all
You
home
don't want that, do you?
and lift the trophy
stop.
at the end, the bragging rights of being the best duo globally across all of the Fortnite regions. Kovacs and Huddy still have so much to fight for as well, given that their podium finish is up on the line here. Let's not forget, third place is still a huge jump up in prizing and bragging. But for Kovacs and Huddy, they've been fighting this team every single game of the weekend so far. They've been relatively successful.
Okay, if you guys say that one more time, I'm not kidding. I will actually ban you. I will actually ban you if you say that one more time. I actually mean it. I actually mean it.
They know just how injured they actually
I mean it.
Kovacs a little bit too ambitious. Sky, Scroll, they're gonna find the first knock. It's exclusively up to Huddy to
you guys have no choice.
finish alive.
It's not over yet though. Huddy is way too healthy, and they recognize that this can go either way. Given how consistent he's been, beautiful tag right there.
Oh, too bad. Just get out of here, bro.
Surely he can, but the damage has been done, and he's forced.
Just stop telling me now you have to shake it, bro.
Armor wall comes out.
That's gross. Get some help.
Dicey now for Huddy.
There's only so many ways that Huddy could actually choose to escape from this current position, however, and Scroll recognizes that fact. Scroll's gonna find that final elimination. Dude. Huddy and Kovacs have had a phenomenal run, but it's cut short. Pollo, Peterbot doing the same currently to Trashian threats.
And now, there's no threats in sight. Everyone at the raft must go. Peterbot and Pollo need more points, and they want to start opening up the gap here. Trash is going to be the first to fall now.
I warned you.
That final elimination having been established there for Pollo and Peterbot.
I warned you, bro. I warned you. You didn't even listen.
A quick listen in. Some of our teams.
Get what you deserve.
Wait for the cameras. I'm gonna more craft, yeah? I just know the streams are going like, is Queasy gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Alright, bro. Let's get it. Fist bump, bro. Fist bump, man. Give me a fist bump, bro. Don't leave me hanging.
He thought about it. He tried to bait us. But no, you know, I do respect the fact Queasy and Thomas HD and their ability to stick to their guns, not be pressured into a decision that can throw their entire opportunity away. They've known that Peterbot and Pollo have not played perfectly today. However, when Peter has been online, when Pollo has been online,
you guys down bad? Just shut the fuck up and enjoy the fucking
clearly the clutches that he's put down today have proven just that.
Even when Pollo hasn't been there, the level of support that he's been able
to
provide for
shut up.
And just
I'm not gonna listen to any of you who's trying to tell me to twerk.
To clutch up every single time without
I'm not.
fail. That is a huge amount of pressure rested upon Peterbot's
And if someone said it, I will block you.
He plays as if there's nothing weighing him down in the slightest.
What's really interesting about Peterbot and Pollo as well, the way they're playing right now,
I bet you're a friend with Dr. Justice Fight, you absolute peasant.
Anything that moves is getting shot. You saw there, even clicks off in the they're hitting everyone back. They're gonna want 1,000 feet between them.
That is
and of course the
bad
trophy
maniacs.
for now, but Ping and Wox here on the other side have been flying their way up the standings, truly earning their mark, making their mark here on the Globals stage. This is the Grand Finals Match 12 action happening right now. Yuma is gonna get his tournament cut short now. Wox has to clutch it up. No! Rise has a different story on hand here. Gotta be careful now.
The damage has definitely already been done though by Wox and Ping. Even if Rise manages to overcome this 1 versus 2 scenario, without his duo, he's gonna have to make a play for the reboot ban, and that's gonna cost him so much time. Wox, Ping though, they've got other things in mind, and that's continuing their streak here in the final hour. 2 eliminations already, a third party closing in. They've got ample amounts of shield though. What they really need is more white heals and an opportunity to disengage, most importantly of all.
Honestly, from Wox, that was an incredible angle to counter the ramp that was thrown in the box right there. Quick thinking, swift action. It's gonna allow them to win that fight right there. Tinka has to be careful. They may have won an OCE championship, but here on the global stage, everyone is on equal footing. Things slow down for a moment. Other teams lurking nearby, listening, watching. Brazil, OCE. You never know who's gonna jump in first.
Chicho and Trulix, though, they're just sticking to what's tried and true. Surge base up, scour the entire area, and apply pressure onto the teams down in Doomsday. Keep in mind that's likely going to be Epic Whale, Muzz, Ritual one more time, having to deal with Trulix and Chicho's affairs, but Chicho, Trulix, definitely trying to be wary. A couple of shots found their way from the flank positions, and despite how high up they've managed to build these surge bases, you could still be vulnerable when you got these open edits.
No shots returning just yet, though. Everyone almost in position for good reason. Sphinx and Dukes on the other side, playing the Storm right now, trying to, of course, secure what they can here. What a performance from Dukes this weekend here. Again, flying straight up to the top, not really looking back after making the top 5. He has just been so consistent with Sphinx. A duo that honestly we didn't even see coming out of nowhere. Back on over to Vico and Flixie. The Railways pushed out very early this time around with this far western pull.
Part of the reason being, though, we saw Vico and Flixie last we checked in. They were trying to surmount a base around the forecast tower that spawns just a little bit next to Dumping Hazen, but with Bryce and Bolts right behind them, you almost have to imagine that Bryce and Bolts potentially could have pushed them out of that position. Chap and Teeny on the other end, they're trying to deal with the likes of Ed and Persa. Nitrodrome action only going to continue to pick up. There's a lot of commotion that both of these duos are making, and they're on the outside of the zone. Granted, they have plenty of time to work with. Teeny and Chap could also always opt to take this flaming boost tube if they feel as though this battle isn't worth their time.
Definitely are looking like it's time to get out of here. Couple eliminations, but time to just recoup, bounce back, get the materials.
I'm excited to see them win.
Mid-game here. Meanwhile, Booga falls to the hands of Muzz and Epic Whale, and they are racking up the loot now. Other teams are still here at the Doomstot, though. Big rotates coming in, it seems like, from Reet and Ritual. Mapoli and Zoyota as well. Just lurking, trying to find an opportunity here to pounce in.
That was a big set of eliminations, though, that Muzz and Epic Whale managed to find. And the fact that it was on to Aviv and Booga can be crushing when you consider that they had started to surmount the comeback potential, trying to maintain the top 10. Aviv unable to get the revive. Respect the commitment, but Muzz and Epic Whale just a little bit too quick on the collapse. Here, the crowd cheering.
Here we go,
It's
ladies.
Thomas HD and Queasy coming to view one more time. They're heading straight for this weapons bunker south of the Nitrodrome, and there's already company nearby. So instead, they might opt to pivot, take this flaming boost tube instead. Flowberry's
This might be it for them.
It's a fast rotate.
They're on the move right now. Swizzy and Yapko as well, just outside the Grim Great. Trapped in between Murstache and Malibuca in the distance. A bunker here, of course, being the big upgrade to their loadout. The fact that they get this bunker completely uncontested makes a huge difference as well. Yapko with a single elim right now, starting to cap out on material. This is where focus will start to shift into where do they want to base down for the mid game. Jumping in with Pollo and
Who's
Peterbot.
winning? Peterbot.
You can see who's
Peterbot
on
is
the way
winning.
here without giving it away. There is a very clear, determined play in motion right now to intercept
Like 700 points, which is
At the same
ridiculous.
time, though, you gotta time it right. Queasy and Thomas know Pollo and Peterbot, as long as they have Emma Frost for
this time they went in a different direction.
50 seconds, that marker is going to go out.
Man.
It is essentially
man.
of everyone surrounding you. And a big credit for as to why Peterbot has been able to find those 2 solo clutches for the victory royales here today.
Thomas HC's
no,
gonna take a lot of
this might be
damage there.
bad.
It's time for Squeezy to possibly step up here, but Bach and Pars just gonna back up, play that high ground, play that angle. More tags
no,
from behind.
Queasy.
This is a huge setback now.
This might be it for Queasy.
Queasy here, forced to heal. Loadout looking pretty scrappy as well, given that they don't have big upgraded weaponry, right? They could use a bunker, they could use an elite chest or something. They definitely need something.
They've at least got mats to work with, though, and that could be the ultimate difference maker. Rift Island spawning off in the distance.
Oh, Rift Island spawning.
Kashoro, Keiki, but it's
Pollo and Peterbot is here.
That'll be first to the top.
Oh, let's go.
In sight. And with the control of Rift Island nearly underway, Pollo, Peterbot from this position sitting just inside of the zone as well. Their next intent likely going to be to just fully restrict the flow of this lobby.
And it's almost easy for them to know where the Rift Island is going to spawn. They have the forecast tower. They know where the next zone's going. Obviously, the island's going to be in it, if not extremely close like it is right now. So it makes sense. Pollo and Peterbot are isolated here, and they will be for quite some time. This is, again, probably the weirdest Rift Island we've seen off on the western coast.
And even worse still, it's just a little bit above a weapons bunker as well. With that in mind, Peterbot, Pollo know teams are going to get drawn towards that weapons bunker, but trouble here for Vico and Flixie.
Vico is down. Vico might be down.
Dropping immediately the ultimate low ground. It's a risky play whenever you opt try and glide in, but Casper, Prism on the other side of these walls, and they are looking for an opportunity to take this team out.
King walks in a fight right now, continuing to key the lobby down. They want to jump up into those positions, and now they fight their way into 5th here as they're ramping it way online right now. Vico and Flixie next door to Casper and Prism. Paper and Victor V looking inwards, trying to see what's happening here. You have Kanata and the reigning champ, Cooper, there as well. Very, very contested spot here. Meanwhile, Bolts and Bryce, who are our 5th place team coming in, but now slipping down just nearby.
But Bryce and Bolts, they're still slinking around restored rails, and they can hear all of the action, all of the shots being fired just west of them, sometimes a little bit south. Bolts, Bryce, scavenging everything that remains here inside of restored reels. But if anything, their primary focus is exclusively on just maintaining a strong placement to close today out.
Great tags from Chicho. Every time we've jumped in, he is just on it with Trulex here. They have played very, very well.
800 point they have.
3rd place spot is what
Thomas and Queasy are nearly at the first place. Bro, Queasy and Thomas have to lock in, bro. If they want this top place.
It's right on top of the Grim Gate, and all things considering,
Clixavino, bro, I think Clixavino is not gonna win this FSCS, let's be honest.
Take into account for an end game.
They're not gonna win.
Don't count it out just yet, because we're seeing that river of sticks get further and further into the heart of these zones. Clix Benno caught up currently with Malabuka and Murstache. From one side of the map to the next, though, Murstache, Malabuka know that they're gonna need some elimination points as well. They lost a lot of their footing they had after the conclusion of day 1. Day 2, just too many threats, too many times of falling victim to the power of Oceana, Alex, and Worthy. And now Thomas HD Queasy, they managed to work their way from that sticky situation of dealing with Mars and Baka at the ship-it station, but still more trouble afoot here because they are fully aware
This is
of the
it,
fact
ladies
that this
and gentlemen.
current surge base is not empty.
It looks like they're looking to gear back up to take the fight again because they have to here. Queasy scarily leaving himself available and open, trying to tempt others to jump in. Meanwhile, Baka and Bars are gonna bring it down.
Queasy and Thomas, no!
This could be everything here. Thomas takes a lot of
No
damage.
way they destroyed the builds.
The lobby sees what's
No
happening
way.
here, and a desperate spray of builds starts to come out.
No way.
They try to keep
Queasy
them alive.
Thomas.
No armored walls. This is
It's
the
bad for
worst
them.
we've
It's bad
seen
for
their
them.
loot.
It's bad for
They
them.
went for a risky maneuver really early
Peterbot and
on.
Pollo has 819 points and
Attempt to intercept.
Thomas and Queasy has
Pollo's
776
passing,
points.
But now instead they find themselves caught in the crosshairs.
They only need like
Damage
30 more
threshold.
points to catch up.
Seemingly the first
They need
time
30
it
or
feels
40
like
more
this
points to
weekend that
catch
we've
up.
seen this duo truly struggle with their surge management, but just like
They need
that,
40 points
Thomas,
to catch
HD,
up.
Queasy, they find
That's
a
absolutely
moment of
ridiculous.
relief, a chance to breathe here, regenerate their shields as much as possible. But the situation continues to remain dire here for Vico, as he's a solo, no Flixie.
Lot of our top three right now in desperate
come out our way,
situations for
see?
Vico here. What can you do? He's only 47 damage above the threshold. The damage needed starting to rack up here. He knows it. We
Oh,
know
he's grabbing
it.
some loot.
And now he moves. Goes back to where his teammate was fallen. Trying to get a little heal
I think
off
these guys
here.
are cooked. This is
He
safe.
is missing every opportunity to rotate. Thomas HD.
Oh, no,
Queasy
Thomas.
for a fight here.
No, Thomas, no!
They get caught.
No
and
way,
take it down.
dog.
And
No
just
way.
like that, the tournament run for Thomas HD.
Not
and
safe for
Queasy
them.
come to a
No
close.
way. Peterbot
Pollo and
won.
Peterbot effectively survived long enough to be your
They
global
came in
champions.
second place, which I'm actually proud of them.
Peterbot, they're not even taking a moment to
No
celebrate.
way.
It is
Yo,
all
Peterbot, I think you
business
won.
as usual
I think
for these
Peterbot won.
two.
GG,
They
it's
wanna
over.
leave it out with a
It's
bang.
over.
They're trying
Peterbot
to
won.
find this
Peterbot
last
won the
victory
FNCS
royale.
Grand
Peterbot
Final.
called it yesterday in interviews
He
on
won. He
socials.
won the
I
global
will get
champion. He
3
knows.
victory royales on the day.
He knows he's greedy.
Into the box. He knows what just happened. He knows.
He knows he won. It doesn't matter if he dies, dude.
They died. Yeah. Both of them. Come on. Come on, bro. Let's go, baby. Let me look.
He knows.
He knows he won. W, be the body.
Pollo, you got to think about it. Every single major this year.
That's
they've
actually
been at the
wild, bro.
podium top, including
That's it.
the back-to-back coming out of the major, and then to win the in-person event for the global competition. The interviews that were racked up across all of the competitors here pointed in one direction, and that's to Peterbot, that's to Pollo. And they are still showing up in the last game, and they'll very likely win this at this point.
Peterbot is an undisputed best player in the world currently.
Exactly, he's the
Alongside his
best.
duo Pollo, they're still making sure to deal with
Let's
the lobby
go.
as needed. Being floating in the water here, but Peterbot and Pollo, second in Major 1. And then the hat trick to conclude the year, first place every single time. What more could you ask for?
He won
And he's got
5
some of the
4
most
games.
victories pulled here
Flex is still
on the
alive
grand
somehow.
final stage. Just keeping it so close as well. Nothing of a
I believe Peterbot won with
performance by
800
any
points.
means,
That's
but just
absolutely
so
ridiculous.
far ahead of the rest. Clearly, he's a cut above the competition, but for others, there's still a lot to fight for here as second and third are now out of the game. If Bolts and Bryce pull a big game here, they could very well jump their way up into some significant new prizing and maybe be called the third, maybe the second best team in the world.
They're not the only ones seeking it out either. You've got to keep in mind Trulex and Chicho, Wax and Ping. Also, Spinks and Dukes. They had a little bit of a slippage, but everyone is still within striking range, depending on who actually closes out. Lobby number 12, Bolts with the elimination from afar. It's going to be Baka that falls. Pars now a victim of the surge damage takes as well as the focus
Oh
of the
my
lobby.
god,
and he's taken out.
nah.
Bolt's on the move right now, looking to secure that loot. Nicely done for him, but they are barely holding on right now. The Surge should turn offline here shortly. However, they still want to find damage just to give them that peace of mind. Meanwhile, Clix is still up, trying to navigate this game. So there's a lot at work here.
Peterbot is still alive, yes sir.
Bolt's looking around, Bryce looking around. What opportunities are available here? Not many.
The problem is how chaotic these final few moments are about to become. Everyone's got access to this river of sticks. Next to restored reels, the underworld dashes coming into effect. Teams able to conserve as much material as possible with these vicious rotates, not to mention the aggression avenues that it opens up with being able to immediately dash into somebody else's box. Clone, Kramsu, even
if Peterbot clutches the win again, I will cry.
At Seti and Cammy, but it's Chicho and Trulex who are trying to make the difference here. Janet's going to be taken out. Monarch pistol accuracy on point.
Dude, Monarch pistol is disgusting, bro.
He's just so good with it. The highlights continuing to rack up. Now Chicho and Trulex sitting underneath the box. Sphinx and Dukes who have the high ground here, but a rotate has to come out. It's a long stretch from here to the new zone. Sphinx is on the move right now. 37 players in the game, 19 duos remaining. Peterbot and Pollo still playing the low
Pollo and
right
Peterbot,
now.
let's go.
They have eyes on Batman, Booger, and Rapid. They have eyes on Kanata and Cooper. Who will be the next to fall victim to your champions at this point?
Peterbot and Pollo are floating through this lobby. Quite literally, secondary height gonna fall under their control temporarily. They're still choosing to target forward, maintaining this front side position. They haven't challenged height just yet, but that scan bound to go out soon enough. They know Shadow Virgo directly underneath them. Bryce Bolt now trying to collapse into the same layers, but they realize it's Pollo, it's Peterbot underneath them. We've got to escape.
Peter!
Around him for too much longer.
Come on, you need to win this!
And what a storybook finish for Peterbot and Pollo 2. They used to be the kings of Grim Gate. Let's not forget it. They play very well with the underworld dashes at their disposal.
Come on, Peter, you got this.
Bryce up against Phaser and King now. They are very, very weak. However,
come on, Peter.
The Surge is online, and they're taking a lot of damage here.
Hype it up.
And Bryce and Bolt's now. Blocks, Pink, Trulex, Chicho, bound to have smiles.
Peterbot is still alive.
Cheat, but the job's not finished. They've got to keep powering through.
Dude, this is intense. This is actually intense. This is actually intense.
But they don't even care. They still want more.
Still makes you wonder how much harder everyone would need
they
to
can't
work.
even shoot the
they want to
thing,
win this
no.
one and take it from Peterbot and Pollo.
Is he gonna take the high ground? He's gonna take the high ground. He's gonna take the high ground. No way. No way! He took the high ground!
And Pollo wants nothing to do with it.
Pollo, Peterbot, they know only one player is between themselves and hype instead.
Dude, they almost took the high ground.
They already got an elimination. Peterbot's still looking for more though. Armored Wall's gonna cut him off for the time being, but Peterbot, Pollo, they find King.
No way!
6 points added to
Come
the
on!
And it's not
this is it!
They're gonna heal all the way up now. A little bit of mats to work with here too, but they still need a bit more. Still
this
looking
is
for
it.
Ed, still looking
this
for
is
Persa,
it.
looking to break out the build. And I think they're up top, but no. They have everything to
no,
themselves
Pollo and Peterbot has high ground.
Material to work with.
Batman, Booga, and Rapid, they can tell up ahead. Teams pressuring onto their ceilings, but again, Teeny, Chap, has already fallen, and Teeny just trying to do what he can to navigate the chaos. He sees Rapid go down. He wants to make his way to the bottom, but he's not going to be able to scurry any longer. Immediately taken out by
this is absolute. This is insane.
Peterbot finds Teeny.
Come on, Peter!
Next to fall. And Trulex Chicho just doing what they can to survive.
This is insane!
Down once again. Peterbot, Pollo finding all these angles onto everyone.
This is insane.
On the low ground takes out the immediate
Come on,
competition,
Peter!
securing their
You got one
third
on.
place. Peterbot though wants
Gonna
to
get the
win
other
here.
one.
He's looking to
Come
take
on.
it from Reet. Claps back.
Stay alive, stay alive, stay alive, stay alive.
Things have to slow down now. Pollo comes up.
Stay alive, stay alive,
teammate. The
stay
scan
alive.
comes out. They know where everyone's at. The med
Get the
is
med
there
kit.
as well. Pollo, the perfect
Get the med kit. Get the med
partner
kit.
in crime for what is
There's
unfolding
only
here
2 left.
right now. And just a couple of duels left. They don't have a lot of HP. Pollo looking to show them what he is made of.
Oh, this is intense.
Pollo and Peterbot
Come
have
on,
had so
win
much
this!
time now to recuperate what they lost as far as health
Come on,
is
win,
concerned.
win.
Peterbot's already got one knock on to True Lights. It's just Chicho standing between them.
Come on, let's go! Let's go, Peter!
Championship.
The undisputed 2024 champion, Pollo, Peterbot, taking home in the only way.
Let's go, Peter!
And that is what a victory royale. Congratulations.
4 wins in a row.
Was for this
4 wins in a row, boys. That's insane of a clutch.
Would you please give it everything you've got?
Spam the light. Spam the light.
Champions 2024. Peterbot and Pollo.
Peterbot and Pollo won. Let's go, Peter. Let's go, Peter.
Congratulations. Come this way, guys. Come and stand in front of me. Bring the trophy with you. Come and stand just here, fellas. Bring that trophy because it is very much all yours. Wow, you've done it. The Global Champions Fort Worth!
Let's go, man. Let's go, man.
I'm going to come to you first. How does it feel to officially confirm Global Champion?
It means the world to me. I mean, we knew we were going to win coming into it, and we're the best duo in the world.
Pollo, the trophy is yours. It has been an incredible year.
man.
Tell us exactly what's going through your mind right now as well.
I mean, this is amazing. Like, we got second the first major, and then win. It's 3P.
We heard you earlier on the comms say, greatest in the world, baby. Is that what it feels like right now? You've proved it on this main stage.
Yeah, we are the greatest in the world. I will say that, for sure.
It's been an incredible 2024 for you guys. Back-to-back majors, the Global Championship as well. It feels unstoppable. How has your experience been this weekend? Everything play out as you planned? I mean, you came into this with such confidence, Pollo.
Yeah, I think we were going to win. Like,
What do you mean, Rick? They won, so they won fair and square.
Plan, but it ended up working in the end.
I'm going to ask as well here, you were really pushed to the limits there. You came in strong today. Bit more difficult, but you managed to ride through what the experience of this year and those major titles as well. That's really what feels like got you here as well to confirm officially greatest in the world.
3P. We got a 3P now.
I'm going to ask one last time as well for you guys, Pollo, what do you want to say to the fans out there? I mean, Fort Worth, make some noise one more time. The fans there, everyone watching at home. Anything you want to say to them down the camera right now, just say, what do you feel? You and Peterbot right here.
Thank you for everyone being here. My family's here as well. Thank you to them. Thank you for being here.
Peterbot.
Same for me.
One more time, Fort Worth, would you please put your hands together and give it up for your FNCS and Global Champions 2024, Peterbot and Pollo!
Let's fucking go, baby! 10,000 likes, I believe, man.
There you have it. After an unbelievable
Let's fucking go, Peter and Pollo. Let's go!
Peterbot, Pollo, from a record-setting major number 2 to the back-to-back champions coming in, defending titles. And now, here in Fort Worth, our global champions.
That's insane, bro.
Gentlemen, take a deep breath.
I don't need a deep breath.
You don't need a deep breath.
Oh, you need to breathe
Guys,
deep breath, my man.
I want you to just bask in that for a moment. You've done it. You set an unbelievable record in Major 2. You back-to-back in Major 3. And then you take it that one step further. A global championship title.
Oh, bro, let's go, dude.
Pollo, you said you're here with your family. How does it feel, man, to know you're a global champion? You've worked so hard all year long. Your family is here. NA is here with you. Fort Worth is here with you. Dig deep, tell me, how does it feel?
Feels amazing. I mean, last year I didn't do like as good as I wanted, so now winning, it feels even better. And then with the fans, my family being here, it makes it even better.
Peterbot, same question, brother. Dig deep, let me know, how's it feeling?
I mean, I have like 20 family members in the crowd right now.
Let's
go.
Awesome stuff, guys. Listen, it's hard because you guys have broken records throughout the entirety of the year, almost every single one that has ever existed. You guys got second, first. Now you went on the international stage. I guess the question for me is, are your eyes or your goals set on anything else? Like, have you done it all? Do you want to go further? Do you want to just keep winning? Where are we going?
I mean, you can only just keep winning.
Peter?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think we're gonna win 3 out of 3 next year, and win the globals next year too.
Wow.
Next year, okay, I'll see you.
Look, Pollo, you burst onto the scene last year. I remember you were trying out with Boog. Everyone said, "Who's this kid, Pollo? Where's he come from? NA West, what on earth is going on?" Your rise has been incredible, and of course, understandably, everyone looks at Peter and goes, "This guy's the best in the world." But for you to have achieved what you've achieved the past 2 years, right? Talk to me about how you've done that and advice you'd give to young up-and-coming talent who want to do what you've done.
Yeah, so I got a good teammate, Sphinx. We ended up getting 3rd, 5th. We got a coach that really helped us. So from that, and then I played with Peter. So then we won. So to the people like out there that want to play, just play, just play every day, and then just watch people, watch pros, watch your mistakes as well.
Guys, I want you to take a moment here. I just want you to just look around this stadium. Look at all of these fans standing up for you guys. They are here with you in this moment. You have created a moment in FNCS history that we'll remember forever. What do you guys want to say to these fans, to the fans at home who are watching and want to aspire to do what you do, who are literally yelling your name the same way these fans here have been yelling?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. It's home court advantage. Fans, you guys are amazing. And,
very
I appreciate
funny.
all you guys
Get
for
the
coming
fuck
out
out
and
of
watching.
here, you liar.
Same thing.
Absolutely fantastic. Fort Worth.
Oh, what is this?
One more time.
We'll
Give
only
it
shoot
up
it live
for your
video
global
doesn't end the
champion.
thing.
How about you tell it to someone else, you liar? Do you
Guys,
think
thank
you're
you
an
so
actual
much.
CEO
Grab
of
your
TikTok?
trophy.
Man, get out
Get out
of
of here. Go celebrate. We'll take those headsets from you.
And then to try to scare me, bro.
Congrats, bro.
Hey.
I know.
That's
who
right.
you are.
Go on.
You're
One
liar.
more time. Dickie's Arena. Let them hear it.
Let's go! Come on, Peter!
Man.
Copy, man. Copy, guy.
Levin, what do we even say? What else could we say about this duo? They have not allowed us to talk about anybody else. We've tried. We have tried. And yet, every step of the way, they have stolen the spotlight. And now they walk away as global champions.
I mean, being closely associated with the
Look at that.
NAFNCS.
They destroyed the high ground and destroyed them.
Every single
My
major
God.
for this duo to win it. Yeah, the first one they got second, but every single time they proved everybody wrong, and Levin was talking about it. I mean, there were huge doubts coming into the
They
global
won 4 games
championships
in a
this
row,
year.
which is actually
Peterbot
insane.
not going to be as good in person. Well, I think this performance has shut everybody else up. I have no idea what negative things you could have to say about this duo. They seem unstoppable.
I think everyone's pretty much established that yes, these
And the
guys
way he got
are the
6
best
kills
team
solo,
in the
dude,
world.
which is actually
Forget
impressive.
about that. They are the best team of all time. There
Wow.
has
That is
never
actually
been a duo
impressive,
this
bro.
good. Speaking of individuals, of course, the big man, Skinny P. There has never been a player that good. Nobody has reached the levels he has shown us this
Spam
weekend.
it.
The way he played, I don't know if anybody ever will. This guy is a different gravy. This duo is a different level. And I can't wait to see what the future holds for them, man. This is special.
Just to think as well, I mean, Peterbot It's crazy to think about it, you know. He is just this star, but behind every star, there's always that player to help him shine brighter. Pollo, it didn't matter the situations. He was always right there with Peterbot. In those situations where it looked bleak, I mean, even in that last game, Peterbot gets absolutely cracked.
I have 4 viewers.
Is there instantly. Here's the med kit. Get back in the fight. This is the last game. We must win.
Sometimes it's hard to visualize. Sometimes it's hard to quantify, right? Just looking at the pure statistics. But these type of performances from Peterbot were not happening before teamed up with Pollo. There is something special about the chemistry of this duo, and why it may not always be obvious,
I had 10
it is
viewers.
definitely there.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, these guys are,
10 viewers
are
was
the
my
blueprint
max.
going forward. I think everybody sort of had conversations after that first major dominance of, is this the future? Do you put 2 crazy fraggers next to each other and
4,000
get
likes,
them to
that's
figure out
that's
the game?
crazy.
I think we'll see a lot more duos in this mold being formed for years to come.
Just fantastic stuff, Levin. I have a question for you. You like to say that EU is on top, but how many FNCS Global Championship titles does EU have?
Go on.
How many global championship titles
Where you from?
does
It should
NA
say it in
have?
my bio.
You were wearing a shirt yesterday. What was on that shirt again?
It's on my bio. When I'm
What
Hey,
do you got to say about that, big man?
Hey, man, 2024 has been NA's year. Absolutely. And I mean, no better duo you could have had than this one to be leading the charge for your region. I want to say a big props, of course. Everyone's going to, you know, give Peterbot and Pollo the praise. Absolutely. They deserve it. A lot of people expected it to be a blowout coming into the Global Championships with how good they've been. For Queasy and Thomas to have pushed it to the limit, honestly, I can't even believe Thomas has come second again.
He's got $400,000. That's impressive.
It hurts.
He only got 1,000 points just like
them,
2 seasons ago.
Props to them for just how good they've been and at least pushing us to the final game. That was something many people would have never expected.
Like, it's not even a 10th between 10th and first.
Top 6.
4 clicks, bro. He's not even in the lead.
Super impressed by all of them.
Yeah, I mean, we obviously have to give Queasy Thomas flowers, right? They were the only duo. The moment Peterbot and Pollo started to pull away, they were the only duo that could hang. And it came down to the wire there. If their loadout had been just a little bit different, this could have been just infinitely changed. To see, you know, obviously, Viv, I would have loved to see just like Invitational, and he knew what he was doing, but still to have just an amazing run. And of course, $300,000 there to the duo for coming in second place. Once again, life-changing amounts of money. You have to be proud of this duo.
Yeah, I mean, I can almost guarantee you that they're going to be heartbroken, even though second place is incredible. And we do have to point out the fact that, yeah, we came into day number 2, or maybe even the global championships as a whole, being like Peterbot and Pollo, they're going to run away with it. It's not even going to be close. But Queasy and Thomas, they gave us that race. They were very, very close. They were applying the pressure to Peterbot and Pollo, and that alone deserves its own recognition.
Look, I've been handing out flowers just now. I'm going to hand out some more flowers. I just got up on that stage a second ago and was talking about moments, right? One of the moments I mentioned involved Queasy 2 years ago at the Invitational. He is now a part of, again, one of the best moments we have had in Fortnite history. This is the best
remember when
IGL of all
Queasy
time.
died when he was this close to qualified.
Again, he might not be happy hearing that now. All he would have been caring about is the chip, winning the championship. But give Queasy his flowers. GOAT status.
That's right. I mean, and of course, just a massive reminder, these are the 50 best duos in the world for Fortnite.
In history of
If your
Fortnite.
favorite duo maybe did not, you know, win or walk away into placement that even they thought was worthy of winning or walking
Peterbot is
away,
way better than
please
everyone.
Go find them on socials. Go send them love. They are one of the 50 best duos in the world. And they competed and left everything on that stage for you at home, for everyone here in this arena, and for Fortnite history.
It's been an incredible year. 2024 closes out with a bang. Global Championship delivered. We were jumping up here on the stage. We were screaming. There's probably been some voices lost throughout the arena. Shout out to the Fortnite fam and everybody associated with the competition. And a big shout out to the competitors for keeping it clean throughout 12 games. You guys delivered. Thank you for the show. And one big congratulations
to Pollo and
Peterbot.
Got to echo what Vivid said there, man. Put it perfectly. This has been one of my favorite events of all time. It's been
honestly
special.
same.
I can't wait
it's my favorite event too.
For all of these players walking off the stage now, they've been great. I hope to see all of them back in the future.
That's right. Fortnite fam, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for allowing us to live this crazy dream of bringing 50 duels from around the world to compete for a title of global champions. It has been an honor and a pleasure, and we look forward to hanging out with you more in 2025. From these fantastic people, from Mini Miner, from Kelly Link, from Monster D-Face, from the Best Taco, and Adam Savage. We look forward to seeing you in 2025.
Adam Savage.
Until then, we love you. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Dude. What a W fucking event, dude. W event. That was the most W event I've ever seen in my life, bro. Hey, look at that. Season 1, second place. Season 2, first place with 1,000 points. Season 3, first place. LAN, first place. PDC, second.
Man, just I can't even believe it. We just wrapped up 2024. Just an amazing year of Fortnite. I was kind of curious though. What's the plan for 2025? Oh, $8 million in prize pool. Dude, that's actually really awesome. I'm gonna be really excited to hear that. Wait, I'm sorry, step back. Did you say trios? We're going back to trios?
Trios?
Did you say Siphon?
Excuse me, huh? Siphon is back next year! No way, Siphon is coming back next year! And trios with $8 million! No, what is that? What? You guys seeing this? Next year is gonna be insane. Trios? FNCS Trios is back next year. For the first time since Chapter 2. Oh my god, bro. Next year it's gonna be massive, bro. That is actually crazy, bro. Siphon is coming back next year.
Now I'm on top, got the world at my feet. Put that crown on my head, make you bow in defeat.
Siphon returns to competitive in next season. Trios $8 million FNCS prize pool. Siphon Trials, a series tournament to test the version of Siphon and its returning to competitive. Siphon is returning next year.
How Clix is getting really, really old, bro. Like when you see someone like this, you really see how Clix is becoming an old boomer, man. What's Clix, 20 years old now? It's crazy. Like it's just a completely different play style. So much faster, way more alert. I mean, as Clix became a dad recently, I just feel like he's getting pretty old. But I mean, you know, one day he's gonna wake up and realize those reflexes are gone, bro. Clix is basically like an unk now.
Clix cannot.
So, I mean, I just wish him all the best. It's all downhill from here. He's not getting any younger, you know what I mean? That's why he's not in first.
Siphon is actually coming back next year, which is actually insane. Dude, I can't believe it.
I'm feeling like...
Let 11-2K ask you again, are you ready for the last game? Dude, this was amazing.
Yeah. I'm feeling like it all comes down to this. One more game remaining, legacies on the line. I think back to moments. This game's all about moments. Fortnite's about moments. I think back to the World Cup, the young Argentinian king fighting to push his family's life over, fighting for his destiny. I think back to even earlier yesterday, Swizzy, all the adversity he's faced, fighting up against the best duo in the world, Peter and Pollo in a 1v2. He did it. I think back to the Invitational 2022. Queasy, Veno against Seti and Cammy to win it all. This game is about moments. Fort Worth, are you ready for a moment? Nah, Fort Worth, I said, are you ready?
I love the energy, 11.
This is their moment. Game number 12 starts now.
Bro, the best way to see this.
Any other games that are peaking?
Bro, I feel so bad for Clix, bro. He can't even win a single tournament.
I can't even believe it. We just wrapped up 2024.
Bro, I saw this.
I can't even believe it. We just wrapped up 2024. Just an
The new FNCS is gonna be available in next year.
amazing year of Fortnite. I was kind of curious though. What's the plan for 2025? Oh, $8 million in prize pool. Dude, that's actually really awesome. The players are gonna be really excited to hear that. Wait, I'm sorry, step back. Did you say trios? We're going back to trios? Yeah.
Did you say Siphon?
Did you say Siphon?
Come on! Dude, next FNCS is gonna be crazy. Bro, next FNCS will have $8 million on the line, dude. Dude.
Wait for the cameras, I'm gonna more craft, yeah? Boom! I just know the streams are going like...
Dude. That is actually impressive, bro. I even tweeted out. Bro, this is actually the craziest FNCS I ever listened in my life.
Tournament that like official tournament ran by like the actual developers of the game of the 5-fret rhythm gaming genre. So it feels very good to be able to represent.
What is Cypher doing? Is Cypher playing a guitar on a Fortnite festival?
Game here on such a big stage. I'm hoping that this will gain some momentum and bring more attention to the whole scene, and we can just help grow it even further.
Guitar Hero or Clone Hero in recent times or memory have big tournaments like this?
Nothing like in an official sense. There's smaller tournaments, usually like actual big prize money, maybe like a couple $100 here and there, or just for bragging rights. You know, it's a small community-ran type of thing, though. This is definitely the biggest type of stage that this sort of genre has had in a long time. Yeah, this is like the biggest tournament that.
Stay down there. On me. I'm probably dead. On me.
This was the most insane clutch I ever see us at. Peterbot literally just has this disgusting clutch, bro.
It's hella solo, bro. Nice, bro.
Like, look at this.
You have 5 metal walls. Body. Also, bro, all solos. 5 solos. Nice.
Look at that. 1, 2.
Nice. Get 2.
Double kill. And then my man got 6 kills solo clutched.
Get domain. Meanwhile, Thomas no!
That is actually ridiculous, bro. From that to that. Having skinny arms actually works in the FNCS. Dude, Peterbot. You actually thought Peterbot is not gonna win any FNCS. Listen, he just did. Bro, I think Clicks is definitely gonna quit FNCS. I mean, listen. Now that is the most beautiful FNCS post I ever seen in my life. I mean, look at it. I'm making a new thumbnail, guys. Come on. That's the guys. That's the best thumbnail I ever seen in my life, dude. Honestly, that's the most impressive thing I ever seen in my life. Bro, Peterbot, I can't believe Peterbot actually won. I'm actually proud of him, bro. I'm actually proud of him. Clicks, Mongrel, and Savage is confirmed. Trio FNCS. Oh.
How Clicks is getting really.
Bro, do you see what Nick says? Listen to what Nick says.
Really shows you how Clicks is getting really old, bro. Like when you see someone like this, you really see how Clicks is becoming an old boomer, man. What's Clicks? 20 years old now? It's crazy. Like it's just a completely different play style. So much faster, way more alert. I mean, as Clicks became a dad recently,
not a dad.
I just feel like he's getting pretty old. But I mean, you know, one day he's gonna wake up and realize those reflexes are gone, bro. Clicks is basically like an unk now. So
yeah,
I mean, I just wish him all the best. It's all downhill from here. He's not getting any younger, you know what I mean? That's why he's not in first, but Unk needs to, you know, take a little reality check and realize, hey, maybe Nick A 29 years old ain't that old after all, and Unk's getting old himself. Poor guy, I don't see him in first place right now. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, no. He can't even get
there
first place because he is
19, bro. He's like 29 in Fortnite years, bro. Unk is old, man. No wonder he's not placing in Fortnite competitive tournaments anymore. Unk got that Zoomer Boomer status. It's like a mix.
Got him. So yeah, Clicks, Mongrel, and Savage is confirmed they're gonna be in the FNCS next year. That is gonna be insane, bro.
A little hybrid of the two.
Nicky 30 is clowning Clicks for losing FNCS Global, saying he's getting old.
Come on now, guys. You already know. Clicks is pushing 30 right now. One day he's going to wake up, like tomorrow he's going to wake up. He's going to be 26 years old. Bro is closer to 50 years old than he's closer to 10.
He is 21. No, he's 19.
Crazy, bro. Unk needs to just catch up with himself. Really shows you how...
Dude. That's actually, honestly, that's actually impressive, bro. Alright, I'm gonna check in phone a little bit. I'm gonna check the leaderboard. Dude, that's gonna be the craziest FNCS we ever seen in our life. Dude, I kid you not, like, the FNCS is going crazy. This is gotta be the craziest FNCS I ever saw in my entire life. Dude, Clicks can't even get top 10, bro. Bro, Clicks can't even get top 10. He is struggling. Maybe his duo is not a perfect match. His duo is not a perfect match. They kept losing. Clicks doesn't have the strategy to win. He has been struggling, getting the win for so long. Like, you don't know how terrible he is. Like, seriously. He can't even get a win. For how terrible he is. He can't even get a single win. He can't even get a single win because how terrible he is. Listen, Clicks has been doing this for 6 years. And he still loses. Every single time.
I mean, everyone knows that we are the best 2 players in the world, you know. I mean, we won back-to-back FNCSs. We got second in the first major, and it's already true.
Look at this, guys.
It's already true. I mean, everyone knows that we are the best 2 players in the world, you know. I mean, we won back-to-back FNCSs. We got second in the first major, and we're in first by like 160. I mean, with Day 2 format, anything's possible, but I think tomorrow we're going to come out with a Game 1 win. Calling it now. Calling it a day early.
Yeah, I think we're going to win tomorrow. I'm going to call 3 wins tomorrow.
3 wins Are we that good?
Yeah.
No, we actually should have won 4 games today. Yeah. That's funny.
That's impressive. Honestly, that's impressive, dude. That's actually impressive. Yo, Clicks, you need to step it up, man. You keep losing over and over again. You need to step up your game. You need to step up your game. Stop losing and lock in. You've been losing every single time. It's not even funny. And also, I got the free reward. I got the free reward. Renzo Victory Crest, and then Kuno Contemplation FNCS Spray. You get it if you watch 1 hour of the FNCS. Let me check this. Let me check something out real quick. By the way, when I saw this emote, I was crying because I recognized that dance, bro. Like, I really recognize that dance. I gotta end in like an hour, so I'm just gonna check something out and then I'm just gonna end the stream. I've been streaming for almost 6 hours. And it's absolutely like insane. Can't believe it. Alright, this right here will be updated. They will update this to Pollo and Peterbot. Look at this. The 2 years ago FNCS was Tommy and Sadie. Last year FNCS was Cooper and Miro. And now this year FNCS was Pollo and Peterbot. And also you get these by watching FNCS for 1 hour. I'm honestly proud of them, bro. They're gonna update this tomorrow if I'm correct. I gotta end the stream because I'm so tired. I've been watching the FSCS for like 5 hours. I haven't played a single game because I've been watching that thing for 5 hours. And also Lego Fortnite is gonna be updated in Lego Fortnite is gonna be updated. It's gonna have an update on September 17th, which is in a couple of days. It's in landing is back, but it's different. They actually removed it like I think 2 years ago, I believe. I think last year. Look at that. Peterbot and Pollo. Look at that. 2 wins. And then this match. 6 matches they played. And 3 victory royale. I can't even watch the live matches, but I actually can't. Okay, I can watch them. I want to see this. It was almost 1 hour game, bro. How long are they in the game? Are they taking that long? Okay. This is the game. There's Pollo. That's the attitude what I need. It's about to be game time. Here we go, boys. This is the game. I want to see the last game they do. I want to see Peterbot's game. I want to see Peterbot's game before I end. Got 6 builds. Can use hammer. Here's Pollo. It's, like seriously, these guys are actually crazy. So this is Peterbot, the sweatiest person in the world. I want to see the end play. Right here. Thank you so much for following me. Like, that is so terrible, Mr. Peterbot. Like, what was that, Peterbot? About damage threshold. I think that's the part where they died, yeah. They both died. Second damage. Damage. Oh yeah, I think they got like... They were landing near clicks, I believe. Oh, they were landing near Duke and he like... Which is the worst mistake ever, my guy. And then Peterbot got down, and then his friend got down. He's trying to pick his teammate up. And then he died, I believe. Yeah. Honestly, it's not bad for them, but they did good. Until this guy wants to kill him. Like, that's touche. It's touche, man. Anyway. I think I'm gonna end this stream right here. I've been streaming for 12. I've been streaming for nearly 6 hours. I think this is the best time to like end the stream because I'm just feeling a little bit tired. I'm feeling a little bit tired though. yeah, anyway. I'm gonna end this stream right here. Thank you guys so much for watching. I have fun experience, not gonna lie. I have fun experience. Like I said, shout out to Peterbot and Pollo for winning the FNCS. I'm actually proud of that, bro. I'm actually proud of them. They do an amazing job. Keep it up. So yeah, keep it up, everybody. Alright, thank you so much, guys, and I will see you guys. I will see you guys in 2025 for FNCS with $8 million on the line, trios version, and Siphon. See you later, guys. Peace out. See you guys in the FNCS 2025.